He gets a second interview coming up on Friday. The Browns not the only one showing interest in Udinski. Reports this morning say the Buffalo Bills would like to chat with the 30-year-old in their coaching search. The Bills also plan to talk with their own offensive coordinator, Joe Brady, and former Giants head coach, Brian Daboll, who was the Bills OC for 4 seasons. Back on Monday, Cavaliers taken behind the woodshed by the Oklahoma City Thunder. The defending NBA champs won at Rocket Arena by 32 points against the Cavs. Donovan Mitchell not going to let this beat down take away from some pretty good play of the Cavs of late.
I'm not going to let this game take away from the past week, right? Like, you have 2 strong wins, and this one's upsetting. We can learn from it, but not going to let this deflate what we had in Philly. It's not early, but also I know what this group is capable of. We know what we're capable of, so this loss isn't going to set us back. We got to continue to use what we've been doing and go forward.
Well, the Cavs can prove that tonight as they're going to be down in Charlotte taking on the Hornets. Cavs and Hornets met twice last month here in Cleveland, and the teams would split those 2 games. On the injury front, Cavs will be lacking Darius Garland. He could be out for another week or so because of that sprained right big toe. Sam Merrill also not playing tonight. He continues to deal with that sprained right hand. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The only place for Browns news on your way into work. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
Brr, man, it's still cold outside. It's going to get colder over the weekend. And then it's going to warm up next week. That's what Jeff tells me, because Jeff is my go-to weather guy.
It's not warming up next week.
Yeah, a little bit. It's not going to be negative.
To 17?
All right, I'll take that as long as we don't go below 0. Welcome to Baskin and Phelps. My name is Andy Baskin. His name is Jeff Phelps. The whirlwind continues when it comes to your Cleveland Browns and their head coaching staff, and their head coach in particular, and what they will do with that position as we have another twist and turn in the daily soap opera. So we're going to get to that. We've got all kinds of other stuff we got coming on today, Jeff. We got a ton of stuff.
Jimmy Watkins from the Plain Dealer at Cleveland.com wrote a great story about the Cavs the other day. He's going to join us at 11:20. And Mike Martz, coach of the greatest show on turf.
We love him.
He's going to join us. Dano, is that at noon? Or is that at 12:20? Noon. Mike Martz.
So we'll talk to Martz. We'll talk to Watkins. If anything breaks with the Browns and Browns news today, you know we will have it for you right here on 92.3.
We'll be all over it, aren't we?
Yeah, we will. Hey, I just want to take 1 minute to talk about this. So I've been out for the last week and a half. My mom passed away last Wednesday, and I just want to thank everybody that reached out, and Facebook and phone calls and texts and all those things. And I do appreciate all of you, and so many great people out there. And I really want to thank those folks out at hospice in Medina, of the Western Reserve, Hospice of the Western Reserve in Medina. Just fantastic care. Those people are from heaven. They really are, for what they're able to do and help people, especially when you reach that stage of your life where you need to go to hospice. So I want to thank everybody. I really want to thank you guys. Tremendous, Jeff. Thank you so much. Appreciate you just being
Good
there.
To have you back.
And I'm glad to be back. And Dan, you too. So you realize, and Keith too, you realize who your true friends and family are when you lose a loved one. And I can't tell you.
And then there's us, right?
And that's true. And then there's Jeff. And I cannot tell you how great the folks at Odyssey are, and how you just warm and just compassionate for when you're going through a rough time in your life. So I'm not sitting here saying this because I work for them. I've worked for other places and been in this situation before, and I cannot tell you how much I appreciate where we work, Jeff, and how compassionate our bosses are, and how great they've been over the last 2 weeks for me, because it's been it was super rough last week, and as we saw friends and family over the last couple of days, it's the healing process begins. But I mean, I love my mom. I will love my mom and my dad, who are back together again after 60 years of marriage. So thank you, and I appreciate all of you and all of you that have reached out. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, let's get back to work here, Jeff, because that's what my mom would want me to do. There's no question about it. So let's just kind of go through this last week, and quickly, I just want your thoughts on where you think we are in this coaching search, especially after Mike McDaniel said, I'd rather be a coordinator in Los Angeles than be the head coach of the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, that's a little kick in the shorts, isn't it?
Yes.
Remember when Tom Hanks built the raft?
Yes.
And Tom had to bust through the big wave? And he got through the big wave?
Yes.
And it was like, oh my God, I made it. Lost Wilson, but I made it.
Yes.
And then he was just kind of out there floating after he got through the big wave and all that.
Yes.
The Browns are out there floating right now.
You said this earlier today, and I didn't make a big deal about it, but you said, I think, probably one of the most prolific things that could go on about this coaching search is I've kind of been watching it from afar a little bit until the last couple of days. This very much feels like Mike Pettin right now. To me, it does. It feels like Mike Pettin.
It's starting to, isn't it?
When you have a coach that says, I don't want to be your head coach, and I'd rather be a coordinator on another team, you have to really start to wonder what's going on, what's the vibe these coaches are getting, especially a guy like Mike McDaniel that you would have thought would probably be in the running till the end unless he found another job.
I would have thought McDaniel would have been a nice hire here. And I mentioned that yesterday. It's like I said I could wrap my head around Mike McDaniel and Jim Schwartz as the defensive coordinator. I think that would have given you a pretty nice combination. But McDaniel, and Dan and I were kidding yesterday, you got a second interview with the guy who wrote the Get Me Out of Cleveland speech for Kyle Shanahan.
Yes.
I thought, did he? And I texted Dan yesterday as soon as I saw McDaniel, and I just said, apparently he dug that up and read it again. So he's still under consideration from everything I've seen for the Ravens job where he's interviewed.
Sure.
And the Raiders job.
But don't you think he's settled into this job out west that he's going to head out to the Chargers?
Unless he gets a head coaching job.
It just seems odd. That's the hard part for me. Like to drop out.
But here's why, Andy. McDaniel, I thought was a really interesting coach in Miami, and it was one of those things: is this working? Is it not working? And at times, it really worked. I mean, they finished the season strong. They did a really nice job, and I think he's a really intriguing young coach. Still a young coach. I mentioned yesterday, he 4 years ago was Nate Scheelhaase. He 4 years ago was Grant Udinski, the really, the hot young coordinator. Well, now he's the guy with 4 years experience and still has that brain. But people think he's a little quirky. Oh, so what? I would have loved to have talked to him. If you're McDaniel and you don't go to the right spot here and it doesn't work, and you don't do well in two spots, you might not get that third chance. And I'm guessing he looked at this and thought, I have a better chance of reaching my ultimate career goals if I go to Los Angeles with Justin Herbert and Amarian Hampton and Quentin Johnson at wide receiver and run that offense for a year, two, and then get a head coaching job again at a situation that I think might be more conducive to success, immediate success.
The other part of, not being able to, it's not that, did I want McDaniel as head coach? I could have gone either way. If they would have hired him, I would have been like, okay, I get it.
Yeah, I wasn't locked on him, but I thought, he wouldn't be a bad hire.
But for a guy to pull himself out of the race to say, I want to be a coordinator over a head coach, it becomes...
Makes you think.
It makes it very, very interesting. The other part I have swallowing what's going on here, Jeff, is that why in the world, if you had the chance to interview for a job with the Browns, the Steelers, or the Ravens, and I'll just leave it at those three, why would you, if you had your choice, I can't believe Browns would be at the top. In fact, I would be, if you were somebody interviewing, and I don't know what the financial situation would be, but I don't know how you couldn't look at Pittsburgh and say, ever look at the last three coaches they've had.
Good chance they're going to be patient.
Yeah, and that if we have mistakes and things don't go right early on and they're going to draft right and we'll have another chance and I'll have a chance to win the Super Bowl in Pittsburgh. I don't necessarily know that you have that chance if you are taking that job. And if the Steelers want you or the Ravens want you, it's and the Browns want you, why would you come here over there? I don't know why.
I can give you one reason.
Help me.
Got a really nice defense.
Okay.
That's if you look at those 3 gigs, Baltimore has an organization that has continually put pretty good talent on the field. And DeCosta's done a nice job as GM, and Ozzie Newsome is still there, and I think the world of Ozzie. And it not only as a person, but for what he's done building that organization. He's really good. And they gave Harbaugh 18 years. Okay? That's hard to ignore. Pittsburgh done an okay job putting talent on the field, but they gave Mike Tomlin 19 years and never had a losing season. Had a lot that were just mediocre that gets guys fired, like Raheem Morris. Raheem Morris went 8 and what'd he go? 8 and 9 2 years in a row and got fired. Well, Mike Tomlin didn't go 8 and 9, but he's had 9 and 8s and things, and they kept with him. But I don't think their talent on defense is as good as the Browns. Or even on offense, but they coached it up. The Browns have a defense to offer.
Andy. So
they all have money, right? They're all
that's true. Everyone
coaches all going to get a big
paid.
contract.
It doesn't hurt your salary cap.
No.
There's no issue there.
No.
I also wonder this, and when they let Kevin Stefanski go, and this makes you wonder. I can't wait to find out who the head coach is going to be when the head coach gets here, and how long they really felt like this was their guy that they wanted.
They're going to say they'll say he was our leading guy all along.
I know that, but it does seem like they went into it because of the way you look at the people they're interviewing. I mean, they're looking at one end of the spectrum or another end of the spectrum, or young or old, or just trying to. And to me, it takes like they're taking 5 darts and throwing them at a dartboard and hoping that one's going to hit bullseye. Like, I don't know what the plan was going into this thing, and I want to feel secure about that when they make the hire. But Jeff, I mean, look at the candidates that we're talking about.
But Andy, you know what? That said, and I think that's accurate, Baltimore is the same thing. I mean, they're looking at a lot of people. And most of these jobs, they've looked at a lot of people. But 4 teams have already figured it out. The Giants real quickly went after John Harbaugh.
That wasn't too tough.
As soon as Harbaugh was gone, the Falcons real quickly went after Kevin Stefanski. Will it work for them? We'll find out. And then, Saleh ends up getting a job. That happens fast. And Hafley goes to the Dolphins. And his former assistant GM in Green Bay is now the Dolphins GM. Okay, that one makes sense. We'll see. We'll see where this goes. But right now, Andy, you've got the Ravens, the Steelers, the Bills. Without even blinking, all 3 of those jobs are at the top of the heap here. And then you have the Browns, the Raiders, and the Cardinals. And though those 3 jobs are good NFL jobs, they don't quite bring with them the cachet that the Ravens, Steelers, and Bills gigs do. If you become the head coach of the Bills, hey, you got Josh Allen, you got some talent, you're expected to win right away.
I wonder where McDermott lands. I can't believe that. I feel like there should have been more interest from the Browns in these stories that I'm reading and what I'm hearing, and like the McDermott to Cleveland doesn't even sound like it's even that could even be possible from some of the stories that I've read. And I'm just like,
it should be.
Why would it not be?
I don't know. It should be.
It seems easy.
But if you're Sean McDermott, you get a phone call from the Ravens. You get a phone call from the Steelers.
Same problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. I also think there are things we don't know. And there are probably people that they have talked to that we don't know that they've talked to.
I'm sure there have been tons of phone calls behind the scenes that haven't been popped out for official interviews.
And do you have to formalize the interview? I know to meet the Rooney Rule, you would want to formalize the
well, you have to.
Yeah.
Under NFL rules right now, you have to do that. So.
Yeah, and I don't understand where they are on that either. It seems like they're behind on that.
Maybe Mike McDaniel thought, I'm sorry, you need to interview someone of my background To satisfy the Rooney Rule? Is that the only reason you're bringing me back?
Well, that would be, and that's another reason why if I were him, I would have pulled out too.
Well, if I thought that, if I thought that and had no interest, then why would you go do a second interview in Cleveland, thinking they're really not interested in me? They're just trying to satisfy the Rooney Rule, and that would look bad for me if I went to Cleveland and didn't get hired by the Browns.
Good point. Yeah,
that might not look good on his resume.
Although
as he's trying to land another coaching job,
you could still come in, do the interview, realize what's going on, and say, "No, I'm going to withdraw." And that way, you would have already done the interview.
Yeah, but if you didn't have the interest in the first place,
why did you do it?
Or at least the major interest.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I'm real curious what you think about the fact that Mike McDaniel withdrew his name from the Browns coaching search, and now it appears he's headed out to L.A. to be an assistant, to be a coordinator.
Not a good look.
It's not a good look for the Browns.
I don't think it is.
And so where do you think they are in this whole big scheme of things? 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Attention. today? Head over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. He is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin, talking about the latest on what's going on with the Browns coaching search. And Dan, you had just come in here during the break. Is there anything else going on today as far as just news and where we're moving with some of these other coaching jobs?
Yeah, a couple things that are going on. One of them being Brian Daboll has been requested to interview for the Buffalo Bills job. Diana Rossini has added on to that if Brian Daboll does not get the Buffalo Bills head coaching position, he will take the Tennessee Titans offensive coordinator position, according to sources to Diana Rossini of The Athletic. That's the way that it's going. He either wants the head coaching job of the Bills, or that's where he's going to land, is in Tennessee as the offensive coordinator for Cam Ward.
All these teams are starting to put together staffs already, Andy. And that's another issue here. But you can't do that until you have your head coach. But here, Daboll is one of the more highly thought of offensive coordinators from his time in Buffalo. And, McDaniel, good offensive mind, now apparently going to the Chargers unless he happens to get the call from the Ravens or the Steelers. Or excuse me, the Raiders.
I heard this yesterday in the afternoon show, and I thought it was interesting because they had heard. I had it. I tipped my tongue, and I can't remember. The big time ESPN guy, Adam Schefter. Sorry, Adam Schefter had reported, and they played the clip from Adam saying, "Look at the way the Ravens are conducting their search. The Baltimore Ravens, and then they actually did a pretty good job making fun of him yesterday, doing his little staccato speech. But it was talking about how the Ravens are looking for a head coach the same way they would draft." With that same methodical kind of, hey, we're going to be on the back end of this thing and we're going to find the best guy. And that the point that they had made yesterday that I thought was fascinating was the Ravens know how to stick the landing, right? And it doesn't matter if they're the first or the last to hire. They're probably going to find someone that's going to be able to, catapult them back into the playoffs and into relevancy the way they need to be. Then I think I was listening to a morning show today where I was listening to somebody say almost the same thing about the Browns, that the Browns are attacking this coaching search the same way they would look at the NFL draft. I don't know that I buy that. I don't know what to buy when it comes to the Browns because I just don't know what they're doing and what direction they're going in. And I also, we were talking about the Rooney Rule before. Like, I don't understand how they got themselves in this position now where it's like, I mean, to interview someone just to fulfill the Rooney Rule, which is bizarre, what they're probably going to have to do, which is going to be a bad look. Although I will say this, we don't know. Is there an internal candidate that maybe they've just talked to, and said, called that an interview or did something else? Like, we don't know. There are things we don't know. I know reporters all want to say they know everything and they got everything and they know everything that's going on, but there are oftentimes things that are happening behind the scenes that maybe it may have happened and you don't know, and then someone comes back and yells at them and says, you didn't do this, but, just because someone didn't report it doesn't mean it's not true.
Let's be completely fair here. Browns have a great opportunity to hire somebody who ends up being a really good coach. I mean, they're some of these young guys that they're going to talk to, maybe they nail it.
I mean,
maybe they get that young guy who becomes a great head coach down the road. Again, that's what Dan and I have wanted all along. Find that guy, and he becomes your star. That'd be great.
I think a lot of this, too, is Brown scar tissue. I think we have a lot of scar tissue. And the fact that they're looking around.
Because we've had a lot of coaches.
And a lot of scars and a lot of injuries that have come with it, of them talking to a litany of people and then settling on the guy that makes all of us go, who? Him?
Since 2002, I saw this, and I think it was on our show, too. It was just barely touched on. The Browns have the second most head coaches of any team in the league. Mm-hmm. Number one was the Raiders. But the Browns have 9 head coaches since the league expanded to 32 teams. That's tough.
Help me. It It's not that I'm against a first-time head coach. It's not that I'm against understanding that a first-time head coach might be great. We've seen this work before in the NFL. But when you hear Udinski, is that right? Udinski and Shielhaas, I kind of like, I don't know what to think because I just don't know. I'm not going to sit here and lie and tell you that I think these guys are the greatest coaches that are since sliced bread. And I mean, you could sit here and say, okay, well, he was the Jags offensive coordinator and they had success in this area. And I mean, you never know how much credit a guy truly deserves for reshaping or redoing something or trying to figure that out or being a passing game coordinator with the Rams. I don't know. And I'm not super comfortable bringing somebody in that doesn't have experience. I'm sorry. We've been down this road before. Now, then again, Hugh Jackson had experience, and look what happened there.
But and nothing against Hugh's experience. It was 1 year. Now you're gonna have more experience than somebody who's never been a head coach, but that's 1 year. I did a little digging on. I was sitting around yesterday after work, and I just thought, I gotta check into this. The more you check into it, the more that I hope that somebody drives to Buffalo, gets a bus to Buffalo, puts them on a flight from Buffalo, and you get Sean McDermott in here for an interview. You said it earlier, Andy. Why? And no coach is perfect.
Right.
There's no perfect coach. And there's things from, in his coaching past that might make you think, okay, or this is this about this guy or whatever. I did a little checking. 5th best record winning percentage of anybody who's coached in the NFL in the last 40 years. Sean McDermott. Does that just not make way too much sense? This is an organization that needs, I won't say some stability. What it needs is a guy who, I think, who sets you up for the best opportunity for success. I'm not even going to say, been there, done that, whatever, experience, whatever. I think this team needs the guy who gives you the best opportunity to succeed. McDermott is the 5th best winning percentage of anybody who's coached in the last 40 years.
98-50.
He's the 9th best winning percentage of any coach in NFL history who's coached more than 8 seasons. 15th best winning percentage overall of anybody who's ever coached in the National Football League. He might be this, he might be that. He's not offensive, he's a defensive guy. What he is a winner. He had Josh Allen. Okay, great. Don Shula had Dan Marino. How'd that work? Pretty well for a long time, but they didn't win a Super Bowl. Dan Marino had Bob Greasy. Don Shula had Bob Greasy. Coaches have to have players to win, Andy. I'm not holding Josh Allen against Sean McDermott.
You can't tell me that he doesn't look like he's the Andy Reid candidate out there, right? Leaving from Philly, going to Kansas City.
Yeah, and all of a sudden you get another, 5 to 12-year run of success. That's, Shielhaus could be phenomenal. Udinski could be phenomenal. Jesse Minter. Jim Schwartz could do a nice job. But the guy who clearly is the best candidate anybody could hire based on success that he's had in the league is sitting right there. And I would make sure I get in there and talk to him. And I would try to hire him. It's not about, to me, it's not about experience as much as it is success and who gives you the best opportunity to succeed. And I don't know how this guy can't be that guy.
I don't know how he can't be that guy either. And so, as I've been sitting out and just kind of watching what's going on, when McDermott became available, I was like, why would you not want Sean McDermott to be your next head coach? Explain it to me, especially knowing that you've got a good defense. And, would there not be a shot that Jim Schwartz would stick around, too?
Maybe, except for one thing.
Unless, Schwartz got a chance somewhere else.
That's for you. Welcome back.
Okay, thank you.
It's this. McDermott's cut his teeth as a defensive coordinator. maybe Jim Schwartz wouldn't want to work for him, and maybe McDermott wouldn't want Jim Schwartz.
I get that.
And,
I
and you
understand
don't you
that.
don't worry about Jim Schwartz if you can get Sean McDermott. Nothing against Jim. Jim to me would be a fine coach to hire. But you ready? Let me just throw some names at you.
Okay.
Circumstances all the way around. Okay, that there are circumstances involved in every head coach and everything else. Sean McDermott has a better winning percentage overall. Okay, better winning percentage as a head coach. I'll just throw some names out.
Okay.
George Seifert, Bill Belichick, Andy Reid, Sean Payton, Mike Tomlin, Bud Grant, Joe Gibbs, Sean McVay, John Harbaugh, Marty Schottenheimer, Bill Walsh. McDermott has a better winning percentage than every one of those guys. Andy, that's a who's who of great coaches.
Of course it is.
And this guy's had a better record.
Does the 8 wins, 8 losses in the playoffs scare you?
No.
Change it? It does. I mean, look, I'm happy
sorry,
to
you're
get to the
telling me
playoffs.
a guy who coached in 16 playoff games is available?
Yes.
God, wow, that's awesome.
Well,
Now, there's one thing that to me, though, if I'm McDermott,
we have, 4 playoff games since 99? Is that right? 4?
there's one thing about two things about McDermott that scream to me no for the Browns. Mary Kay had a line, Mary Kay Cabot, who was with us yesterday, had a line in her story about this. And Mary Kay says that in 2016, they interviewed Sean McDermott, and Paul DePodesta, Sashi Brown, who was president at the time,
Right.
and Andrew Barry wanted to hire Sean McDermott
Okay, why didn't he get hired?
because Jimmy Haslam wanted Hugh Jackson. The guys running the football wanted Sean McDermott here, according to what Mary Kay wrote in 2016. And he remained in Carolina as an defensive coordinator and then went to Buffalo the next year. But Jimmy wanted Hugh. So Jimmy didn't listen to the guys who he hired to help him build the football team. He wanted Hugh, so he hired Hugh. Here's the other thing. In Buffalo, apparently late in the season, Sean McDermott, Brandon Beane, their GM, and Pagula, the owner, sat down, and McDermott told them, hey, look, I know you want to win the Super Bowl. We don't have a good enough roster to win the Super Bowl here. Now, he told them that.
He told them what he thought was the truth.
He told them what he thought was the truth.
Okay.
It apparently didn't sit well, and they canned him when the season was up.
And why? And
the
Dan,
GM
why?
got promoted. Well, now what does that sound like? The GM coach combination that had been here for 6 years. The coach is the one who got fired, and the GM picked up more responsibility. McDermott might think, man, I'm not going from the same situation to the same situation.
Well, that's a good
that might
point.
not appeal to him.
And why was he fired, Dan? What did Pagula say?
Yeah, so owner Terry Pagula is having his press conference right now with Brandon Beane, and he was asked basically why you decided to move on from Sean McDermott. And he said, the last game.
One game.
Pretty much, yeah, that's
Or
about
that was
the answer.
He was done with it at that point, too. And now I've heard you say things about, there was a story written about him a few years ago that he wasn't exactly taking a lot of responsibility for losses and stuff like that. And I've heard that. Have you read that other than one place? I'm just curious. I heard you talking about this on the air the other day, too.
It came out from that one place, and it was backed up by a couple of people along the way who former players, former coaches, that kind of stuff, who came out and also said, yeah, it's not great. Now, again, the piece is 2 years old. Maybe he's changed. Maybe he's gotten better. It's just, boy, it sticks in my head. I cannot get away from the phrase here. I've got it up. It's Tyler Dunn's piece right here. Those who've worked with a head coach on a day-to-day basis predicted all of this months in advance because they've seen how McDermott operates on a day-to-day basis, how tangibly nervous he gets in close games, how he never truly appreciated his gift from the football gods, Josh Allen, how quick he is to blame everyone but himself in defeat.
Sounds like somebody had an axe to grind.
That's
there.
why
does
one
sound that
coach
way.
in June began asking a simple question: if they fail again this year, what does ownership do with Sean? Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty damning piece that I can't get out of my head, but it has been backed up a couple of the places, too. It's not like it's just one person.
You know what's not damning? 15th best winning percentage in NFL history.
I can't argue with you. All right, let's come back. We'll talk more about this, your phone calls, and how about Baker Mayfield? What was he thinking when he went the internet last night? And social media, dude, I've had a change of heart on Baker Mayfield, and I can't believe it. And Jeff will probably be surprised. I'll say what I say when I come back about Baker Mayfield and what he was talking about yesterday. I'm still spinning over that. 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. Hey, FanDuel is turning on playoff mode, and all customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Each game day,
Monsters been struggling of late, though, having lost 3 of their last 4 games. Listen to The Fan Rewind, weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. How about that? It includes the Ken Carmen
What a
Show.
deal.
Yep, with Anthony Lima. They're 6 to 10. You and me, Baskin and Phelps, that's us.
That is us.
10 to 2. And then the afternoon boys, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7. It's each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to that thing right now for free, and you can watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand right now.
All right. I got to dive into it. What was Baker Mayfield thinking? What the hell was he thinking? I don't
Baker was being Baker, and that's okay, baby.
I understand he's a guy that needs a chip on his shoulder to play better. I get it.
He continues to put chips on his shoulder.
And I embrace that. I really, really embrace that when he was playing here. But I also know that when the Browns decided to kick the tires on Deshaun Watson, that they did it thinking they could upgrade a quarterback while Baker was still on the roster. And when Baker got wind of the fact that Deshaun was being courted at that point, Baker went to social media and said, "Thank you, Cleveland. I'll see you later. I'm never playing another game for you again," even though he was still on the roster. And I was like, okay, I kind of understand where he's going. Then Deshaun said he wasn't coming. And then the Browns had to go back after Deshaun with the biggest contract in the history of the game at that point when it comes to guaranteed money to get him. But Baker, at that point, did not want to be here. And so, when he went yesterday, there was a line, there was a reporter from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution.
Who's been on our show?
Yes.
Cleveland guy.
Why am I forgetting his name?
D. Orlando Ledbetter.
That's right. D. Orlando. Thank you.
D. Period. Orlando Ledbetter.
And in the text, it said, Kevin Stefanski had a dumpster fire at quarterback in Cleveland. Baker Mayfield and Deshaun Watson failed, which started a chain reaction to 11 other starters. And then Baker comes back and
by the way, I disagree with what he said there. Baker didn't fail here.
I didn't think Baker failed here either. I agree
what
with
he
Baker.
did here was that the Browns decided that they didn't want to pay him what it would eventually cost to pay him because they didn't think that he was going to be absolute upper echelon of the NFL and that they could upgrade. That's what their thinking was.
Despite taking the Browns to new heights, since 1999, the opportunity to actually win a playoff game was something new and unique to an entire generation of Browns fans. And so after Mayfield wrote to D. Orlando Ledbetter, he wrote back to him and said,
and everybody else.
Yeah. Failed is quite a reach, pal, is what a piece of garbage. I didn't swear that. Shipped off like a piece of garbage. Can't wait to see you twice a year, coach. Talking about Kevin Stefanski.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, you decide, and this is where I have the problem with Baker. And guys, you can lay into me if you want to. I supported Baker all the way through. I did. And I was down with it. And I thought he was a good player. I was really upset when he got traded. I was like, what are we doing here? And then I'm like, are we really switching out for Deshaun? And, you guys, not just you, but a lot of people were like, Deshaun's a better quarterback. And at the time, I can understand why people
Houston
would believe
Deshaun
that.
was a better quarterback.
Yes.
He was.
But I still felt like Baker gave this team everything he had, playing probably beyond where he should have played with injury.
Yeah.
But when he reaches out like this last night, and I'm like, dude, you asked to leave while you were still under contract. And if now you're going to come back and throw darts at the organization.
Can I give you another quote?
Sure, go ahead.
Baker in yesterday's tweet said I was thrown out like a piece of garbage. Right?
Shipped off, yes.
Shipped off like a piece of garbage. After the Deshaun thing and they went back toward him, Baker's quote to Adam Schefter, "It's in the best interest of both sides for us to move on. The relationship is too far gone to mend. It's in the best interest of both sides to move on." That's not being shipped off like a piece of garbage. That's getting what you wanted.
Yes. It is what he wanted at the time, and now he's trying to rewrite history, saying that he was waiting on a text or a call from Kevin Stefanski.
And maybe Kevin's waiting for the same text or call.
Yeah, maybe he is too. I can't wait to see you twice a year, Coach. I don't know. Jeff, we had debated this a lot. Who Baker was, what Baker, and
Baker's a really competent NFL quarterback.
I like Baker. I just don't know why would you need to even dip your toes in the water?
He's done this his entire career.
It doesn't make any sense.
Andy, it's how he's, and this is okay because it's how he has survived. Basically, guys, I think at his size in the National Football League. I mean, he does it with attitude. He had the attitude about the folks at Texas Tech when they brought in some young guy to take his job. Mahomes. That guy worked out okay.
Yeah, I think they made the right choice there.
Well, they made a choice, and, they're both good.
Right.
And then he went to Oklahoma as a walk-on and made the team and became the starting quarterback.
I like Baker.
Impressive.
I wonder where the franchise and organization would have gone if Baker would have stayed and they didn't go to Deshaun.
In a better spot, Andy. They'd have been in a better spot.
It bothers me, but you don't, please, Baker, don't rewrite history here. You are the one that said while you were still under contract, and I understood that you probably weren't real happy.
Yep, you wanted out.
You wanted out. You asked to leave and told all of us that you wanted to leave, and now you're going to be mad at Kevin Stefanski. And maybe this leans
Shipped
into how
off
bad
like a piece of garbage.
How bad was their relationship when they were together here?
Yeah,
maybe that's more of the story.
Did Kevin owe him a text or a phone call? Yeah, probably. Did Baker owe one to Kevin? Maybe. If he felt like he made him a better quarterback.
And
if they didn't have a good relationship, and Mary Kay wrote a great piece about that, well, then maybe they didn't need to call each other, and maybe they just needed to be shipped
just
off.
Move on.
Yeah. Kevin dealt with Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson twice a year. I'm guessing he's not shaking in his boots about facing Baker Mayfield twice a year. Because he's, that's what you do as a coach. You take on big-time quarterbacks.
Interesting point. Slark is in Connecticut. Hey, Slark, how are you?
Hey, Andy. Good to have you back.
Thanks, man.
I want to say sorry for your loss. You're
Thank
a great dude. So,
appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. To talk football real quick, I'm kind of happy Baker put that tweet out, and here's why. It kind of takes the focus and the onus away from the search right now, and it takes the bad lighting off of the team of Cleveland and the Cleveland Browns, and it puts it more on Stefanski and Baker, albeit they were on the Browns together. The focus is kind of going in an opposite direction, which, for me as a fan for the last, 37 years, I'm kind of happy that there's no bad light on the Browns today. But that all being said, Baker's got a chip on his shoulder the size of a boulder. It's going to be entertaining to watch those two go at it, at least for the next season.
Yeah, it is.
And, that's all I want to say.
Slark, thank you. I appreciate you. Take care, man. Let's go to Matt in Lyndhurst, home of the Brush Sharks. Hi, Matt. How are you?
Matt.
Good. How are you?
Good.
Sorry for your loss, Andy.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's just like the quote was. They wanted to get an adult in the room, and I mean he's a whiny juvenile, and it's back to. I think Cleveland brings out the worst in him, maybe.
I don't know, Matt. Thank you. Appreciate it. It does kind of show maybe the side that Baker Mayfield fans don't want to see sometimes. And I'm a Baker Mayfield fan, and it just when I read this yesterday, I was like, why are you dredging up the past? I understand that maybe that did the relationship between you and Kevin drive you to want to leave here? No, that's not what the ultimate thing was. The ultimate thing was they were courting another quarterback while you were helping this franchise move forward. At least it felt that way. but they felt like they could be a better team with another quarterback. That's their job as a business to try to improve the team each and every time. And, when you were looking like an MVP in the beginning of the season, you really want to get back at the Browns? Play football like an MVP. That's all you have to do. And that's what we saw in the beginning of the season. And by the time the season ran out, I know there were a lot of injuries in Tampa this year, and I know that wide receiving core was depleted at times, but you were in the same spot as the Browns at the end of the year, out.
I just did a real quick little Google search. You inspired me.
Okay.
The Texas Tech situation, the headline that popped up, Baker Mayfield rips Cliff Kingsbury. You treated me like trash.
Same line?
Yes.
Exactly the same line.
You treated me like trash.
And now you've got to retread your burns, right?
And they had Davis Webb and Patrick Mahomes as other quarterbacks.
This doesn't change the way you feel about Baker Mayfield. I'm pretty clear on that, right? I mean, you've always kind of felt the way you have.
Baker's not my favorite quarterback in the league. I'm more than willing to say that he's a very competent NFL quarterback. But he's also about a 500 quarterback. He made 2 Pro Bowls in Tampa, and he deserved to. But he's 3 games over 500 as quarterback of Tampa on a team that's loaded with skill position talent. And again, I think he's more than competent. I wish he were the quarterback of the Browns. How's that? As it played out, I wish he was the quarterback of the Browns. And if they would have had to have paid him the big money that he probably didn't deserve, they probably should have. But they tried something else, and it clearly didn't work.
Or if he stays,
they're still trying to fix it.
If he stays, he's replaced by one of those 3 first-round picks that they decided to trade away. There's another case
Well, and
there,
that could have been too, Andy.
Would have been part of the scenario.
Could have been too.
Coming up in the next hour, Jimmy Watkins, Cleveland.com, is going to join us right here on Baskin and Phelps. And when we come back, I want to talk a little bit more about where we're going with this quarterback, because you never kind of laid out who's your favorite. If they had to pick a guy today, I want to know who it is. 216-474-0092, Baskin and Phelps.
This is an auto.
Bam. Marcus Freeman ain't walking through that door. Kurt Signetti is not walking through that door. Ryan Day ain't walking through that door. We ain't talked about any of them. If there ain't any other wonderkins or great big names, then fine. Might as well go with the guy who has the highest upside, have we not?
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night. Hope you did that last night from 7 to 9. Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, Daryl Ryder, recapping all the latest Browns news and the moves ahead of this offseason and free agency and the draft. You can listen right here on 92 through the Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app. Watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special. Each and every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, right here on the Fan.
Okay, so we're like 14 days past the season, past the fact that we knew that the Browns were going to move in a different direction at head coach, and you've heard all of these names fly out in front of you, whether it's Schwartz or Shielas or Munkin or McDaniel, who's now off the list, Minter, or I mean McDermott. I would love to hear McDermott, but I don't know that we're hearing enough about him. If you had to make the decision today based on the names that we have heard so far, Jeff Phelps, who would you want to be the Browns' next head coach?
Ideally, as Dan and I said all along, find your version of McVay, of Harbaugh, of Tomlin, young guy who might be a little off the grid, and you hire him and he becomes your big-time guy. And though I think that, the minute Sean McDermott became available, he was interesting, and after I gave it more thought and did more thinking and digging last night, wouldn't you want one of these wonder kids to put up the kind of success that Sean McDermott had in Buffalo?
Yes.
For 9 years, not for 2 or 3, for 9 years. 9 years. He had one losing record. He won double-digit games the last 7 years. Isn't that ultimately what you want?
Yes.
If I'm the Browns, I would do everything I could to hire Sean McDermott.
Dan Manigan, who you hired?
I would say Jesse Minter would probably be mine at this point.
Why?
I love the fact that the guy has succeeded everywhere that he's gone. I know everybody can, especially around here, will trash the Michigan stuff, whatever. I don't care. The scheme succeeded. He was able to win a whole bunch of games in what was there. He found his way to the Chargers. There's a really good defense going with the Chargers as well. He seems like the kind of guy you hear Harbaugh drool all over him all the time, saying that this guy knows what he's doing. I'm going to lose this guy as a head coach because he's smart. He knows his stuff. I just think that's the direction that this team could go. Find your offensive mind from there. But I'm not going to lie to you guys. We're kind of at the point in this whole search. You talk yourself into anybody. I'm not going to...
See that, Dan? You're exactly right.
I don't think there's anybody left who is at this part in the search that I'm going to go, oh, God, what a horrendous hire. What the hell are you people doing?
But at the same time, of the guys that you're hearing about right now, who would make you think, boy, that's a great hire? There's nobody. To me, the only guy who you would think, boy, that's a great hire, would be Sean McDermott. And everybody else
would feel better than I would on that one.
Everybody else would be, well, okay, let's see. I'll keep my fingers crossed. Can Jim Schwartz be a better head coach than he was in Detroit? And I thought Jim did okay in Detroit, turned around a bad situation, but couldn't build on it after that third season. Great defensive coordinator.
And if they hired Shieldhouse, I'd probably be all in as well because I trust those Shanahan guys. And I just think, and those McVay guys, and I just think he knows what he's doing as well and is impressed along the way. And I could talk myself into that one too. Those would be the two.
All right. The main reason I would want Jesse Minter is because he looks just like Nate Bargatze. Come on. Tell me they're not brothers. They don't look exactly the same or very close.
Can we have him do the President Washington sketch?
Oh, would that be so funny?
With half the players? That would be really funny.
Now, that would be outstanding. My big fear on Minter is his resume, and not once does it say head coach.
That's all right. A lot of that's what you get when you hire the coordinator to sure.
They all got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't want that to be Cleveland. I'm tired. I don't want to be
too much like Johnny Mansell.
I am 100% behind what Jeff is saying, that if McDermott was available to the Browns, he wanted to come to the Browns. The Browns wanted to bring him in.
If he had interest in this gig, by God, hire him.
That's the slam dunk for me.
Hire him.
I think it's just easy. It's easy. You're bringing,
it's
and
not
I know
just
you
easy,
may
Andy,
not.
Who gives you the best chance to succeed? I would think you couldn't go wrong with a guy who has the 15th best winning percentage in NFL history.
I'm not arguing with you at all. And prior to McDermott, I'm all in on Schwartz, and I'm still in on Schwartz.
McDaniel intrigued me.
That might be the only one I'd be like, oh, really?
Dan's been anti-Jim
I don't
Schwartz.
want Jim Schwartz.
Why?
I don't.
But you had success on a team that wasn't having success because of him.
I don't want half steps. Just completely clean it all out, get a whole new philosophy in here, whole new scheme, whole new living, all of that kind of stuff. Don't half step this. Because if you hire Jim Schwartz, to me, that's David Culley. That's what that feels like. We're going to lose a whole bunch of games. This guy's going to be here for 2 to 3 years. He's going to take a mess load of losses, and then we're just going to be right back in the situation once again.
Why would you say that as opposed to any of the other guys?
Because at least with those other guys, I can sell some semblance of hope. I can't do that with Jim Schwartz.
Why not?
I totally see hope with Jim Schwartz.
I don't see hope with Jim Schwartz.
Have you watched our defense? Our
That's
best
lovely.
player on the team.
I think he's very good 3 feet to the right of the head coach. I think that guy is built to be 3 feet to the right.
Were you disappointed when they went away from Greg Williams and went to Freddie Kitchens? How did you feel then?
Kind of meh, due to the fact that I kind of looked. I was like, okay, I get going the offensive mind.
Greg went 5-3.
Greg
picked up Hughes' mess there, and the organization's mess, and coached it to 5 wins in the last 8 games, and they moved on.
And he didn't even get a blink. They didn't even give him a chance.
Jim Schwartz, to me, that feels like that dude is perfect 3 feet away.
Are you going to tell me that Greg Williams couldn't have been Dan Campbell before Dan Campbell?
He was in Tennessee.
Here's the other side of that, though, which is that Dan Campbell is also, I think, 20 years younger than Greg Williams, and I love Greg. I like Greg a lot. He's also 20 years younger.
I don't care.
Which also plays into such things. Well, it's easier to build the legend of Dan Campbell when you got Dan Campbell's youth behind it, too. Dan Campbell was completely unknown. We were making fun of Dan Campbell.
Yeah, maybe we were.
Yeah, we all laughed at Dan Campbell biting kneecaps.
That was awesome.
We all laughed at him wanting to have a lion on the sidelines. And then we watched what that team did and went, oh, okay.
Maybe we can get a lion here.
Which goes back to what we said a little bit ago. They can hire anybody here. And if it's not Sean McDermott, Sean to me is just, wow, okay, you hired the best coach out there. You hired a coach who you could say arguably is better than John Harbaugh. Doesn't have the Super Bowl, but he has a better winning percentage. You could hire him, and it's like, wow, okay, good. Everybody else, if anybody says, well, that's a terrible hire, well, how do you know? And if anybody says, well, that's a great hire, well, how do you know? Anybody else they hire, Andy, you're going to just have to be patient and see how it goes. Maybe the guy turns out to be phenomenal, and maybe he doesn't. But honestly, I think if people start ripping whoever it is the Browns hire, or saying just the opposite, oh my God, they got the star of this class. Yeah, how do you know? It's going to take time, and it's going to take patience. The only one who doesn't scream that to me is McDermott.
Help me with this, because I'm looking at odds still today, and I don't know if these not been updated, because as of January 20th, I'm looking at some of the odds.
2 days ago.
Clint Kubiak,
1 day
still
ago.
62% chance. Jim Schwartz, 24.
You know, there are guys who are still coaching who are Shieldhouse, Shula, Kubiak. I mean, these guys are all still out there. There's a possibility that they become somebody.
And we don't know. We absolutely have no idea what these guys are going to do. Because the Dan Campbell hiring cycle will forever go through my head. There were 2 guys we were making fun of. Dan Campbell and Nick Sirianni.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember the amount of times that we all ripped on Nick Sirianni as well. Those are the 2 guys who have been the most successful.
I don't think there was a lot of ripping going on, Dan.
Oh, Jeff. Mind you, this is from Nick Sirianni's intro press conference. Or no, I don't think this was his introductory press conference.
Well, you're saying that we were ripping on these guys. I don't recall ripping on these guys.
Oh, we did.
on the hire?
They said some dumb things in these press conferences that we sat back and went, oh my goodness,
but that's different than ripping on hiring a guy. You never know. Dan Campbell actually did a nice job as interim coach in Miami.
But even when they get into those press conferences, though, we start making fun of these guys going, what in the world?
You're throwing me into a group that I don't know that I belong in.
Okay, fine.
You want to know the truth?
Sure.
Now,
all right, then I will say the media
making fun
in
of
general.
press conferences, how do you not make fun of, and on the way up, we're going to bite off a kneecap?
It's hysterical.
How do you not make fun of that? That's awesome.
Right. And there were a chunk of people who after that were going, this isn't going to work. This is just another ding-dong Lions hire, and they're going to be back here in 2 years.
Which goes back to my point. You never know.
You never know.
You never know.
You never know. And I think...
Which is why everybody, whoever the Browns hire, have to be fair. You never know. Could be a colossal failure, or it could be a colossal success. History tells us we're due.
That's for darn sure.
That's what I'm going to go with.
That's for darn sure.
History doesn't tell us that it's not gone well. History tells us we are due.
Yeah, you're 100% right on that one. Because we have wandered for a long period of time.
And through 4 years, I think a lot of folks probably thought they had it right with Kevin.
We've been out at sea with that map, and it might be the wrong map, or we're reading it upside down. One of the two. Yeah, good point. People thought that one.
And you know, I still think he's a good coach who was the victim of a bad situation. And we'll see if he does better in Atlanta. Maybe he will, maybe he won't.
I'm interested to see how that turns out. I am fascinated beyond all belief on that one.
In Atlanta?
Yes.
Yeah, I am too.
I mean, between Bijan, the offensive line, all that kind of stuff, Penix doesn't fit what he loves to do, but I wonder if he makes Penix work for a little while. Or if anything, maybe Kirk Cousins. I have no idea.
Cousins, yeah.
But throwing out there, boy, if you're a team in the Falcons who wants to get, 38-year-old Kirk Cousins doesn't exactly scream promising future.
Did scream promising finish. They finished the season pretty well. Didn't save Raheem Morris's job.
Let's do this. Jimmy Watkins, Cleveland.com. He'll help us get through all this and try to understand some of it. Plus, we're going to talk about the Cavs a little bit later in the show. Stick around. More Baskin and Phelps, 216-474-0092.
Carmen for Northeast Factory Direct. The bubble.
Trained right hand. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Browns coaching search going on, but also your Cavaliers are just, it has been a weird year. And we'll see how this thing plays out if they can get healthy down the stretch. Man, to talk about all those things and all kinds of Cleveland sports, Jimmy Watkins from Cleveland.com is on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hi, Jimmy. How are you?
I'm doing well, guys. I got to tell you, if you don't make it right with me after we get off this phone call and send me a goodbye text, I'm going to be saying some mean things about you on Twitter.
I don't know. I felt like garbage before, so I'm okay. I'll feel at home if you want to call me garbage. I'll be okay with it. That was kind of weird, wasn't it? What was your thoughts when you read the text?
Oh my goodness. It's not. We definitely don't need, as a Cleveland sports viewing public, to rehash the Baker Mayfield era one more time. But it just kind of confirms what I've long been thinking about this, which is that we have a selective memory about these things, and the people who are looking longingly after Baker Mayfield when he starts 5-0 or whatever are forgetting a lot of the context as to why he left. Like how the Browns recovered from moving on from Baker Mayfield, they did that wrong, right? The Deshaun Watson trade was a disaster. We all know that. But the decision to move on from him, I don't think that one is. I don't think you need to lump that one in with the Watson trade as much. Those are two separate transactions. And again, if Baker Mayfield, maybe he was always going to rebound his career somewhere else, but you got to remember how broken it was here when he left. I just think that people forget a lot of the context surrounding him and Stefanski and the injury, and when he basically called the coaching staff out for not giving his protection help in that Steelers game. It was a messy ending, and it needed to end regardless of what happened next, I think.
Jimmy, I'm anxious to talk to you in a little bit here about your Cavs stuff that you've been writing. It's been really terrific. But Browns coaching search going on. Sean McDermott becomes available. 2 and 2 equals 4 here, right? If McDermott has any interest?
Well, that's the big part there at the end. If McDermott has any interest, yeah, you have to give him a look. I mean, the Browns should be doing backflips if they end up with a coach who they get tired of losing in the playoffs too often, right?
That's what I said.
That should be a goal of theirs, is to get tired of losing in the playoffs. So
a guy who's coached 16 playoff games, sign me up. Thanks.
Yeah, and he's a defensive guy, but he's a culture guy. You got to remember where that franchise was before Sean McDermott got there. And of course, Josh Allen is a huge part of the biggest part of that rise as well. But yeah, you have to give him a look. But I continue to think, as watching Mike McDaniel pull out of the process, and as the coaching search drags on, I continue to think that the Browns are learning, and maybe they had an inkling in the beginning, but I think they're learning that their job is just not very attractive right now. I think that coaches with options, and for Sean McDermott, that one of those options could include just taking a year off, doing some TV, and seeing what the cycle brings next year. Coaches with options, this is not their best option in many cases, unless you're just chomping at the bit to get back out there as Sean McDermott. And even for coaches, like first-time coaches, I would also be hesitant to take this job, because you only get so many opportunities to make your name in this business. And if you hitch your reputation to the wrong franchise, look at Jim Schwartz. Look at the guy who we all have grown to love as a defensive coordinator over the last couple of years. I think we all agree Jim Schwartz is a really good football coach. I think we would all agree that he's capable of building a culture. He got hired by the Lions before they figured themselves out. They were a dumpster fire organization, and he's still waiting for another job almost 2 decades later. Like, you have to be careful. These coaches have to be careful choosing where they decide to make their name. And this is, right now, this franchise is not a good place to do that.
All right, if you had your druthers right now, who would you want to be the next head coach of the Cleveland Browns?
Man, my qualifications, I want offensive play caller. That's what I want first and foremost, because I think the most important relationship in sports is the coach and the quarterback, the offensive play caller and the quarterback. And if you choose a defensive head coach, then you are inviting turmoil at that position, because if your team is doing well, then your offensive coordinators will keep getting hired by other people to be their head coach, and that's not healthy for a young quarterback trying to make his name in the league. Whoever that ends up being, could be Shedeur Sanders, could be a draft pick down the line. I don't know. I would also ideally like a little head coaching experience. That well is running a little bit dry at this point. So my ideal candidate's not on the board, but I'm open to Grant Yudinski. I'm open to Dan Pitcher from Cincinnati. I'm open to Nate Shields. Like these guys, I know we get a little squirrely about hiring these super young guys without head coaching experience, but I don't know. Like Mike Tomlin just had one of the most successful coaching tenures in the history of the NFL in Pittsburgh. He was a first-time head coach. John Harbaugh, we're all looking at the Ravens like, you sure the grass is greener on the other side? This guy's a pretty good coach. He was a first-time head coach, won a Super Bowl. Everybody's got to start somewhere. I was looking this up before I was talking to you guys. 26 Super Bowls this century. 10 have been won by first-time head coaches. 16 have been won by guys on their second round at it or later. But that includes Belichick, who won 6, and Andy Reid, who won 3. Like, I get wanting, particularly in the Browns position, I get wanting that experience, and experience is the greatest teacher, I believe that. But you don't get extra points for having done the job before. Like, if the guy's a great coach, he's gonna be a great coach when he gets his opportunity, right? Like, everybody's got to start somewhere, and the Browns are probably looking at a first-time guy in the face, and that's okay.
What would you have thought of Mike McDaniel? Because there's that offensive guy and relationship with the quarterback you want.
Right. I think I would have gotten there.
Me too.
My initial reaction to Mike McDaniel would have probably been, so why'd you fire Kevin Stefanski? Because I think Mike McDaniel's kind of just hipster Kevin Stefanski with cooler shades. I think he has the same strengths. I think they both are good play designers. I think the idea that Kevin Stefanski is a bad quarterback developer is kind of ridiculous to me. He's had 4 quarterbacks start more than 10 games or more for him in the regular season as a head coach. 3 of them posted career highs in passer rating and or quarterback rating. The 4th is Deshaun Watson, and that's its own thing. We're going to leave it over there, right? Mike McDaniel got a lot out of Tua. He showed that there was even more meat on the bone with Tyreek Hill. Like, the skill players there all had all improved under his tutelage. I also think the concerns with Mike McDaniel and Kevin Stefanski are pretty similar. Mike McDaniel, his background is not football guy. The questions of, does he relate to the locker room? Can he get the buy-in all the time? I think your concerns and your strengths are kind of the exact same with those two. But at his peak, I liked Kevin Stefanski. So if you just decided that you needed, like, his voice had run stale here, and you want to do a different version of that, I'd sign up for it.
All right, let's switch gears over to the Cavaliers, and I'm trying to kind of look at it this way: that Obi-Wan Kenobi is saying to me, "These aren't the droids you're looking for," right? That there's nothing to see here, and that eventually, when this team gets healthy, there will be something to see here. What am I watching?
You are watching bad. It's a bad culture right now, I think. I think you'd just look at, we were talking about this last night on our Cavs podcast, Wine and Gold Talk. Look at Boston right now. Boston lost their best player to injury, and then they traded 2 more starters because they were preparing for a gap year. and maybe not a tank, but definitely a gap year. And then Jaylen Brown and Peyton Pritchard and Derek White and Joe Mazzulla got together and said, no gap year. No gap year. They started out of the gate slow, but they've figured it out. They've made the most of the pieces they have. Jaylen Brown has starred in a larger role. They've uncovered all these role players that we didn't think much of. We had all these concerns about the Celtics front court, and now Luka Garza's a 48% 3-point shooter, legit rotation player. Josh Minott is a menace, great energy guy. Jordan Walsh, same thing. And they don't let the availability be an excuse. And I just feel like the Cavs at every turn are looking for reasons not to have the hard conversation. They continue to underwhelm, and they lose by 30 to the Thunder. Kenny Atkinson goes up there for the third or fourth time this season and said, "Well, these games happen in the NBA." That can't be your answer, right? Like that's not what fans want to hear in that moment, particularly from a team that had such high expectations. They're just the vibes seem off over there, and it's possible, like you said, that maybe the core four, like last year was supposed to be the year. They peaked in the regular season, and that Pacers series broke them on a deeper level than we understand. Like maybe that was supposed to be the end, and this thing is going a little bit too long. I still hold out some hope that there's too much talent here, and at some point they're going to go on a run and climb up into the standings. I mean, frankly, the East, the only team with worse vibes than the Cavs right now is the Knicks, who are 2-9 in their last 11 and having their own players only meetings right now. So the good news is it's a long season. The bad news is it's a long season. You have a lot of opportunities to fix this, but at 44 games in, I kind of feel like you might just be what you are at that point.
You wrote an in-depth piece the other day on the roster construction and smaller guards with a historical look. You put a lot of effort into that thing. Does this team scream that this won't work, or does this team scream they might be one of the aberrations where it does work?
It screams even more that Evan Mobley is the swing piece, right? Because the research that you're referring to there is that I basically went through NBA history and said, how many high usage guards, small guys that take up a lot of possessions, have been a part of championship teams, and you basically end up with 7, 3 of whom have counted another high usage guard playing next to them. And a lot of these teams, even within that, there are bigger dudes out there that are making a big difference. So, for example, Tony Parker is one of the examples, but we all know he played with Manu Ginobili and Tim Duncan for his entire career. Steph Curry is in and of himself an anomaly, but he also had Kevin Durant and Klay Thompson for his championship runs. It can be done, but since 2000, here's another stat for you. I think it's if you go Finals MVPs under 6'4" and under, you go Chauncey Billups, you go Dwayne Wade, you go Steph Curry, you go Tony Parker. I mean, the list is pretty short. So I think Donovan and Darius can be part of that. Can be part of a team that wins a title, but it has to come with the Evan Mobley final leap that we've been looking for the last year and a half. And we saw a ton of signs of it, the right signs of it last year. But this year, man, I don't really know what's going on there. They tried early in the season to put more on his plate as a creator, as an offensive hub. And I think they pulled the reins on that, pull the reins back on that a little quick. And maybe that impacted his confidence a little bit, but we are 44 games into the season, and Evan Mobley is still not the player that he was last year. There's just been some stagnancy there, and he remains Darius Garland is the key to the offense, but Evan Mobley is the key to everything. He's He's the guy that they need. At least that's what history says. History tells you basketball is for tall people. He's the big guy with the most potential on their team, and they need more from him.
I love what you wrote about, hey, when you're on the playground, which guys are you taking? You're taking the big guys.
Right?
Yeah.
It's simple.
It's true. It backs it up. Some rumblings nationally about Kenny Atkinson, and I think, come on. Guy did a great job last year. He clearly is a good coach. I don't think there should be any rumblings about Kenny Atkinson. Do you?
I think it's tricky. So I'm of two minds on this. Number one, the reason there are why national guys are having those conversations, is that the Cavs don't play hard all the time. Point blank. Period. Their transition defense has been embarrassing at times. Their defensive focus has not been there on a consistent basis. This is a team that would tell you that they are a defense first team. That's just no longer the case anymore. The Cavs' new identity, for those starting to tune into the new year, is when their offense is on, it's good enough to make their defense a little bit more palatable because they're scoring and they get to set their defense and they're more engaged when they're scoring. When their offense is off, it's the classic. They let their offense affect their defense, and it makes a difference in their engagement. And that shouldn't be the case for multimillionaire professionals. And this is where I want to defend Kenny Atkinson. It is Kenny Atkinson's job to get those guys to be engaged. And if they're not engaged, should the coach really have to tell you that? And we're two coaches into this now, by the way, right?
You've had two good coaches, yes.
JP Bickerstaff, I don't know if you checked the standings recently, they got the best record in the East. Clearly, that guy knows how to build a culture. That guy knows how to get guys to buy in. That guy is a good coach. It ran its course here. I did think that by the end it was a difficult decision, but I did think JB needed to go. I think they needed more offensive imagination, and I do think that he had not lost the locker room, but his message had grown stale a little bit. So then you bring in Kenny. It works. It works better than you could have imagined. 64 wins, best offense in the NBA, coach of the year, and now 40 games in, we're having that conversation. Like, at some point, it's a bigger problem than a coach, wouldn't you say?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it makes me. Maybe you can answer this question: Is it coaching here, or is it the players? Is it trying to rally these players, or is it just everything that's here in Cleveland and pressure of ownership group that is willing to put money on the line and do whatever they take? But then also remember, and while I know it was a weird situation, they did fire a head coach who was in first place at one point. So ask yourself: Is it the coach, is it the players, or is it the front office that makes this more difficult? Is Cleveland a tough place to coach?
Well, the point you make about ownership is an interesting one right now, because one of the reasons that people start talking about Kenny's job is that Chris Fedor, my colleague, was talking on our podcast about how Dan Gilbert was. This was probably 2 or 3 weeks ago. Dan Gilbert was really not happy about how this team was playing. Dan Gilbert is back involved, and Dan Gilbert, I always say about sports ownership, you can get an owner that spends money, or you can get an owner that keeps his hands off the team. You can't really get both. I think you'd rather have the owner that spends money. Having an owner that pinches pennies is the most frustrating thing in the world. I hate hearing billionaires cry broke. So Dan Gilbert spends the money. He's paying the highest luxury tax bill in the league. They're the only team in the NBA that's in the second apron. When you're spending that much money, the standard has to be championship. They are woefully falling below that standard right now. So if he's frustrated and his trigger finger is getting itchy, I actually understand that. I really understand that. He's footing the bill for he's footing a 9-figure bill for a 4-win profit right now. They're 24-20, and that's not good enough. But to your point about coaching versus the players, I do think there was a miscalculation of chemistry on two fronts for the Cavs this year. Well, in the last year, I should say, the last 12 months. Trading for DeAndre Hunter was a talent play. He's the kind of player, the 3-and-D type archetype, one of the most valuable types of players in the league. They needed it. they traded two very valuable locker room pieces in Karis LeVert and George Niang to get him. And I think you're seeing that void now when the guys are struggling, to say the least. They are not always engaged, and Kenny's message isn't always getting through right now. So there needs to be that go between. And I think they also miss Max Strus in this regard too. He's obviously still here, but he's hurt, and the message is a little different when you're not playing, right?
Yep.
But I think he's the guy in that locker room right now who tells it like it is. He's the best at telling it like it is. I think they miss him in that regard. I think they miss George Niang. He was another guy like that in that regard.
Awesome.
And then within the DeAndre Hunter trade, I don't think he's been the guy that they thought they were getting. They thought they were getting this defensive stopper. He's pretty good on the ball when he's engaged, but his engagement is tied to his offensive production that night, and off the ball, he's a little spacey. But to that point, I think the Ty Jerome exit in the offseason, that's DeAndre Hunter's best friend. DeAndre Hunter, when he got here, he basically had like one practice between when he got here and the playoffs, and that's the best he's ever looked in a Cavs uniform. Isn't that kind of crazy? They spent the entire offseason talking about, Kenny flew out to DeAndre Hunter, and they had a conversation. Kenny made it his mission this offseason to get to know DeAndre better. They put him in the starting lineup because that's what DeAndre wanted. They called him one of their best offseason players. It hasn't translated. And when you're struggling, it helps to have a familiar face to lean on. Ty Jerome's not there anymore. Who's DeAndre Hunter's guy now? I know this all sounds like we're talking about basketball. Why are we talking about all this interpersonal stuff? Basketball is the most human sport there is, and it's navigating struggle is a major part of what makes good basketball teams. And this team does not navigate struggle well, and it part of that void, I think, is the locker room leadership that they have lost over the last year.
It's an interesting point. Jimmy, thank you. We appreciate you. Read you every day, Cleveland.com. Thanks, man.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Thank you, guys.
All right, let's talk about what Jimmy had to say. 2020, right now.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
This was probably 2 or 3 weeks ago. Dan Gilbert was really not happy about how this team was playing. When you're spending that much money, the standard has to be championship. They are woefully falling below that standard right now. So if he's frustrated and his trigger finger is getting itchy, I actually understand that.
How woeful are they, Jeff Phelps, on the Dan Gilbert scale that we're watching right now? Because, I mean, as bad as things are, and with Garland hurt and injuries here, injury there, maybe they, as we were talking before with Jimmy, maybe they don't have that leader in the locker room that they really need. And where are they on the Evan Mobley, I don't want to say project, on the Evan Mobley scale?
Evolution.
Yes. Where are they? They're still 8.5 back, and Boston is 5.5 back, and they're in second. So one good week, and these guys could find themselves in second place in the Eastern Conference.
They're in the number 1 seed right now in the play-in tournament.
Oh, that's great. Well, you are Johnny Optimist. Man, that is such good news. Did you get that, Dan? Can we have a party for that?
I mean, didn't you have leftover T-shirts from the last time?
Yes. So what does it be? What would we do with the T-shirts? Top seed play-in tournament?
Here's
one and in. One and in.
Oh, I love it.
I hate what I'm going to say. Just so you know, okay? I hate what I'm going to say. The NBA lets 2/3 of the teams in their league play postseason basketball.
True.
All that does is diminish the value of your regular season. I mean, if 10 teams in each conference get in and 5 don't, well, let's set the bar even lower, can we? Can we set a lower bar than that?
I mean, you're still over 500.
But what that means is this, Andy. It means what's going on right now really doesn't matter. Nobody wants to hear that. NBA will say, oh, of course it matters. Look, we have the NBA Cup.
That's true. We do have the NBA Cup.
We have all this stuff. It really matters. No, it really doesn't.
Protector of the game.
It really doesn't. What matters is which team gets its act together after the All-Star break. Which team is playing well down the stretch and has it together. And if you happen to pick up home court advantage, great. But as we saw last year, it really doesn't mean squat. Home court advantage means something in a Game 7. Other than that, don't even worry about it.
All right, what is the talent difference between the Pistons and the Cavs? Pistons are sitting in the top spot in the Eastern Conference.
I love Cade Cunningham. He's phenomenal.
Okay.
Durant's really good inside. I like him. There's not a huge difference. Again, it's
there isn't. You need 1 week of being healthy to get you back on track.
Well, but there's one issue here. There are 6 teams ahead of you, not just one. You're not just 8.5 behind the Pistons.
But are you really? Because I mean, the Sixers and Magic are both also 8.5 back. I mean, you're essentially tied with them. Now, if the season ended today, you would be in the play-in.
Which all this means is who's playing well after the All-Star break? Who's playing well when it really matters most?
You're a game and a half behind the Knicks and the Raptors.
With a good weekend, you could be in third place.
Yes.
I mean, a good weekend, you're in third place in the East.
A game and a half, that's all you need.
So you can freak out all you want about the Cavs right now. It doesn't really matter. Because get it together after the All-Star break, and you'll be good to go. It's that simple.
Oh, you have to admit. Now, did you watch a ton of the Oklahoma City game?
No.
Okay. It was a very, very hard watch. It was a hard watch. Like, just when you think they're coming back, then they're not, and then I'm trying to think they were down like 104-90 or something like that, and I was like, they hit another bucket, maybe they can get this to 11 or 10, and then all of a sudden you're just like, ugh. It's hard. They are hard.
Oklahoma City's pretty good.
Yeah, but you want them to be competitive with Oklahoma City. You can't. I don't want to sit here and go, oh, they can't hang with them at all. This team is hard to watch. They just are. They do silly things at times. You wonder, they can't get into a rhythm. Then we start firing up threes. They're like panic threes, and you're like, I've seen this before. I can't watch this. It's hard. They're not an easy watch.
I won't go that far because
I will. They're not an easy watch.
I don't like all of the 3-pointers that they have a tendency to shoot. But again, just get it together by the All-Star break. After the
and
All-Star
I'll buy that
break.
too. I will buy that. It's not like I'm giving up hope on
you
them.
Get it together by the end of March. I mean, this team has a lot of talent. I think Jalen Tyson's terrific. They found a nice guy there later in the first round, which is why you want to hang on to first-round picks no matter where they are. But if they can get it together, I think Evan Mobley needs to keep going if he can, and I think he needs some help to do that, but a lot of that's on him as well. And we'll see what happens with the guys in the backcourt. I think a little game transformation would help a little bit in that situation. In other words, pass first, shoot second.
You play a team like Charlotte, right? You got to expect to win that game, right? They're 16-27, although they're on the road tonight.
They're a good month.
You can't think to bulldoze that during rivalry week.
I forgot.
It's rival week.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's our rival. You got to trounce them.
Are they our rival?
That's our rival.
Hornets are a good month from first place.
Yes, they are. That's a good point.
You should feel great about that because that's your rival.
How are they our rival?
The hell if I know.
Pistons have to be our rival, right?
The NBA says it's the Charlotte Hornets.
Thus, you have a problem.
Battle of Colin Sexton.
It's not like you're talking about the Steelers, Ravens, or Bengals.
Could have said
you're dealing with the Bulls or the Pistons.
Said next, he texted about somebody.
Remember the
and of
Bulls?
course, those nasty Hornets.
Yes, that's a rival. Okay, Mike Martz. We're going to go back and talk about the Browns here when we come back. Former Rams, Bears coach. He's got a book coming out soon, Third and Long. We're going to talk to him about that too. He is Mike Martz, man. He is the greatest interview on earth. How's that sound? And on turf, both ways. 216-474-0092.
Ramirez fell short of the 75% of the votes needed to get in, as this was his 10th and final season. He's eligible for the Hall, receiving 40%. Omar Vizquel in his 9th year just got over 18%, and Shin-Soo Choo tallied 3 votes in his first year on the ballot. The head coach of the greatest show on turf, Mike Martz, joins Baskin and Phelps next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. For the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Listen, Browns still looking for a coach, aren't they? Yes, they are. We could be waiting here a while. What are they doing? Let's try to get some insight on this, and we turn to a super friend of the show. He is a great head coach, was a great head coach, will always be a great head coach to us. He is Mike Martz, former Rams and Bears coach. Got a book coming out, Third and Long, and that's coming out soon, and he is a dear friend of the show. Make It Right, Call It Right hotline. There he is, Mike Martz. Hi, Mike. How are you, Coach?
Coach.
Afternoon, guys. I'm doing great. How about you?
Oh, good. Always a pleasure. I thought of you right away when the Browns decided to move on from Kevin Stefanski. We're going to go back to the beginning of the story. Just what were your thoughts when they decided to part ways with Kevin?
Well, it didn't surprise me. All the attention that, the young quarterback and that whole relationship, it just, and at this point, the way it's going through the league, a lot of these older guys that have been there a while, it seems like the whole thing is, you want to make a change. So it didn't surprise me. It also didn't surprise me that somebody gobbled him up right away.
What do you think about Atlanta and Kevin as a match?
Well, I think it's a good match. I think he's really a good head coach. They've had problems. I say the Browns have had problems at getting a quarterback. That answer, throughout their history for the most part, and that's not Kevin's fault. That's somebody's not making good decisions there in personnel. So he's a good coach. He'll do well down there.
What did he do right here? And I can tell you a lot of things that he did right here. I thought, what impressed you the most about him is probably the better way to ask the question.
Well, I think they were always competitive. I think that he has terrific leadership qualities. I think as time went on, I don't know how much control he had on the offense. If I could find a guy that I want, that I was comfortable with, I wish I could have let somebody run the offense. It just didn't happen. But he did a lot of good things. I think the level of play, his football acumen was outstanding. When you watch guys from a coach's standpoint, when you watch his teams play, his guys are well coached. I think they were tough guys. He brought toughness to both sides of the ball there. I think there's a lot of good things about him.
The Browns sit here now, Mike, looking for a head coach, and they seem to be looking in a lot of different directions. Jim Schwartz, who is a veteran coach, who was a head coach, and then guys as young as 30 who have never called plays. When you're looking for a coach, and you've been on the other side of that, what is it that makes a guy hireable, desirable, and the right fit for a team?
Yeah, in my mind, I have a clear answer. I don't know that, people that are doing the hiring, if they really understand, that whole part of what it takes to be a head coach in the league. I just don't know. But I think the biggest issue is, of course, leadership and being able to give that organization or that team a direction. Come in and instill that direction, hold everybody accountable to that. And then you need to be a facilitator for your staff and for your players. And then you have to have, that's all leadership. And then from the leadership, on the other side of that, there's two things. And the second thing would be a high football acumen so that you understand the game on an intimate level on both sides of the ball. And I would say probably 80% of the guys that are out there, I think you can't check the box on them. Obviously, LA's got one. Sean does a great job with that. Chicago does. These are young guys, bright guys with great leadership. They have high football acumen. I think Jim Schwartz is that. They're not a lot of them around. I think the older guy like Jim who's done it, has learned from it. He's got terrific leadership. His players play for him at a high level. You watch his guys play, the details are coached. So you got the leadership and the high football acumen. And obviously on that side of the ball, you can't be a good coach on that side and not know what a good quarterback is. So my vote would be for him, to be honest with you. I think he'd make a good head coach there.
I think we both agree with you on that. We've said that numerous times. Jim Schwartz would be
just fine.
I would be extremely happy with him.
What about Buffalo moving on from Sean McDermott? And here's a guy with a great track record who's available.
Yeah, that one upsets me. I think that's a political battle where he lost out. I think with the GM there, the GM won and he lost, and so he's gone. But I think what happened there, you've got this great quarterback, probably the best one in the league right now, and they didn't surround him with anybody. And I don't know if that's Sean or if that's the general manager. I don't know how much power McDermott had in the personnel, where those were his decisions or somebody else's. But I think there's probably friction there. I think if they had more at the wide receiver position, just think if he had two terrific wide receivers, or how good they would have been. They got the back, they got everything else it takes. They just don't have. It's just like having a brand new Mercedes with no tires. It just doesn't fit.
So is McDermott a desirable candidate for these 6 teams that are still looking?
I think obviously he's proven he's excellent. The biggest thing you have to figure out the personnel issues. Some of these older guys want to have complete control of personnel and all those good things. I just don't know what he wants, but as a head coach, there's no question he just can't miss.
Mike, if I offered you all 6 of these jobs at one point, which one is the most desirable?
I would take the Cleveland job in a heartbeat.
Good answer here. Why?
No, and I mean that because I think the challenge of coming in, I think that they're hungry to win, which is awesome. Kind of like when we came to St. Louis here. You need to change the culture, and I think he started that. Kevin started that, and I think I could solve that quarterback problem. I don't think that's hard.
Please tell us.
You just need to pick the right guy, and maybe they have him. Maybe Sanders is the guy. I don't know, but you'd have to see him closer. I could resolve that issue on offense in my mind, and I just think if you get that team to win and get them into the playoffs, that town would just go crazy.
Congratulations, you just got the job.
Yeah, you're hired.
We have 2 offices for you. Kevin had 2. You could have a 3rd office in the building if you wanted. How's that sound? That's years ago, but I kind of coveted that job for a long time.
Now, you're accepting this job and wanting this job because you're the type of guy who likes a challenge and you think you can come in and do that.
Well, I know I could. There's no question about it. And the quarterback issue is just not that hard. What you have to have is you just got to let whoever's doing that make the decision on the quarterback. And I don't know if that's possible there.
Mike, what made it desirable when you wanted it?
I just think that they had good players. They had a lot of good players. They're just missing some key elements, and they just made some mistakes on some staff, and they just made bad mistakes on quarterbacks. And, you got a whole football team that's a good team waiting to happen, and you've held that team hostage, with the quarterback position.
We've talked to you about this before, but explain it how you think it might work with the Browns now. You won big with Kurt Warner, who nobody wanted, with Trent Green, who was passed over numerous times, with Mark Bulger, who was a later round pick. That you found a quarterback, you stuck with him, you made it work. How did you guys do that? How does that relate to what's going on here?
So I will tell you, there are a lot more good quarterbacks out there than there are guys that can coach them. You look at all these guys, these young kids that are interviewing for jobs, and they're system guys. They know systems, they know plays, and they get on the computer and they steal plays from other teams, which everybody does, which is no problem. They just run plays. And I can look at a game and watch and tell you the background of that coordinator in a heartbeat. And, you have to be able to develop and teach a quarterback. And these young kids that come in the league, there's so many talented guys that come in and never make it because they've never been developed. And then you find a guy like at Chicago who knows how to develop a quarterback. And I think we talked about this before the season. I just said he's going to be a home run, and the quarterback's going to be good. He's a generational head coach. That's what you're looking for, guys like him, and a guy that can develop and bring along that quarterback. And he's done that. And that relationship is really critical. So, it's not so much whether it's a first round. They come from all different places, sizes, and shapes. You have to know what one is to begin with, and then you got to be able to develop them and teach them.
That's fascinating. If you're the Browns here, and let's look past the coach for a second to the quarterback, do you draft a guy? Do you find one of those guys that maybe has been overlooked on other teams and maybe hasn't been coached up, Mike? What would you do?
I never looked at a guy with the thought of he's been passed over or whatever. When I look at tape, I look at what, I try to evaluate him, and I don't care about his background. Ryan Fitzpatrick, we drafted him, I think, in the 7th round. We found him, and I think he was a terrific player. It's an arrogant statement, but I think if I'd been there with him for a few years, I think he would have really had a great career. And he did anyway. I mean, he had a great career, but I think he could have been in a place for a real long time and been very successful. But I mean, the same standard that you hold every guy to when you look at it in terms of being a future starter and good player in the league, you just don't change that based on these outside influences, whether somebody else liked him or whether they think he's a first rounder, yada, yada, yada. Hey, here's a great example. I look at that national championship game, and you got one great one on one side, and the other one, I would never draft him.
It's interesting.
Why?
He's just not particularly accurate all the time. I don't like the way he competes. It looks like a deer in the headlights at times. There's nothing about him that on the three things that I would hold him to: the toughness, the accuracy, consistently. I don't know his football acumen, but he looks indecisive to me, and I don't like that.
What is it that you like about Mendoza? I'm assuming I have it right.
Yeah, there isn't anything I don't like about him. There's toughness. You could see that when he ran. His accuracy, he's got a quick delivery. He's been well schooled. He understands the game on an intimate level. He's ready to go. He's going to be a good one.
And if the Raiders get him, they better have the right coach for him, correct?
See, now there's a great chance. Just what you said. There's a great example of taking a great talent, and he'll just kind of spread around, flop around, and he'll try to overcome everything as much as he can because he's very talented, and he'll have some success. But when you go to an organization, unless they really get somebody that can develop a quarterback, he'll never really fulfill his potential.
I got one more quick question for you. When you look at college quarterbacks coming out now compared to maybe, 10 years ago, how are they different? How has NIL changed things? How has the college game changed the way quarterbacks are now entering the NFL?
I don't know if the NIL has really affected. That's a tough question to answer, but I do think that there's a lot more different systems that have developed quarterbacks in college than there was in the past. Yeah. It's a real popular deal. Something gets hot like the Oregon deal where everybody comes to practice and play rap music, and then you run the line of scrimmage and run as many plays you can as fast as you can. That went through for a while, and it was hard to stomach. Now they're getting back to football and being got guys under center again and some of those things. But the big deal is there's just more diversity in how they're throwing the football, and they're throwing it more, and they're throwing it better. And so you take a kid that's played for 4 years. Great example, Oregon. He was my favorite guy coming out that year, and I told Sean that. And the reason I say that is he played for 4 years. You can't throw that many passes and have that many completions and not have something to you.
It's a good point. Coach, as always, we love talking to you. We'll talk to you maybe sometime after the Super Bowl here real soon. And then tell me about the book coming out. How soon until we get Third and Long?
Well, just about 2 chapters left, and then we should come out sometime this spring, early summer, I think.
Awesome.
All right, Coach. We will talk to you soon. Always appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, Mike Martz. Love having him on the show. And, of course, he was on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. What he had to say, what did you think about the quarterback situation? How does that quarterback situation affect the coaching parameters that you're looking at to hire the next head coach of the Cleveland Browns? All that, plus we're going to talk a little bit about the Baseball Hall of Fame. It's all straight ahead. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
with a sprained right hand. And the Cleveland Monsters will be at Rocket Arena tonight taking on the Chicago Wolves, which is the AHL affiliate of the Carolina Hurricanes. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday, including daily live streams of our shows from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Jeff, you have to explain to me how the Hornets are the Cavs' rival. I don't understand.
Andy, don't even ask
Dan, do you have any inkling on that? How does that happen?
Del Curry's legacy.
Oh, is that what it is?
That's what it is. They retire. We got to retire the jersey now. They're our rivals, damn it.
It is ridiculous.
Are they billing that game as a rivalry game?
It's rivalry week.
It is rivalry week.
I know it's rivalry week.
Oh, they have a graphic up with the Charlotte Hornets as the rival.
Who should the Hornets' rival be? Atlanta was
the Atlanta Hawks.
That was my first thought. Yeah.
Battle for David Wesley.
This is ridiculous. How does
legacy of Derek Anderson on the line?
How does the NBA think that the Hornets are our rivals?
Because we really wanted Kelly Tripucka.
Is that what it was?
I don't know.
Okay. If I said rival to you, you would say?
Chicago Bulls.
You would say?
Probably Bulls or Pistons.
Bulls or Pistons, yeah.
Yep,
I don't think there's any other answer. Yet maybe I could make a tiny argument for Indiana. I don't know.
Colin Sexton licking his chops. He's coming after you.
Can you make an argument for another team? Knicks will
Is
say
a
something.
rivalry?
Yeah.
Whoever's hot. How's that?
Yeah, some could say Warriors.
Recently, it's been the Knicks.
Yeah, probably Warriors would be up there too for
all
a lot
time.
of people.
Yeah, well, or in the last 2 decades.
Yeah, at least last 2 decades.
Yeah, I just there's nowhere in my mind do I think the Hornets are the Cavaliers' rival. I unless they just couldn't find another team for them. We were the last team standing, I guess, when they were trying to figure out who the rivals would be. We just talked to Mike Martz, former Rams coach, Bears coach. Anything that he said that you caught your eye, caught your ear?
Well, more than a few things. I love there are more good quarterbacks out there than guys who know how to coach them.
How about the part where he said he coveted the job?
You know why? Mike's the kind of guy who I can do that, and then he goes and gets after it. I mean, he'll take on that challenge, and I don't know that there are that many guys who feel the same way. You know, who would approach something that way. You know, Greg Williams would. Greg would give me that job. Let's go. You know, to any job. I'm not talking about the Browns
he said
in particular.
Of all 6 jobs, though, the Browns job was the one that he would be the most interested in.
That's what he said. You know, Mike.
And you're not buying that just because he was on a Cleveland radio station.
No,
I'm not either.
Mike hasn't said anything just because of anything.
He has no reason.
He tells you what he thinks. He would embrace this challenge and go for it. You know, Greg Williams is the type of guy who would do the same thing. You don't think if Mike Tomlin wanted to coach, Mike wouldn't think, "Oh yeah, I can fix Cleveland. Let's go."
Any chance Andrew Barry driving around town listening to our show today heard Mike Martz say that and said, "You know what? Let me give him a call. I just want to talk to him."
No.
Would you talk to him
about the head coaching job?
No, I'd bring him in as an analyst,
offensive analyst,
assistant, advisor.
Well,
I could bring him in as an advisor, no problem.
I don't know if Mike would want to do that, but what the hey?
If you're going to pay him, why wouldn't you want to do it? You're already doing it. I mean, he's already looking at teams, and he still watches film. You were listening to him say that.
And God knows you don't have to move here. I mean, you and I love living here, but
I know
somebody might be happy where they're living. Ask Paul DiPodesta.
I was going to say you could live in San Diego and be an advisor for the team.
And that happens.
Are we the only 3 guys on earth that for a second our ears percolated and said, why wouldn't they just talk to him? Just talk. I know he's 74. That's the hard part, right? That's why you wouldn't talk to him?
I would guess I would guess Mike wouldn't want to be a head coach anymore. We didn't ask him that.
Wow.
I would guess he wouldn't want to do it. But Mike
he said I coveted that job.
Coveted.
Coveted, yeah.
Didn't say covet.
I understand that. I get it. I understand how that works. I was a full-born, kid that understood like conjunctions and all those things thanks to Schoolhouse Rock. I get it.
What's
Past
your function?
tense. Putting up words and phrases and whatever's. What was it? What was the next line? I can't remember.
I don't know.
Conjunction, what's your function? Okay. But I'm just saying, we're like the only three guys on earth that are in Cleveland that would be like, yeah, bring him in for an interview. What do you got to lose? It's an interview. It's a free plane ride for him if he wanted to come in. I'd love to see him be on the staff. I think he's brilliant in mind, especially when it comes to football.
Of course he is. But think about what he did in St. Louis with the Rams, both as an offensive coordinator and then as a head coach. He took quarterbacks who were not highly thought of a lot of the time, and I listed them: Mark Bulger, Kurt Warner, Trent Green, and he won with them. Why? Because he coached them up.
He made our quarterback problems seem like a simple math equation.
Yeah, he said, Shedeur might be the guy. If not, we'll find a guy. How simple is that?
What else did he say that you were?
Thought Fernando Mendoza was a beast and he wouldn't go near Carson Beck on a
10-foot pole. Do you agree with that?
I don't know enough about quarterbacks to tell you. I would say that the more I've seen of Fernando Mendoza, the more I think that guy can play.
He beat the best teams in the country. And much like Will Howard did the year before, to me, that carries value. I know that it didn't carry the same value for Howard as it does Mendoza, but I don't know how he wouldn't be the first pick. Mel Kiper again today was saying he'll be the first pick in the draft. He should be the first pick in the draft. The only question is do the Raiders want to sell off that pick?
That is one of the questions. I don't know. It hearing Mike say it just made me think, thank you. Just that it's not that hard. Well, it has been here. It has been here.
Yeah. I don't know. I enjoyed our conversation with him. I thought he said a lot of great things. And if you want to go back and listen to that, listen to it on the Odyssey app. All right, Dan, a little bit of baseball news we'll talk about here for just a few moments, too, especially with the Hall of Fame. Carlos Beltran, Andrew Jones. Andrew, who spells his name much differently than I do.
Yes. Well, he's also from Curacao, so that might have something to do with it.
Oh, so if I just moved down to Venezuela, I'd be good to go?
Yeah.
All right, just change my name? All right. Are you surprised how this thing went down?
So the Beltran one was the one that surprised me. And nothing to do with how he played as a player. He was outstanding for it. But his last year in the league was with the Houston Astros, gentlemen, and was basically pictured and plastered as one of the brains behind the sign-stealing scandal of the Houston Astros, to the point where he was the Mets manager and had to resign because of the investigation. That's the part that questioned me. Do you guys think that should have been held against him?
Knowing the baseball writers who like to hold things against athletes and players and just all the way, I'm surprised it wasn't. I'm surprised it wasn't, because the Writers Association seems to think that they hold the keys to baseball ethics at all costs. And so was that a change of pace for them? And what does that say about the future? I mean, is it going to be easier for steroid guys to get into the Hall of Fame? Are they going to be able to walk in? Because if they were able to overlook this...
Manny Ramirez didn't. Manny's off the ballot now.
But seniors can put him in now, right?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. But, I mean, why should seniors have to go put Manny Ramirez into the Hall of Fame?
Because as a baseball player, he deserves to be there?
No,
I still think...
But you know what I'm saying is, how did it get to this point? I understand how. Because people didn't vote Manny and Roger Clemens and Barry Bonds and Sammy Sosa and Mark McGwire into the Hall of Fame because of the PEDs. I get that. They should still be in the Hall of Fame, shouldn't they?
Yeah, I just think it's a matter of just saying, it just needs to be noted on their plaque that they played in that era. That's all. That's all there is to it. I always wonder about the guys that didn't do it, that had their careers hindered by guys that did do it. And that's what stops me from, putting those guys in. Omar still got 78 votes, by the way. He's still getting votes. I mean,
I think Omar's Hall of Fame caliber shortstop. So
I do too.
You know my thoughts.
He's not going to. I mean, there's still, that's not going to happen.
He played shortstop in an era that featured shortstops who were big guys hitting balls out of the park rather than smaller guys playing baseball beautifully. Great glove, good offensive game, but a different type of offensive game than what was flourishing during that time for shortstops.
Jones was in his 9th year, so he would have had, one more year to get in this thing. Manny only got 165 votes, almost not even 40% to get in. A-Rod's, come on, guys, A-Rod deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. These guys, I'm sorry, I'm just past it now. I'm at the point now where in the beginning I was like, well, steroids, forget it. Put the guys that entertained us, that played great baseball. You still got to hit the ball. I don't know. I'm at the point now where I'm just like, those guys should go in. I think they paid their price. They've had to wear the scarlet letter for years now about steroids, and maybe, just maybe, they should, I don't know, would you put in a class of just guys that were steroid guys?
I think there should be like almost two separate things that come with this, because I can somewhat understand, like, Manny Ramirez and A-Rod were two of the greatest right-handed hitters that ever walked this earth.
Right.
They were unbelievable.
Yep.
But those two feel a little bit different to me than McGuire, Sosa, Bonds, that whole group in between there, because when the rules were then put in place, then they got busted again for performance-enhancing drugs. After the rules were put in, after they said we can no longer have this, we are no longer turning a blind eye to this.
In other words, you think they were just flat out cheating?
That's why I wonder if there's some writers who are out there who are drawing a line. To me, they should be in. Like, just put them in, get it done with, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that those two got suspended for performance-enhancing drugs after the Mitchell report, and after they put in steroid rules, and after they did all of the stuff there and said, all right, we are cleaning this up, we are getting it out of here, and those two still went, I'm going to keep doing it.
Okay, but Bonds and Sosa and McGuire, that was before.
Right.
And yet they're still not in.
Right. Because of a lot of
political,
I will be really honest, crusty old Hall of Famers who held it against them until the tail end of time.
Hall of Fame voters, yeah.
Uh-huh. And now I believe if you ran those guys now, I think they would get in. Just because there's been a cycling of a lot of Hall of Fame voters. And like my generation, generation.
They might be getting it now.
Yeah, my generation, younger generation would put those guys in because that's the baseball that we knew and loved. And figured, frankly, everybody was doing it.
All right, let's talk more about that. There's also another baseball thing I want to talk about. Cap? What? Baseball? Huh. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Monday afternoon. Meanwhile, even though they come in with a mark of 16-27, the Hornets come in tonight winners of 3 of their last 5. Sam Merrill has been ruled out for the game this evening as he's dealing with a strained right hand. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Hey, as always, you can listen to this show. You can listen to all of our local shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, Jeff, we got to talk about Dan. You're in on this too, man. I'm just
Dan's in on everything.
He is in on everything, and he's been did a fantastic job over the last couple of days. Kyle Tucker, 4 years, $240 million last week, and now it sounds like all of the owners are like super mad. I'll use a good word. Super mad over this deal. Like that's like a Deshaun Watson deal, right? If they're that upset and that angry at the rest of the league is mad at the Dodgers for doing this. So Evan Drellick from The Athletic said they are raging after this deal and that now, no matter what, they're going after a cap. Especially when you look at, and the line in there I think is perfect, just saying that you've got teams, they're going to spend over $400 million this year when most teams are spending less than $200 million. Get me up to speed.
I think you pretty much laid it out pretty well. That Kyle Tucker deal seemed to make people mega grumpy. The Dodgers have had a lot of those as well. The Shohei Ohtani contract has not exactly rubbed people the right way in the fact that they deferred most of that money until the contract is over because of how much cash he's making, but doing all sorts of ads over
everything
in Japan.
Else. Yeah, and he is everywhere in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
I have a friend who visited Japan and said you can't go anywhere without seeing him on a billboard or on a sign or in windows. He's everywhere, so he didn't need the cash. And the Dodgers have done that with more than Shohei. Just take a look at guys they bring in and just pay them a lot of money, and you know why? They can. Their local television is a huge, huge boost for them.
So how do we get to a cap now, or does this just mean we are destined for a lockout strike?
So if you pay attention, the Evan Drellick piece, now we are still a year away from any of this turning into a problem. December 1st is when the collective bargaining agreement expires between the players and the owners in between there. But Evan Drellick does a really good job in his piece in The Athletic laying out, quote, these guys are going to go for a cap no matter what it takes, is what is being said right now. When it's come to this cap proposal, likely for more than a year, many in the industry expected a Tucker signing would galvanize the owners. 2 other ownership sources took a softer approach, positioning the Tucker deal as a validation of their longstanding position. Revenue and payroll disparity in baseball needs to change.
Well, listen, so the Dodgers...
Needs to, but will it? There's the catch we've been dealing with for years.
Just looking through this Yahoo Sports thing, Dodgers will have a payroll larger than $413 million.
About that.
The Guardians, Rays, and Marlins are all projected to have payrolls between $100 million and $120 million. Mm-hmm. Exactly half of the MLB clubs will spend less than $200 million next season. What should they do? I still say floor. I think a floor is a better idea than a cap, but if they're all mad about this deal here, you got to believe it's a ceiling rather than a floor, right?
You're not going to get a floor without a ceiling. The players are going to come in and say, we want a floor so that you guys are actually spending.
In
and the
other
owners
words, minimum amount of dollars you must spend.
Yeah, and the owners are going to slam the table and go, you want a floor, but we want a ceiling. That we can no longer spend above this, and then the players are going to look at them and say, well, that's not fair. The free market should dictate what everybody is worth. We don't want to be the NBA with max contracts and all of that kind of stuff. We want the free market to dictate, and then here we are in a stalemate. And the owners will go, well, then here's your problem. This is going to get nasty. Just forewarn everybody now. This is going to get nasty.
Should we plan on no season?
I would.
Yeah.
In 20. Well, no, I wouldn't go
no
as far.
season or a delayed season.
Delayed. I think we're going to get delayed. Personally, at least right now, I am not optimistic on this one. I got a feeling this collective bargaining agreement is going to be gross, which is going to be a real bummer because baseball is doing well right now.
This is not a good time for them to stop. You're right. It's just not.
No, it's not.
And people are watching.
They've had some momentum. It's been good. Games the Manfred things that people thought were screwy. We thought some of them were screwy. They've basically worked. Nothing too drastic.
A couple folks want to chime in. Matt is in his car. Hey, Matt, how are you, man?
Hi, Matt. Thanks, Matt.
Matthew, you there? Hey, man.
Yeah. You guys got me.
Yeah, we do.
All right. So I feel like baseball's problems are very much self-inflicted. And Andy, I know you're a hockey guy. I love hockey. I feel like sometimes baseball's like hockey on ice, where it's in the sense of how many ways can the NHL find a way to sabotage their own product sometimes. And this comes from someone who loves the NHL, but
it's hard to know who the teams are playing some nights. I mean,
exactly.
I'm watching Utah play the other night, and I'm like, I love watching Utah, but I'm just like, man, I'm having trouble fathom Utah having a team. That's all. Keep going. Sorry.
Yeah, right. But anyways, I just find it really hard to have any sympathy for any of the owners because, this genie could have been stuffed back in the lamp years ago, decades ago, and they just kept approving all these CPA or CBAs. There'd be all this grumbling about, there needs to be a floor, there needs to be a cap, yada yada. And then you'd see all the time, owners unanimously approve the CBA. Owners unanimously approve the CBA. So that's why I think a lot of us, Guardians fans, get so grumpy about, guys like Dolan or, Pirates fans get angry about, the Bob Nuttings of the world, where it's like you guys want to, and moan about the market, the restrictions, all this stuff. And yet when push comes to shove, you roll over every single time. And that's just another reason why everyone in Cleveland's sick of the Dolans and can't wait for Blitzer to take over.
We'll see. We'll see if that still happens. Matt, thank you. Yeah, I'm wondering if that's going to happen.
Everyone in Cleveland's not sick of the Dolans.
No. I mean, we're competitive. They're playoff bound most years. A great finish last year. It was kind of fun.
You're assuming, and everybody's assuming, and maybe they will,
right?
That if new ownership does take over, that they'll spend a lot more money. Why is everybody assuming that?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I mean, look at their other teams. Are they spending money with their other teams? And by the way, I've said this before, if you were part of that Blitzer group and you bought in, well, how much more is your money worth now than it was when you first bought in? And wouldn't it be a good time? Would you want to cash out? I mean, if it's
called a profit, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, you could cash out without having to do a thing.
When owners own multiple teams, I always have a little bit of a concern, and we have that here. The Haslam's now part owners of the Milwaukee Bucks and the Crew and everything else. I wonder how passionate one owner can be about 4 or 5 teams. You know what I mean? You can be if you're incredibly rich. Stan Kroenke owns how many teams? 6, 7 teams?
Well,
it's something ridiculous.
Wouldn't that be the same as being an athletic director, too? I mean, if you're an athletic director at a major college.
Then you have to take care of all the sports?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you're tasked with that one thing in particular. The one thing you can say about the Dolan ownership or any ownership where this is our team and this is that's their focus. And if you're like the Blitzer group owning multiple teams, isn't it more about money? It's not about a passion for owning the Cleveland Guardians. It was a passion for buying a baseball team and watching that value soar like crazy and having fun with Major League Baseball.
Yeah, but I do think that, I think we're on the same page. The Dolans do have your passion for this team. They are us. I mean, I know you may not want to hear that. I know you might say, well, they don't spend enough money. But the Dolans are, they are Clevelanders. Guys, that's what
they do.
And we've lived through this before with other sports teams in town owned by other people that weren't from here and maybe didn't get us. You with me on this? You with me? And so
I think any owner can get any fan base as long as the owner puts a winning product on the field and the fan base buys it.
I agree, but this is where the Dolans I'm not get credit, but just because they're from here, they get it, they understand it. They went to our high schools. They went to they've been through all the ups and downs of the city that you have. If you've been here for any significant part of time,
I would say I don't worry about an ownership group that owns multiple teams, but I think it's a very different approach than we own the Cleveland Guardians,
right?
Yeah.
There's going to be no floor and there's going to be no cap. It's just going to be business as usual. They're not going to lose money. They're not going to lock them out for a whole year like everybody thinks they're going to do. They'll just go back down the same hole they've been going back down for decades. Because at the end of the day, the owners are not going to allow a floor. 22 of these teams don't even spend $200 million a year on salaries. They can't do it. The TV's not there. The revenue of the TV's not there. The markets are not big enough. And they're just not going to do it. I mean, L.A. and New York are always going to have the big payrolls because they have the revenue to do all that stuff. And the reality of it is that we're just not going to do it. And by the way, the other guy saying Blitzer is spending money, I agree with you guys. Where does it say that he's going to be spending all this money if he does become the full owner of the Guardians? And the other thing, too, is at least the Guardians are competitive. I mean, think about the climate of the sport. I mean, you have a handful of really good teams and a ton of deadbeat teams. And we're lucky that every year we're at least going to the playoffs or at least attempting to go to the playoffs. So I'd rather have that in this particular sport than having somebody come in there and may spend money and, like you guys said, has other interests in other sports and businesses where they really don't care. They just want to make enough money so one day they could sell it for $5 billion instead of $1 billion.
Good call, Tom.
That's my
good call, Tom. Appreciate it. Thank you for the phone call.
The Blitzer Group, just for the record, also own the Philadelphia 76ers, the New Jersey Devils, the Prudential Center where the Devils play, Crystal Palace in the English Premier League, and they have a minority stake in the Guardians, the Commanders, in Joe Gibbs Racing, and other sports properties. So, hey, it's not going well in Cleveland? Okay. Well, it sure is with the Sixers, so we're good.
It's not Nick.
Is that an approach? I don't know.
Nick. It's not Nick Maletti owning multiple teams, right? And we're not. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's not the same thing.
Cavs Indians.
Yeah, it's just.
And Nick. The word was Nick bought the Cavs or the Indians so that they wouldn't move, and then sold them. When he made sure they weren't moving.
And I mean the Dolans have that in them. They understand it. They're Clevelanders. I get it. I know people get frustrated sometimes, but when I'm just saying you should appreciate it. I know you
what
may
I'm frustrated
not,
with,
but
Andy?
you should. What?
Where's my power hitter for the offseason?
Okay, that you
You're
can be
telling me
frustrated.
George Valera is going to be the guy?
Is he?
Chase DeLauder, this is the year? Well, that seems to be what they're telling us right now.
Let's see. It sounds like a couple guys are hitting the weight room, too.
Reese Hoskins still needs a team, Dano.
When we come back, we'll get back into the Browns search.
Team OPS, here we come.
Here we come.
Sean McDermott, what does that do for you? Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
as the game is part of NBA Rivalry Week. Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Catch the latest Browns news all off-season long. Stream us on the Odyssey app and on your smart speaker by telling Alexa to play 92.3 The Fan.
We are looking for a winner here at 92.3 The Fan. Enter the word dash. D-A-S-H. Dash. At 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock for your chance to win a 4-pack of combo meals from Mr. Hero. When it's cold outside, stay put and let Mr. Hero deliver your next meal with DoorDash. You can order online for pickup, and then we'll have it ready for you when you walk in the door. Order online through the app or at MrHero.com. Again, the word dash at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092 is how you get in on the show. I asked you the question before we went to break. What does Sean McDermott do for you? Does it do anything for anybody? Do you want him to be the next
packages?
head coach?
What does Sean do for you?
I will let him deliver victories to Cleveland if they wind up bringing him in as a head coach. I have no objection to Sean McDermott, but what they're saying in Buffalo may or may not change your mind. Dan Mennigan?
Sounds like a lawsuit.
Before we get to that point, the Pro Football Writers of America have announced that your Defensive Player of the Year, Myles Garrett.
Hey!
Congratulations. And having the Defensive Player of the Year will get your coach fired.
You can't even allow people to have 10 seconds of joy before
that's great.
You dump the bucket on their head?
Myles deserves it. I think he's phenomenal. But it just goes to show, just having one phenomenal talent doesn't mean you're going to win games.
Well, in the last 24 hours, then Kyle Schwessinger has also been named the defensive.
Carson.
Oh, I said
Kyle
sorry.
Tucker on the mind.
Kyle, help me, thanks.
Steve.
Carson.
Steve.
Bob.
Carson.
Steve Schwessinger. Did I go to school with him?
Might have.
You know, normally when I mispronounce somebody's name or I say it's somebody I went to school with, somewhere along the line. I do that all the time.
I'm not going to say what I've been doing of late because I'll then start doing it again. So I'm going to hush.
Oh, then say it. You can't do that.
I have been goofing up the Bills head coach name and being very mad at myself for the last 2 days.
Sean McDermott?
Uh-huh.
And Sean McVay?
No, Doug McDermott.
Oh, Doug McDermott.
Yeah, I keep calling him Doug McDermott on accident.
Buckets.
Dougie McBuckets. And then and Mason Graham also was awarded something. Rookie
team.
Rookie team. So, and now you know.
Your Rookie of the Year on defense.
And so now you know why your general manager is accredited with a great draft, right?
Because you got two guys who played well for 1 year.
I don't know. Don't you think Fannin should be something? I think Fannin will get in there. Judkins has a shot of.
It's tough for Fannin because Colston Loveland was so good.
It was really good for the Bears.
Yeah, there were a lot of good tight ends this year, and actually this is going to be a deep tight end draft too. So something to keep an eye on.
And Quinshawn was not anywhere close to the best rookie.
All right, I want to hear what Terry Pagula is saying because
owner of the Bills.
Yeah, I'm curious, and a big hockey guy too. That's probably
all right, kids. Everybody, put your fireproof suits on. He was asked why he decided to fire Sean McDermott.
I did not fire a coach based on a bad officiating decision. If I can take you into that locker room, I felt like we hit the proverbial playoff wall year after year. 13 seconds, missed field goals, the catch. So I just sensed in that locker room, where do we go from here with what we have? And that was the basis for my decision.
In other words, easier to fire one guy than to redo the whole team.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, how many plays does a team normally have in a season? And he's narrowed it down to 3 playoff plays, all very important plays. But he's narrowed it down.
He said that he went into the locker room and Josh Allen was distraught, was just sitting there sobbing. He said he went over to Josh Allen and said something to him. He said, Josh didn't even acknowledge that I was there.
Wow.
Because he was sobbing.
And maybe that was the end-all be-all. And so you end up, I don't blame you. I blame the guy that hired you. Isn't that how it works? Isn't that the line? Have you ever heard that line?
It's Paul Brown's line.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I blame the guy that hired you. What else did Mr. Pagula have to say?
Well, one of the high draft picks that they had was a wide receiver by the name of Keon Coleman, who has not turned out the way that it should, and they were asked a little bit about that. Buckle in.
Yeah, can I interrupt? I'll address the Keon situation. The coaching staff pushed to draft Keon. I'm not saying Brandon wouldn't have drafted him, but he wasn't his next choice. That was Brandon being a team player and taking advice of his coaching staff who felt strongly about the player. He's taken, for some reason, heat over it and not saying a word about it, but I'm here to tell you the true story.
He did say coaching staff. That means more than Sean McDermott. That probably.
I know. I think that's his nice way of saying Sean McDermott.
Yeah.
And Brandon's Brandon Bean.
I'm going to tell you, it probably came from his offensive coaches. Wasn't that Brian Dable at the time?
Right.
His coordinator?
If that's what helps you sleep at night, sure.
I don't have a dog in this fight.
I'm going to go.
I don't have a dog in this fight.
Do you think we'll ever hear that kind of honesty here?
Yeah.
You think so?
I mean, Jimmy Haslam did a mighty fine job when he stepped out there.
Yeah.
Owners don't fall into the PR spin that a lot of them do. They don't get trained the way that coaches,
some
general managers, and that kind of stuff do.
Let me take that back. It was Joe Brady, who was the offensive coordinator at the time, who is still the offensive coordinator there when Coleman was drafted. He's just a second-year guy.
Did that bust back up again with Pagula, or were those two big ones?
I mean, we could do,
coaching staff does have some input into things sometimes. You don't have to listen.
Yeah, but the head coach has got to lead the charge on that, don't you think?
I would think so, but I don't think the defensive-minded head coach is going to lead the charge on an offensive player.
I don't think the wide receiver coach is walking up to the general manager going,
or the owner,
really help us.
No, but the offensive coordinator might. I'm just saying. I don't.
Jeff, I think you're on an island. I appreciate a lot of things you say.
I don't know, but I'm just saying. There's no. I don't have a dog in this fight. I couldn't care less.
I think it was his way of.
Who's going to be evaluating the offensive talent when it comes
Wilson
to
soaking up
Well,
the
stop,
Rays.
please. Who's going to evaluate the offensive talent from the coaching staff? It's not going to be the safeties coach.
No, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that it's easier for him in a very politically correct way just to say the coaching staff rather than say Sean McDermott, where you were saying, Dan, in that article, where it seemed like McDermott wouldn't take the blame for anything and was good at passing the blame along, right? It's the exact opposite. All right. Did he say anything else?
Nope, that pretty much sums it up.
That's it? That's all he said?
Well, remember this about this press conference. He's sitting next to the guy he kept, not the guy he fired.
I mean, Jimmy stood, and then Andrew came in later, but right?
Well, what I'm saying is he's not going to be sitting there saying, boy, Brandon screwed up personnel.
No, but I mean, he went out of his way to defend him on that one.
Well, good for him. The guy's sitting right there, and you kept him. You want to look like a moron? Yeah, that didn't work. Brandon, what were you thinking?
Would you not feel better if Jimmy stepped out and said, swing and a miss is about as good.
I don't care about how I feel. Get me a coach who can win some games.
It's not really where I'm going with that, but okay. Ed is in Elyria. Hi, Ed.
Ed?
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Just a quick hypothetical. Who says no? And I get, since we've been back since '99, we've had some top 10, top 5 great defenses. We've never had since Bernie, a franchise QB. Who says no to this?
No, we did actually, but it didn't work. Tim Couch.
Well, amen. That's the thing. It's not worked since Bernie. With that being said, and since everything is based on a quarterback nowadays, and we just had a great defense supposedly, who says no to your 2 first-round picks and Myles Garrett to the Raiders' first-round pick for Mendoza? Who says no to that? I'll listen.
The Browns say no to that.
Jeff, do you say no to that?
Yeah.
I don't know that I'm giving away Myles and 2 first-round picks for Mendoza. I'm not. I know he had a great run here in college, and maybe he could be the next Tom Brady. I've just watched us give away three first-round picks. I can't go down that road.
I would
again.
do this. You want both of our first-rounders and a third? Okay. I would do that.
Yeah, I'm not throwing Miles in on the mix.
No, I wouldn't do that either. Or I would probably do this. Miles and the Jaguars pick for the number 1 pick? Okay.
You're giving up the defensive player of the year.
Who's pushing 30 and you won 5 games, and you won 5 games with the defensive player of the year.
Okay,
it's not Miles. Miles is phenomenal. The offense stinks.
Yeah, I'm just not.
The offense stinks.
I might Miles alone or the draft picks alone. I'm not giving you that much. I'm not. I'm just. You guys can. Maybe I'm crazy.
Miles and 24 for Fernando Mendoza. I'm doing it.
I'm not giving up 24. Maybe just Miles. I'm giving you the best.
No, that's not going to get it done.
Well, then I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
Which is just fine. I mean,
we have so many problems on this team.
Do you want to tear down a position of strength?
Absolutely not.
Yeah,
no.
I don't.
And with the opportunity to build at 24, I'm not buying it.
I think you've got to be realistic, though. You have a team with a roster that won 3 and 5 games the last 2 years. That was not all about coaching.
Jeff, we just listened to Mike Martz talk
about coaching,
fixing the quarterback problem, and said there aren't enough good coaches out there to make quarterbacks good. How did he exactly phrase that? Do you remember?
There are more good quarterbacks than there are guys who know how to coach them.
Okay, so
and he also said he thought Fernando Mendoza was great, but if he goes to the Raiders and they don't have somebody to coach him up, he won't be as great as he could be.
And would that be worth 2 first-round picks and a Myles Garrett? If you didn't have the guy to coach him?
Not my trade.
I'm just saying.
Talk to Ed.
I'm not doing that.
That was Ed's trade, not mine.
Jim in Concord Township. Hi, Jim.
Hello, Jim.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
If I can get Joe the way we can, that's the guy I want. He's the quarterback.
Hey, your phone broke up. Did you say Joe Burrow? All I heard was Joe
Brady.
Oh, Joe Brady. Okay.
Yeah, if I can get him. So if we have to take McDermott to get him, good. But if Joe Brady wants to be a head coach, I'd rather have him. He helped Joe Burrow at LSU, and then he made better with the big guy in Buffalo, Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Now the other thing is Mendoza. He didn't against a good defense the other night. He didn't look hardly any better than Shedeur. I'd stick with Shedeur over him. I wouldn't give up all those draft choices and Myles Garrett. That would be nuts because he faced a good defense the other night. And he looked like Shedeur, 160 yards, something like that. He wasn't anything special.
Jim, thank you. What'd you think?
I thought Mendoza was very good the other night. And the more I've seen of him, the more I like him. And I trust Mike Martz. Mike Martz just told us he was great.
I wonder if Mike Martz...
Nothing against Jim in Concord. I'll take Mike Martz's opinion.
Would Mike Martz... I wish we'd get him back and just... Maybe we can text him, but just ask him. Would he trade for Mendoza? Would you get rid of Miles and your 2 first-round picks? That's just... It's too much. It's too much. I'm just not doing that. Just not doing that. When you go back and... you look at Joe Brady, who he was talking about, and kind of look at his resume, and, he started off at William & Mary as a linebackers guy, then he was at Penn State, then he went to the Saints, made it up to the NFL, then he was that passing game coordinator for LSU in 19, ended up going back to the NFL after that with Carolina, and then he's been in Buffalo since 2022, moving from quarterback coach to offensive coordinator. So,
and they did such a great job that his head coach got fired.
Sometimes when you say that, you just sound like evil Jeff Phelps.
I'm just saying. Andy, a guy can be a great coach. It doesn't matter. You're going to get fired. You can be a great offensive coordinator. Great. Josh Allen did a wonderful job, and they got fired. I mean, it's the silliest league going, man. It's even stranger than the NBA when it comes to firing coaches.
So, we were talking about McDermott, and now you'd be looking at Brady too. Could you take both of them? Would you take both of them?
Yes. I'll go resurrect the minivan so I can go pick up their furniture.
You would go to the junkyard and find that thing, huh?
I would put whatever it costs into it if they would come to Cleveland for me.
What would that cost?
Way more than it's worth.
That's what I say, too. All right, let's come back. I want to talk more about Sean McDermott, if that does anything for you. Do you think he would want this job? Again, we're talking about 6 jobs that are out there, and if you had the opportunity to pick one of these jobs, are the Browns on your list, like where would they be in the 6? 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps.
Can.
right hand, as the game will be a part of NBA Rivalry Week. Get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. He is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. He's Dan Mennigan. Is Corrali time still back there? Is he back there?
He's Matt Corrali.
Is he still back there? I just want to make sure.
He's in the bathroom now.
Oh, is that where he went to?
Don't call for him to talk.
Oh, that's the worst. Now we're going to see a body.
Embarrassing.
We're going to see him come flying down the hallway now because he's in the bathroom.
Guys leave that microphone on in that bathroom.
Oh, it's like... What was it? I'm slipping.
We know.
No, Enrico Palazzo.
Wow.
Enrico Palazzo, remember?
That's
in Naked
hurtful.
Gun?
Yes, of course.
Of course. Leslie Nielsen left his microphone on in the bathroom.
Yeah, the legend, Enrico Palazzo.
Yeah, just making sure. See, I did remember. I was slipping only little points. Just the gears are just a little bit off.
You ever done that?
Slip a gear?
No.
Leave your microphone on and go to the bathroom?
Yes.
I probably
did once.
have.
Yeah,
I was
once.
normally pretty good about. Like when I would leave the set, Jeff, because I was already wearing shorts, I would have the tie and the shirt off within 3 minutes.
That's fabulous.
I never ever. I can't stand wearing ties. I had to wear a tie last week. I can't stand wearing a tie. What are you going to do about it? All right. So what we're asking you this is, as we try to gather our thoughts here and figure out where the Browns might be going. One of the things we talked about was Sean McDermott, and does he do anything for you? The next question is, do you think you would want the job anyway? There are 6 jobs here. Do you think Sean McDermott's going to get an offer from one of these teams? I absolutely think he's going to. The question is, if you were him, would the Browns be where on your list, Jeff?
Near the bottom. And I don't mean that disrespectfully to our team. Sean McDermott's a defensive coach, so he assumes he can fix the defense. Our defense doesn't need fixed. So he'd walk into a defense that's already there. If I'm Sean McDermott, I'm looking at the offense, and I'm thinking, do I have an offense I think I can win with? Nope. Okay, I'm going to Baltimore. I'm going to Pittsburgh. Or Vegas with the number 1 pick in the draft, and Ashton Genty and Brock Bowers. I mean, the personnel on this job, it's to me, Andy, it's not about ownership. It's not about fan base. It's not about anything other than, can I win with that offense? Mike Martz said yes. Well, Mike is an offensive coach and an offensive whiz and thinks he can coach and has shown that he can. And I don't know that other guys will look at this offense and think, yep, that's the opportunity I want. Now, somebody's going to take the job and probably coach up the offense. I don't think there's any question the offense will be better next year because, as Andrew Berry already said, we have to throw assets at that like crazy this offseason.
They do.
So you're going to give the next coach a lot more to work with on offense than you gave Kevin Stefanski the last couple of years. Well, you better. I
would take him on. It reminds me of Marty Schottenheimer. So let me tell you where this whole thing, the real hidden value is Jim Schwartz. Do you guys remember during 1990, 1991? Were you guys around at that time watching that stuff?
Yeah. Yes. I'm older than 35.
Congratulations on.
Thank you very much.
Good job.
Yeah, I know, right? Okay, so I look at Jim Schwartz's time in Detroit. I look at Coach Belichick's time here in Cleveland. Those two look very similar. Schwartz started off in Cleveland.
Under Belichick.
Really good.
Under Belichick.
I'm sorry?
Under Belichick.
Under Belichick is correct.
Thanks.
The similarities are really there.
Jeff, here's what you've won.
What do I win, Eric?
Go ahead.
All right, so given that...
Samsonite luggage?
He has the locker room. I mean, what more does this owner need? And I'll bet you $1,000 this owner, beep, backing it up. I said that guy's going to be a $230 million heist man. That's what he was. this quarterback that they got is Shedeur. He's a good quarterback, and I'm right about him. I'll bet you $1,000. You put Schwartz in there.
Eric, right now you're 2,000 in the hole. I just want to say that if you make a mistake, it's going to be a very costly phone call.
Yeah, but I'm right.
Okay, good.
All right, Eric.
Glad
thank
to know
you.
that.
All right, congratulations. Thank you, Eric.
One thing I've been a little fascinated with the whole job search is, and for whatever it's worth, they're just opinions. All of the national folks saying the Cleveland situation without a quarterback, and the quarterback situation's not good, and you don't have a starter there, and everything else. All of the Shedeur love that we heard during the season when Kevin was here is gone, and Shedeur is going to have to, I would think, and I hope he can, win over a new coach and maybe a new, maybe solidify the opinion of the front office about him. And that's okay. Indy, I don't think he played well enough last year to say he's your starting quarterback, and I don't think he played poorly enough to say that he's not.
Well, I thought it was interesting coming into work today and listening to the conversation about Malik Willis and how there were people calling in like, oh, yeah, Malik Willis over Shedeur, right? And so...
Do I get my choice right now?
Do you want your choice? I know
you're giving me my choice, I would take Malik Willis.
Dan, I wanted to hear your opinion before I said yes to taking him.
I think Malik Willis is really interesting. You've got to cater an offense a little bit to the fact that he's going to run.
He runs a lot.
Yeah, he runs a lot.
A lot more than Shedeur would.
A lot more than Shedeur would. You are 100% right there. Throws a really nice deep ball. I think he's developed decently enough in Green Bay.
Real small sample size, though.
Yeah, I don't know enough. I don't know if I want to be the guy that turns around and hands him $20 million with what little evidence I have.
Exactly.
Yeah, and
that's a little scary.
Yeah, there were folks calling in this morning saying, oh, yeah, Malik Willis over Shedeur.
ESPN with a prediction thing that they threw out today for 2026. And one says Ravens trade Lamar Jackson to the Raiders, and they're just saying stuff.
Spitful.
Eagles trade A.J. Brown to the Bills. Falcons roll with Kirk Cousins. Malik Willis to the Dolphins or the Browns.
Yeah, I think that's what spurred on their conversation this morning talking about that.
An NFC personnel guy. Quote,
so what are you doing? Are you handing him the job when he gets here, though? That's the thing.
Oh, yeah. You would.
If you're going to pay that much,
wouldn't go get him. He'd be your starting quarterback.
And then would you feel good? You should feel good for at least 2 or 3 years, right?
Yeah, an NFC personnel guy quoted here. I just don't think the Browns go into the season with Shedeur as their top option. And getting the right quarterback in the draft isn't a guarantee based on where they pick, which is why that Malik Willis to the Browns is an interesting thought.
So, Dan, as a Packer fan, would you be...
Dan said something, though, I think that is absolutely right. If you could just say, hey, we got Malik Willis, great, that's nice and easy. Problem is you got to come out, you'll have to commit a lot of money to him.
But it's just, as you would say, it's just cash.
It's just cash, but you're already paying one quarterback who hasn't been very good
for another year. And then what does that do to you cap-wise? That's another question.
That's going to be one of the great money. That's going to be one of the great Browns questions that's going to come up: is do they want to yank every lever and kick the can down the road again of dead cap and all of that kind of stuff to enhance this team via free agency and do all that stuff, or do they want to take their medicine? And I have no idea. Maybe they try to thread that needle, maybe yank a couple levers and then make it. Because the last thing you want to do is become the New Orleans Saints, where all of a sudden, like last year, they went, all right, we got to eat it. And basically, let's reset the books. Let's get rid of a bunch of guys. Let's go super mega young and start building it again. And they're probably going to have to do that again this year because they had their chips in the middle of the table for 20 years, maximizing Drew Brees and then Derek Carr and all of that kind of stuff.
The only issue about that, and Kellen Moore seems to be, on solid footing there, and they like him and probably in on the plan.
Seems like the arrow's pointing up on Tyler Shuck, too, which helps.
Do the Browns want to do that and put that on a brand new head coach? Do you want to give a brand new head coach a team that, hey, this isn't designed to win. We're designed to win 2 years, 3 years from now. Clean up our money and bring in some young guys and build. In a league where you don't have to gut things to build all the time. Evidenced by the Patriots going 4-13, 4-13, and what are they? 13.
And look where they are now. Yeah.
And a couple of other teams turning it around big time.
The problem with trying to wait for the Browns is I'll go back and ask the same question. What did they say to Myles Garrett when they got him to resign? I know money. I got it. I understand that here, but they had to have said more because anyone could have paid him that money.
Well, but then,
what made Myles decide to change his mind other than money? Because somebody else would have given him that money.
If it was anything else, they'd probably let him down this year then.
He did not seem thrilled most games. Even on games they won, he was just cordial.
Nor should he be.
Yeah, I don't blame him. He wants to be on a championship team, and we want to see him on a championship team.
Went out and stood up after every game. Give him a lot of credit.
Sean is in Kent. Hey, Sean.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Yeah, you were talking about trading Myles for picks and Mendoza, getting Mendoza Can we just stop all that? I think
I'm with you. Stop it. Agree.
We were reacting to what one of our callers said, Sean.
Yeah, okay. Mendoza's way too soft to be an AFC North quarterback. I just think that's a fact.
Okay. Mike Martz would disagree.
I do. That's what I think. I mean, that's what my eyes tell me.
You're allowed to think that. And Mike Martz is allowed to think what he thinks. I'm not going to give.
What did Mike Martz say?
He said he's a stud.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe in the right thing, but I just don't think he would. I think he would wilt big time in the AFC North, and I don't really see him being all that great or having a long NFL career. Just what my eyes tell me. Sometimes I'm wrong. Sometimes I'm right.
Sean, I don't think you're not alone. There are other people that think that way. I can't tell you. I am very, very impressed with what he was able to do and the teams that he was able to beat down the stretch. But I was also impressed by Josh Howard, and I thought he did. And
Will Howard.
Will Howard. God, that's the second time today I've done that. Sorry, by Will Howard.
That's your boy, man.
I know. I can't believe I just did that.
Yeah, I kind of wish the Browns had gotten Will Howard. I don't know why he didn't end up playing at least some in Pittsburgh. But
he was hurt.
Sean,
I feel like
we've been sitting at the bar talking to each other for the last year. I appreciate it.
That's kind of the thing. Hey, coaching thing, I think it's going to be Reese. I think that Browns have a history of going with these young guys that they don't want to let somebody else get. I think they're going to go with Reese. I don't know what that means to Schwartz. That's kind of my other prediction. So
I think that one's off. Guys. I think that one's off base, Sean. But
yeah,
you can
at least you're not throwing around thousands of dollars like our last
make it a hot take. How about a hot take?
All right, that's
Tommy
Thanks,
Reese
Sean.
didn't get a second interview, at least not yet.
Yeah, so that's
and the word is Atlanta for Tommy Reese.
It's a good thing you didn't bet $1,000 on that, right?
I'd be hard pressed if I'm the Browns right now, Andy. And as long as it was brought up earlier, I'd be hard pressed to put together a package and trade for Fernando Mendoza. Though this team needs a quarterback like crazy, I don't think I would do that. What I would do is look toward 2027 when instead of one guy who everybody thinks could be pretty good is coming out, there might be 4, 5, or 6 guys coming out who are pretty good.
Do this every year.
But give me a better option right now.
I don't know. I don't feel it on quarterback this year either. So are you good with that? I just don't.
We're going to get into it big time. I'm still thinking you go sign a veteran free agent. And Andrew Berry mentioned this. And because what did he say? External veteran options.
Yes.
And that to me, the fact that he even brought that up screamed to me that they're going to go get somebody and bring him in here and have him compete with Shedeur and maybe Dylan Gabriel.
They brought 2 in last year.
And maybe Deshaun Watson.
Right. They brought 2 in last year.
Well, they did bring 2 in. You could make the argument that would have been a very different world had they drafted one quarterback, signed those 2 veterans, and just played one of those 3 guys. Whether it was Dylan or Shedeur who they drafted or whatever. Played Kenny Pickett, played Joe Flacco. But instead, you ripped the cord and they benched Joe Flacco and then traded him.
Nick, you have 1 minute. Go.
Hi, Nick.
Hey, Nick.
Hey guys, I think it's kind of silly to brush off Joe Brady just because his coach got fired. If that's the same logic we're using, Jeff, then why did Kyle Shanahan get another?
I didn't blow him off at all, Nick. I was just saying I said I'd go pick him up and bring him here in my van. That's now
to
not
be the head
anymore.
coach. To be
Joe
the head
Brady.
coach?
Yeah. No, I'd bring him in with McDermott. I'd also interview him for the head coaching job. He's a good offensive mind, Nick. Dan's the guy who didn't want him.
I don't want Joe Brady because I don't want anybody who worked with Josh Allen.
There you go, which makes no sense at all.
I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Oh, it does.
Hey guys,
no, it doesn't. Somebody had to coach him up because you hated Josh Allen. You hated Josh Allen. You never would have drafted him.
Are you sure?
No,
it was me.
yes.
I didn't either.
I didn't like him.
I didn't
Too
like him
erratic,
either.
too
Really gonna
wild.
do
I can't
this?
see him developing. I'm not going to take him.
Are we really going to do this?
No, I'm just telling the truth.
I got your back
Nick.
because we were in the same boat.
I'm with you, Nick.
Yeah, just another option. I don't know why we have like 4 fifth-round picks. Mac Jones, yes, I know Kyle Shanahan hates us, but he's way better of a vet presence than Malik Willis would be. And really, when I'm looking at the market, I don't really see anybody that could give that Sam Darnold kind of effect or Daniel Jones other than him. And in that last interview,
Ask Jeff. Jeff will give you 5 names before by the end of the show.
I think Nick hit the main name that's out there.
And I think that the way that he interviewed at the end of the season is really, if you guys haven't seen it, you need to watch it. He said he finally got his PhD in football from Shanahan to learn the offenses. And I think that's just a guy, when you look at just, hey, cost to what the benefit could be and what his real...
All right, thank you, Nick.
Our fan base would go absolutely nuts if you brought Mac Jones in and said he was the starter over Shedeur. That would be a terrible situation to bring the quarterback into.
Let's come back. We'll talk a little bit more about Sean McDermott and the news of the day, get you up to speed on what you may have missed throughout the day, and we'll talk about a little bit more than that, too. 216-474-0092, Baskin and Phelps.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books in Westwood One Sports. Looking ahead to the NFC title game, Seahawks are down to just Kenneth Walker in their running back room. Torn ACL for Zach Charbonnet last week. The other running backs are on IR as well. There's nobody to take away touches from Kenny Walker. In the 2 meetings versus the Rams this year, he had 11 carries for 100 yards and then 16 for 67 yards. But in the latter, he didn't even get half the team carries. His rushing yards prop is in the upper 80s right now on BetMGM. I'm taking the over. I'm Pat Boyle.
In Charlotte. Talk about two teams with no love lost. Tip-off is set for 7 o'clock. Along with Darius Garland and Max Drew, Sam Merrill out for Cleveland tonight. He's nursing a strained right hand. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Hey, if you missed a moment in our show, you can always use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration. That's right, Integrated Restoration, your local experts in fire, water, and storm disaster restoration. Water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Thanks for being on board, boys. We appreciate you. He is Jeff. I'm Andy. What a show we had today. If you missed it, Jimmy
it's
Watkins.
not over yet.
I know, but Jimmy Watkins joined us at 11:20. Good conversation with him, not only about the Browns and what's going on with the Browns coaching search, but we also talked to him about the Cavs. And then the coach joined us today, Mike Martz. Love that guy. Former Rams and Bears coach, and he's got a book coming out soon, Third and Long. You know, a lot of the things that we talked about today, again, dial right back to what are the Browns doing with their coaching search. And, you know, you start things off that Mike McDaniel decided that he didn't want to be a part of the Browns process and is going to take the OC job with the Chargers.
Unless he gets the Raiders or the Ravens gig, according to some reports.
Okay.
I would assume he ends up as the OC of the Chargers.
But and again, I go back, and now we've had a whole couple hours to talk about this. I mean, what does that say about the Browns job? Why did Mike say, no, I don't want to do this? I'd rather be, truthfully, if I can't get these other head coaching jobs, I don't want to go to Cleveland. I want to be the OC in L.A. with the Chargers. It's not a good look. It hurts. I'm going to be honest with you.
I would agree with you. I don't think it's a good look. Is it a bad look?
To get turned down to take an OC job somewhere else, that would be a bad look if we find out somewhere down the road that the Browns really wanted McDaniel.
What if the Browns didn't really want McDaniel?
Well, the other point that I thought about yesterday was I wonder if the Browns maybe gave him a chance to drop out and maybe said, hey, Mike, you're not going to get the gig. You can drop out and say you're not interested. I don't know why a team would do that.
Why would they do that?
Yeah. I don't know why they would, but I do always think about that whenever we hear someone dropped out of a race for a position.
Maybe he finally listened to the voicemail Kyle Shanahan left.
Was there a PowerPoint presentation with it or not?
No, Kyle just got on the phone. Kyle doesn't have to coach anymore. Sorry. That was just for you.
I know. So what else did we learn today, Jeff? I know we play Why Am I Smarter later at the end of the show, but we went through so many different scenarios here with what could happen with the Browns coach. I also don't think we're going to get any resolution here until.
Sounds like this is going to take a while.
Like it's going to stretch out even more, right?
Yeah, sure feels that way.
And they're going to want to talk to Shieldhouse, right? They can't talk to him yet.
Correct.
So
they can talk to him on Monday.
Next Monday because of the Super Bowl, right?
No, like in 5 days.
Yeah, I'm sorry, next month. Yeah, Monday coming up. Yeah. So that means we're just going to sit here and wait for a few more days. The only problem with waiting, and I don't have a problem with waiting, it's just that let's say one of these other teams, let's say
they interview Jesse Minter tomorrow and like him.
The Browns do?
But they also think, we still want to talk to Nate Shieldhouse. And we're going to have to wait till Monday. And then Jesse Minter, who had a second interview with somebody today, I think the Raiders. What if the Raiders call and offer, a guy $8 million a year for 5 years. How do you say no? You know, I'm holding out because I might get the Cleveland gig, but they're going to talk to Shieldhouse, and then if I don't, I honestly think there's some timing here, Andy, that has to happen. Unless you know who is at the top of your list right now, and you're really confident you can get him. And if you're not really confident you can get the guy at the top of your list, and if it happens to be Shieldhouse and you're waiting for him, or if it's Udinski and Buffalo has an interest in him. I'm sorry. I know guys have been hired at young ages, but I see Sean McDermott sitting there with all those wins, and I see these young guys who might end up being great coaches one day, and I just think this situation screams for, let's put this thing on the tracks. Let's get some personnel in there to help the offensive side of the ball, and let a guy who's had some real success in the league coach this team, and let's go win some games.
Let me throw this one at you. Are we the only team that covets Jim Schwartz? Are we the only team that's doing
only
this?
Two have interviewed him.
Yeah, and
Browns and the Ravens. And I haven't heard anything about a second interview for Jim
in Baltimore.
Yeah. Doesn't mean he couldn't be phenomenal here as a head coach, Andy. If they announce tomorrow that Jim Schwartz is going to be the head coach, and they can't do it tomorrow, but if they did, I'd say, okay, let's go. I'd actually be doing that with anybody right now, because who's to say if Shieldhouse or Udinski or Jesse Minter or Jim Schwartz ends up being the best hire out of those guys? I think clearly the best hire is Sean McDermott, based strictly on track record. And I would have been okay with and really intrigued by Mike McDaniel. By some of the stuff you read about McDaniel that's out there.
Well, he ain't coming.
Yeah, I know.
He's turned us down.
Yeah, I know.
Unless they're going to give him the biggest contract in the history of coaching. Right?
You know.
You want to do that again?
He said no. Let's give him more money.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, if he said no, then for sure. Yes. And we'll see if they have to kick the tires on another candidate. I would be really happy if they. I mean, again, if McDermott isn't the answer, Schwartz would be the answer for me. But I don't know what that means as far as.
I read something yesterday about after McDaniel said no, and it was an ESPN story about the Chargers hiring him, and it was written by Chris Rhyme, but it quoted. It had an old quote from Sean McDermott, and it talked about McDaniel and his offense. And if I can quickly share it with you, it said, known for his innovative motions and condensed formations that put opposing defenses in a bind, McDaniel's approach changed offenses league-wide. Former Bills coach Sean McDermott called McDaniel's offense in Miami revolutionary.
Big words.
It's a big word, man.
It is a big word.
Revolutionary offense.
Corrali time. You hanging back there?
Yeah, I am. Moment of the show. It comes courtesy of Cleveland.com's Jimmy Watkins talking about if Mike McDaniel were to stay in this race, his thoughts on if he were the Browns' new head coach.
My initial reaction to Mike McDaniel would have probably been, so why'd you fire Kevin Stefanski? Because I think Mike McDaniel's kind of just hipster Kevin Stefanski with cooler shades. I think he has the same strength.
Right.
There you go.
Hipster Kevin Stefanski.
Do you think he'd be the same, Dan? I think he'd be a little more inventive on the offensive side.
I think it would be more inventive on the offensive side. I also think his press conferences would be just whatever's on his mind at any given time.
Jeff and I have decided that if he did get the gig or maybe something happened, that Jeff and I don't want to play the press conferences.
No, we don't want
We'd be good without playing those.
No.
Andy, I would be okay if you said that. If Grumpzilla over there decided to say it, I don't think I'd listen.
We'll get press conferences from somebody soon.
Dan needs a hug.
Hey, what do you think?
Either that or just less of me.
When's Kevin Stefanski's press conference? We're running
next
that?
Tuesday, Andy.
Oh, next Tuesday. What time?
Must listen to radio right here on the Fan.
What time is
Trending
that?
appropriately.
I'm asking everyone that calls between now and Tuesday if they want to hear his press conference. I'm going to do an on-air poll.
It'll be great fun.
Why are you smarter for listening to our show today? Brought to you by our good friends at QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. In pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488. Dan, you have the honor, Your Honor.
There you go.
Smarter Day courtesy of Mike Martz. A lot of good stuff in there and thoughts all about if a quarterback lets down a team or if a team lets down a quarterback. A lot of interesting stuff in there. 923thefan.com. Use the Radio Rewind app to 1220 if you missed that one.
Matthew.
Smarter today because of Mike Martz. Really good stuff out of him. You can also listen to that interview using the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
I want to go back and ask you what was your biggest take out of it, but I won't do that. Jeff, go ahead. Why are you smarter?
Two things. I love Martz's comment. There are more good quarterbacks out there.
I wrote that down too.
Than there are guys who know how to coach them. That's awesome. Also, Jimmy Watkins' thoughts on the Cavaliers situation and the high usage of the guards and everything else. Really saying Evan Mobley needs to be the guy, and the two small guards rarely works. Jimmy was really good. Go back and listen.
I'm smarter today. I liked our baseball conversation, too, about the cap and the ceiling and where we might actually be going with that. I just don't see how Major League Baseball can't go forward without a floor. And to me, that's where I think the conversation starts. And then you get the ceiling. There are way too many teams, and now we're looking at the Dodgers with a $400 million payroll. I mean, no one's playing in that world. No one's in that stratosphere right now. And they've got to figure out something. Although we did have the one call that said they're not going to lock out. They're going to continue to play. I don't know. We've been down this road before, Jeff, and I think they'll shut it down. They'll shut it down until they get a cap. Because I think the owners are not happy with each other when you've got this situation. But if you're the players, you've got to get a floor. Don't you think?
It makes way too much sense to us, Andy. Put both in place and go play ball.
I love it. All right, he's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Thanks for listening today. We do appreciate you each and every day. Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. You know what's coming up next. It's the afternoon drive right here on 92.3 The Fan.
Why am I friends with you?
And that's the show.
This
for Mike McCarthy over Kingsbury in the moment.
This one's too skinny. Give me the chunky one.
Is that the husband buying it for the wife? Is that what that is?
I have my special chair here, Mr. McCarthy. I'm going to sit in the corner while you do your business.
You gonna pull up a six-pack and just hang out?
I do declare this is excellent work, Mr. McCarthy. I did not believe you had the cardio to do such a maneuver.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. It is a hump day in Northeast Ohio. Mike McDaniel, see ya. Grant Yudinsky, see you in Buffalo, maybe. We got a lot to get to today. The Cavs still not very good at basketball. The Browns are still the Browns. And baseball could be having a lockout, just like we all expected they would. But that open courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes, we've got Jake Murrin, man in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. And, of course, producing for us today. If you are watching and partaking our videos on YouTube, make sure to hit that like button. We like to be liked around these parts. And subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. And we got Cam Manna. I don't have a nickname for him yet. Doing 2020s today. Hi, JP.
Hello. How are you?
We're there. Yeah, today was the kids' first official day back to school after the forever long weekend. So we're battling today.
Oh, did they have a snow day yesterday?
They had a cold day yesterday.
Oh yeah, it's not even a snow day. It didn't really snow. Just a cold day.
I do like how people my age line up and like, we never had cold days, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure we had cold days.
I don't remember them. I'm pretty sure you're right. I'm pretty sure we got them. I don't remember them at all though.
Well, because the branding is not as good as snow day. Snow day, there's just a definitive connotation. Cold day is like, so it's cold outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we had them. I guarantee you. Even if it was just, hey, the heater in the high school broke, so you're not going to school tomorrow.
You know, I was out on the road today, and I didn't see any spinouts today, which is usually a good sign. Last week, it was spinouts everywhere, right? I did randomly see this guy. He was just walking, and he stopped, and then all of a sudden, he dropped and did 15 push-ups. And then I was sitting at this light. He just dropped in 15 push-ups, and then he got up, and then he just kept walking as if he didn't just do 15 push-ups. I was like, is this like to try to combat the cold? Is this a thing that this guy just does in his day-to-day life? Is this a normal person? He was dressed normally, everything like that, and then he just got up and went about his day.
Spin, I think he did it for somebody like you.
I was the only caller around, though.
Then he did it just for you. He's like, I'm going to drop and do 15 push-ups because the rest of the day, for that guy, he's going to ask, What's that deal?
I haven't gotten out of my mind. I'm trying to figure out all day long. What was he doing the push-ups for? Was he trying to get his body heat up? Is that the idea?
Could he have been mid-workout and you just didn't realize it?
Is he training for something? Is this just a thing that everyone does and I'm just not aware of it? Do people just consistently drop and do push-ups in the sidewalk and here I am living my life as if that's a weird thing, but apparently I'm the weird one for not doing it?
He is living rent-free in your head.
Oh, big time.
This man is occupying some serious space.
And I even eyed him after I drove past him to be like, so maybe he's unwell. Maybe he just isn't. No, he seems like a perfectly normal human.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, how about that?
Some mysteries can't be solved, and I think it's best that we leave that open.
But we're all combating the cold in our own special ways as we enter the sauna for day 2, as I'm now sweating. If you see me on the YouTube cameras, I am legitimately sweating as of right now.
Yep, and I've heard it's all somebody's fault at the station.
Oh, yeah? Who's that?
Yours. I will not name names.
I didn't have this source. Tell me who it was.
I do not recall. I'm going to have to plead the fifth here. I'm just going to say a bunch of words. I'm not throwing anybody under the bus, but they know who they are.
What did they do? Because yesterday
they messed
was warm.
with the thermostat.
Yesterday was warm, and then we fixed it, and now it's warm, and I guess we can't fix it?
This really is the problem of all of us becoming fathers, is all of us, the 6 of us that have drive time shows here or lead time shows here, we're all fathers, so we're programmed to want to mess with the thermostat.
Yeah, that's in our DNA.
Yeah, that is.
It's like it's now here.
I don't think any movie's got a better read on thermostats and dads than Daddy's Home 2, where it's just a whole cabal of fathers fighting over what's happening. That's 100% true.
But here's the thing. I don't really care about temperatures in the room for the most part. I got a good lenience of, if it's like 67 to 75, I'm going to be fine. This one, I'm legitimately sweating. Mac, you see the sweat that's coming off my head right now?
Yeah. You look like you just dropped down and gave 15 push-ups.
I know. This is it's a little alarming. So unfortunately, someone messed with it, apparently.
Now, the good thing is high temperatures and humidity, good for the central nervous system and your blood pressure. And it is a sauna here, so let's sweat this the hell out today. Kind of like the Browns are with their coaching search, where Mike McDaniel pieces out.
Nice transition.
Stop it. I'm a professional sometimes. But where Mike McDaniel pieces out yesterday, we've got the final 5 that we know about, and I was shocked, I tell you, when I saw Ken post another Twitter poll, because yesterday it had McDaniel, Udinski, Schwartz, and I think maybe McDermott or maybe another coach in his Twitter poll for who do Browns fans want. Mm-hmm. And I didn't pay attention to the results immediately because I knew if it was anybody but McDaniel, I would start to get triggered by it. Well, today I couldn't avoid it because he reposted a new poll today, and I've not seen the latest up-to-date results. But the man had 3,000 votes, 50% of which were going for Grant Udinski. 22% was going to McDermott, and then I think another 20% was going to Jim Schwartz, and I think it was like 3% other. Mm-hmm. I will tell you, very few things catch me as off guard as this caught me, that many people are sold on Grant Udinski, who literally, it's a Rorschach test. I just hold up a picture of Grant Udinski, and everybody else is going to feel something different about this picture.
Well, I'd probably say punchable face. Maybe other people would say it looks like Johnny Manziel. If Johnny Manziel made the right decisions, I think is how people put it.
Other people would say young Sean McVay. Other people would say tremendous risk and waste of time.
All right, so here's what's happening. This is very obvious to me. I don't think this is necessarily a love of Grant Udinski, because you can't find anything you truly love about him except for the fact that he's a young offensive coach that we don't know nothing about or anything about. But what I think is happening, I think this is a direct reflection of not wanting older defensive-minded coach. I think this is a direct reflection of not wanting to say out loud, you don't really want Jim Schwartz as the head coach. You're fearful of how we ever are going to be able to fix an offense if you have Jim Schwartz as the head coach. And so this is the response. This response at least gives people a hope that you got the offensive side of the ball right, and I think that's what people are leaning on.
Yeah, but it didn't work with Kevin Stefanski. I think that's the problem.
Well, I mean,
you had an offensive head coach who is maybe not fit to be a head coach after some time, and here's where it happened.
I know. Out of the gate, though, for that first year, there was a lot of good things about Stefanski, and I feel like...
So we're just forgetting the last 5?
Well, I'm not forgetting anything. I'm not the biggest fan of Stefanski.
I don't mean you. I mean the royal we.
And there are so many more instances of people hiring young offensive-minded coaches and it not working out than it working out, but I think that's where people are at right now. They would rather roll the dice with the unproven, the unknown, the mystery box, than roll the dice with the idea that Jim Schwartz, who's already been a head coach, after having 10 years off of being a head coach, the light bulb's going to go on, and he's going to do something great with this team, not only from a defensive perspective, but most importantly, from an offensive perspective.
So I think you're speaking truth. And by the way, the final results here are Grant Udinski, 50.2%, Sean McDermott, 26.4%, Jim Schwartz, 16.1%, and then none of the above, 7.3%.
I wonder if you did that poll right now, if McDermott would have a little bit more of a glow up after everything that happened in Buffalo today.
Wait, that's interesting, because I think Grant Udinski getting an interview in Buffalo is helping people
for sure
all of a sudden think we've got the next Sean McVay
for sure
on our hands.
It elevated him in a way, but I also think with McDermott, because what you're seeing right now in Buffalo that's happening between Beane and then between the ownership there, and how they're in a fist fight to try to basically bust toss McDermott, and then everything that happened in the 5 weeks ago where he basically told Brandon Beane, you don't know how to construct a roster, and that was apparently enough for Brandon Beane to say, okay, you're out of here now. Like, everything that's gone down there, it makes it seem like McDermott has been covering up a lot of flaws that Buffalo has been having for years, and that should make him more attractive. Instead, I think that people's response is, oh my gosh, this is as dysfunctional as it gets.
In fairness, my result to watching Brandon Beane cry about people saying mean things about him in the press conference was, oof, Sean McDermott was a real one. And the same thing with Pagula.
Right.
Exactly. Way, did you see the receipts have come out where people have tracked down
him at the combine rooting for Keon Coleman?
Well, no, him in the draft room saying, hey, we're going to stay here unless somebody blows us away doing something stupid. It's Keon Coleman.
Unfortunately, you got mic'd up in too many spots to try to hide and make this all Sean McDermott's fault for why you took a bad wide receiver, who, by the way, is still on the team.
If you were rich enough,
which is ridiculous.
There's a pretty well discovered theory in America that if you are rich enough or good looking enough, which one is Brandon Beane, the other is Terry Pagula, that you just get used to lying your way around life, that eventually you forget that other people actually might keep receipts. But I do think, it made me think more of Sean McDermott.
Sure, for sure, me too.
But the amount of, and just to speak to this, just the amount of people when they saw Grant Udinski will interview in Buffalo, the amount of people that I saw, you got to get him. Guys, we're not on a gotta-get-him basis.
I mean, I think Buffalo is just curious as to what we're trying to see in him. If anything, they got to do the recon. Wait a second, is this really Sean McVay at 30 years old? We're just He's going to be a coach in 2 years. We might as well be ahead of it. I don't, but here's why it's different, Nick.
Or it might be Brandon Beane thinking I can control him the same way it might be the same thing for Andrew Berry.
Maybe. Here's why it's different to me, though. You can do this if you're the Browns. You can hire Grant Udinski, and you can do it under the idea that we're going to put enough long-time football people around him, and he's going to try to coach up Shador. He's going to try to coach up whatever quarterback we take, and then we can go off to the races, right? Where the Bills have Josh Allen. You don't put a first-time head coach with Josh Allen. That's not. If it's a first-time head coach, it has to be a first-time head coach that has been with the Bills, been around the Bills, been an OC for many, many years. You don't give him a bright-eyed and bushy-tailed head coach.
I cannot. Listen, I don't know if Sean McDermott's going to come here. We're going to play some sound that might give us some insight of what McDermott might take to get McDermott. We got a lot here today, right? I cannot fathom that a guy who has been a glorified quarterback's coach for one season in Jacksonville, where Trevor Lawrence was pretty much the approximation of any other version of healthy Trevor Lawrence, albeit on a very successful regular season team in Jacksonville, but a guy who, again, was a glorified quarterback's coach for one season, and previous to that was a glorified quality control coach in Minnesota. I cannot understand for the life of me. I understand why fans want it. I think you're spot on, which is, hey, it's a box of nothing.
Mm-hmm. We don't know what it is.
It could be a box of something.
And that could be a box of Sean McVay.
That's true.
That's a good box.
That's true.
We like that box.
Primo box, many people are thinking to themselves. So fans, I do not begrudge you, and I don't want to make it sound like criticism, but I do think that this has been a result driven by a lot of people in town pushing Grant Udinski, because I think they think he's going to get the job, and it's a lot of people saying the name Grant Udinski without any substance behind it. And usually when this happens in Cleveland, my warning to all is, we usually pay for our sins when we do things like this.
Yeah, but he's become the favorite. It's not even close. Like, we talked about trying to find out who the belle of the ball is. Like, from the fans' perspective, he's become the favorite. I don't know if that helps him out or not, by the way. Because the Browns are doing this weird thing, have been for years under Andrew Berry, where the moment the fans want something, they just decide not to do it. In a weird way, I'm like, I don't know that this helps Grant Udinski.
For instance, I can actually back this up. Browns fans have wanted them to win for 26 years, and the Browns have been like, can't do it.
They're like, not in the cards.
Best I can do is one playoff win in 26 years. Take it or leave it.
Seems like anytime the fans get behind something, that's the moment the Browns just stop getting behind it.
Hey, we all like Baker Mayfield. He's a child. We must get rid of him. 216-474-0092. Nick Wilson says, at J. Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Quick hits at 240 Ashley Bastock. Cleveland.com talking Mike McDaniel, no longer in the coaching search of the Final Four. Is there a mystery candidate to maybe be looking at there? Ross Tucker at 4. He's going to be on one of the conference title games this weekend. We'll get his take on the playoffs. The remaining teams in the playoffs will also get his take on the Browns coaching search and QB search. Daryl Ryder, old ball of sunshine. Daryl Ryder join us at 6 today. Well, me and him will probably have a pretty extensive argument about Baker Mayfield and Kevin Stefanski. Many things to get to on today's show, though. As Jonathan maybe suggests here, is the love for Udinski really just a lack of confidence in our buddy Jim Schwartz? Sal Capaccio might give us insight here on how the Browns can secure Sean McDermott in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Udinski's interesting. I think he blew him away. I get the sense, and at first I thought the same thing with him. Now I get the sense that it's down to he and Nate Shieldhouse for that Cleveland job.
That was Frank Frangie, the voice of the Jacksonville Jaguars, on a show on 1010 XL, talking about Grant Udinski. Okay, can I tell you the other thing about the Udinski thing? Because I've heard this repeated times. I mean, Udinski blew the doors off his interview. Yeah. They went over the 3 hours allotted time, right? It was a Zoom call. How can somebody become a favorite for a job when you haven't met them in person yet? I find this very troubling.
Why? What's so troubling? A Zoom is, it's about as real can get.
Because it's a 3-hour call. Like the calls that are the in-persons that I'm used to are 8, 9, 10 hour long conversations.
I mean, I'm fine with that. But I'd also be an oddball owner too, where I'd want to see how they treat the wait staff. I'd want to see all that type of stuff as well. Like you want to take them out to a restaurant and just kind of, I don't know, see them be a human instead of on the Zoom but even Zoom, I don't think Zoom's the best, by the way, in general, only because if you don't do a lot of Zooms, like I don't do a lot of Zooms. Anytime I do a Zoom, I feel like I'm constantly waiting for it to like interrupt. I'm like, it's always awkward. Like, did you stop talking? Do I start talking now? Like, unless you're proficient in Zooms and that language, I feel like you can really make yourself look like an idiot constantly.
Oh, he's 30. This kid, he had college classes on Zoom.
Oh.
I would bet good money on.
Well, I mean, he's still older than he wasn't in school when the pandemic happened. He was out of school at that point.
Could have been grad school.
I just think I guess so.
I continue to come back to listen, this is the Browns are not the only team confronted with a head coaching class that is bizarre, interesting, different, not star-studded. Like there's only so many ways you can kind of sugarcoat this. Mm-hmm. So everybody's kind of dealing with this. But the Browns' methodology and how they've gotten down to 5. I mean, even from the fact that Mike McDaniel canceling his Zoom today, his in-person today, means with Nate Shieldhouse being a Monday interview, you have to find another Rooney Rule candidate. Right. And that Jonathan Jones tweeted out today of CBS Sports, oh yeah, this could delay the being able to name a head coach.
For sure it could.
That's just, it's already a wonky search. And with the way it's gone, it feels even wonkier. And maybe that's how a guy like Grant Udinski rises from. Maybe this was a year where you had a Vrabel and a Ben Johnson and a this, that, and the other. But I mean, don't we kind of have it now? We had Harbaugh. I think McDermott becomes somebody of interest to a lot of teams.
Yeah, should be an interest for us.
So like, we're just in a really weird space where I'm trying not to overreact because I don't think it's appropriate yet. But I can't tell you I'm not concerned about where this thing's going.
Well, with McDaniel out, I don't know that there's a head coach outside of McDermott now that they could name that would leave you satisfied. And really, to some degree, myself included in that as well.
We're settling from here. Yeah.
I mean, again, McDermott's still on the table. Now you have to shift your focus. You have to try to make that your number one priority. But if it's Udinski, it doesn't seem like me and you would be that thrilled. I think I would take it much better than you would. But even still, it is what it is. And then with Schwartz, with each passing day, I just become less impressed with the idea of Jim Schwartz. I've never been impressed with the idea of Jim Schwartz in general. I think taking him away from what he does best as being the defensive coordinator to promote him, I think that's just a recipe for bad. But yeah, like we're not in a great spot.
As of right now. And I think the whole time I've been pushing people, guys, nothing's changed since Monday. Like, let's let this process play out. As of right now, this feels like you're going to be making another hire in another couple years. And I hate to be in that way.
Unless you get McDermott.
And I think that, and I don't...
McDermott could be your Matt Campbell in the Penn State sweepstakes, where it seems right at the point when you botched it, all of a sudden you come in there and you save the day.
And it's interesting, like, do I think that this group deserves to save the day? I don't know. I'm in a very torn spot here where if the process leads to the right head coach, I think, and you have a good offseason, if you're aggressive this offseason, which you weren't last offseason, do I think you could be in the playoff mix next year? Yeah, I got a burger bet on it already.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think the Browns are that far away, but I do think botching the O-line or quarterback position, or just running a really flawed head coaching search, or coming to a flawed result, that I worry that that's the thing that could take them farther away, and it doesn't need to be done. Because fatalist, a year from now, if the Browns are another 5-win team, people will say, oh, it was always meant to be that. No, guys, this is kind of where we decide what this next year looks like and what the year after looks like. This fatalistic thing of the Browns are just bad, that's Browns derangement syndrome talking for all of us. It is easy to be jaded and, deranged about where this team is, but they have an opportunity here to reset the franchise in a positive way and build off what they have built, because they didn't do a full cleanup.
Well, and I really do think strong teams understand when they've made a mistake, and then they move off of that. Why the Patriots are playing in an AFC title game this year, Nick, is because Gerard Mayo wasn't good at his job, and they identified it and said, okay, we got to move off this. I think bad teams get in mistakes where they try to see something through longer than it needs to be. But the reality is that what they've been preaching us the entire time, this doesn't take a million years to figure out. If you make a mistake, you make the mistake, and then you move on, and you clean this thing up as quickly as you can. And so, it's going to be interesting to see how they perceive this head coaching hire, if it is in fact a complete and utter failure.
So here's, again, I don't want to jump the shark on this. I just want to come back to the idea of Udinski, and we got to get to the idea that Buffalo's going to interview him, and how this could end up being a comedically rough situation for Browns fans to have to sit through. Again, I just want to come back to this. I think in looking at how they've done this, I don't think Schwartz or Monken were ever serious. I don't care that they get second-round interviews. I think they're here to be the coordinators, the quote-unquote adults in the room. So if you take those guys off the board, and then you look at a bulk of the guys that they've interviewed, I think they have identified something that they have said to themselves, we have to go out and we have to find the next McVay. And I find that to be incredibly flawed thinking. Now, they could swerve. They could name Jesse Minter the head coach tomorrow, and then all of this proves to be fake. I think Jesse Minter might have his pick of jobs, which is not good for the Browns.
So Jesse, though, would be more the idea that they want Younger.
Yes. So Younger doesn't bug me, because, again, that's been kind of the backbone of the Steelers. Find me somebody that's a little on the green side, and we're going to mold them into the coach along the way.
Because a younger coach thinks way differently than a 60-year-old coach.
Yes.
That's life in general, but that's also, it works that way with the NFL too.
But if let's say Jesse Minter pulls his name from this search, between that and McDaniel deciding to be the offensive coordinator with the Chargers, it's basically going to confirm to us, hey, these guys know somebody else is getting the job, and they're trying to save face by pulling out of this job prematurely, right? So if it is Udinski or Shieldhouse, it's going to be tough for me to shake the feeling. You guys said to yourselves, hey, we're going to run a very comprehensive search in effort to find the next McVay, in a year where all of those previous candidates, a la Ben Johnson and over previous years, have been fished out, at which point, good organizations can make flawed decisions if they guide this in a specific direction. So I think that's my concern. Is I love when our friends in the analytics side of Cleveland football Twitter go, hey, we're going to remove emotion from this, and this is just going to be all logic. Yes, but if your logic is based on a false premise, like I need to find the next Sean McVay, as opposed to I need to find the next head coach of the Cleveland Browns, you have started with a flawed logic, which can lead you to really the worst possible outcome.
So I can't give him any credit yet, because it is what it is. But the idea that Dan Pitcher, for instance, didn't get the second interview, but the other guys did, and Dan Pitcher, we had the relationship with Andrew Berry laid out already. They clearly are looking for something beyond just young offensive coordinator. There's something that Shieldhouse, there's something that Udinski did in these interviews that Dan Pitcher did not.
Did they say yes, sir?
Maybe. There's got to be something. There is something here. Even you joke about it, but there is something there, because they were able to say Dan Pitcher, no, sorry, we don't want to do this. And there was a stretch there where you're going to get real mad if they just gave the job to Dan Pitcher, because it would have been Andrew Berry and Dan Pitcher and that buddy relationship they formed in Indianapolis. Clearly there is something that they're looking at and trying to see. Unfortunately for us trying to like navigate and try to talk about this, we're not in those meetings. We don't know what was said. We don't know how they do these things.
I've been consulted on many searches.
I've had four different levels.
All four different levels. And I've given and honestly, when they've made the wrong choice, I've washed my hands of it.
How much how much is Netflix paying to be able to broadcast? Would that even get big numbers? We care about it, but like they broadcasted like the head coaching interviews. Where you could just like put a tripod down and the cameras down, and then we're just like in the interview process.
That would be so. You realize they did a 3-hour Zoom with Grant Udinski.
I would watch all 3 hours.
Yeah, no, I would, but I wouldn't feel good about it.
But is it just us? Are we the only ones that are watching all 3 hours?
No, I guarantee you fans would too. And the problem is the sickness would grow. 216-474-0092 is the love for Grant Udinski really just a lack of confidence in Jim Schwartz. I do want to play Sal Capaccio, who is on with the Morning Boys today in Around the Coaching Search. I don't know what the hell they're calling it with all the different people here, but got into how the Browns can secure Sean McDermott.
Yeah, I don't have to guarantee anything other than him having a say in the roster build in some capacity. But at the same time, the GM's going to have the final call. So I've always thought Sean, since this all happened, would be a very good fit in Cleveland. Cleveland reminds me of when Sean took over in Buffalo in 2017. They have some quarterback questions. We know that. They haven't been, winning for a while. We know that, just like in Buffalo. And he came in and really established a great culture. And I think he did a great job to kind of steer that ship in the right direction. And then, obviously, you got a great quarterback, and then the rest took off.
So I don't think what he's asking for is that much. I think any coach should have a say in the coaching search. I think Kevin Stefanski and his staff had a say in who they went after. I just don't think they had the ultimate say. So I felt like that was very doable, what Sal Capaccio said.
Yeah, well, according to Brandon Beane, he was trying to give him all the power in the world, wasn't he? Oh, just the bad picks, though. Just the bad ones.
Keon Coleman. Oh, my God. Who was the other? AJ Epinesa.
By the way, I kind of hope we find out that Brandon Beane just had way more power than Sean McDermott, because if we're going to use some of these things against Brandon Beane, the idea that in 56 draft picks, he's drafted 2 Pro Bowlers, so he's 54 of 56 and not drafting Pro Bowlers. I don't want Sean McDermott to be involved at all then, right? Like I'd rather this all fell on Brandon Beane.
And the only I think this is what drives me crazy. Bad organizations go through rough draft spells, and more importantly, good organizations miss on players all the time. Eric DeCosta's missed on more than half the picks they've made in the last 7 years. He just happened to be really right about the one that matters more than anything, which is the quarterback position. Because I think it's really easy to get into. He wanted Keon Coleman. Well, he wanted this guy. Well, he wanted this guy. I think we've already done it to Andrew Berry and Kevin to some extent. Like, guys, you're always going to be able to point to the losses because it's the football draft, and it's a pretty even playing field unless you have the number 1 pick every year, which, by the way, you're getting fired for a different reason.
Right, but the Bills' misses are being highlighted in an extreme way in the past couple days.
So Jason on Twitter points to this. Bills are going to steal Udinski. I'm not doing. If they hire Udinski,
can't do it. They can't do it.
If they hire Udinski,
you're not throwing Udinski. You're not throwing Udinski and Josh Allen together. Josh Allen would.
I don't care if they do.
He would riot before you did that.
I don't care if they do. I'm not sweating. I am sweating because it's 80 degrees in here.
Still sweating.
But I'm not sweating missing out on Grant Udinski because Buffalo got involved. Guys, if the whole premise of this coaching search was on Grant Udinski becoming the Browns head coach and any other outcome is flawed, we were bleeped from Jump Street. The Quick Hits segment coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
on the Hornets. Yes, Rivalry Hoops. Tip-off at 7. Listen to the Fan Rewind, weeknights 11 to midnight, to get all the best segments from all our shows. And you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
I might need your advice on something.
Oh, yeah? All right, let's do it.
Because it will impact you and how you're seen in the industry.
Well, okay.
Keith,
don't love this answer now.
It's not a great setup. So, Keith, let it slip. Every year, one of the great publications in America, Barrett Sports Media, they get together with all these programmers and all these talents across America, and they put together one of the true great polls. They a lot of integrity here over the top 20 shows for morning shows, midday shows, and afternoon shows.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
in sports and news and whatnot, and then they, I mean, again, like countless. I mean, we're talking thousands potential programmers here. And Keith reminded me that that's going to be coming up at some point this year. And I think it'd be really funny if I sent program directors that I know almost like a campaign text that you get.
Yeah, like when you vote for the Heisman, they send like lunch boxes with the player's face on it, stuff like that.
I was thinking it's like, hey, Jeff, it's Nick from the Wilson Peterlin Campaign HQ.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think we should canvass.
Your vote matters.
Can we count on your vote come 2026?
Can I be honest with you?
What?
It feels incredibly lame.
But that's what makes it really funny to me.
And that's why it would work for you in many ways. But it feels... I think people know you won't have to know it would just be a joke, right? I think. But then there's also enough of them out there that would be like, he's really campaigning for these votes.
I was homecoming king my junior year because
Really?
I put on a campaign. I've run successful campaigns before.
Homecoming king.
Yeah, I know.
How many people in your class?
About 120.
That's not a small number. Who was the homecoming queen? Was she a real hottie?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
Yeah.
Being homecoming king, I thought you campaigned enough for it. That's a pretty big deal.
I campaigned for me. She was the sidecar here.
I mean, I was trying to figure out if she thought maybe you were the sidecar in this.
Oh no, yeah, absolutely.
Maybe she's like,
most women in high school did think I was the sidecar.
I wanted this my whole life, and then they made the homecoming king a joke.
I think clown shoes more would have been the way they would have described me being the homecoming king.
What was your winning campaign?
Well, no, I had multiple. I had a vote for Nick as a vote for America, and there was a picture of me in a very American T-shirt. Nick Wilson, vote for Nick Wilson. What's the worst thing that could happen? There's another one.
Vote for Nick. Don't be a...
No. We ran a clean campaign.
A clean one, okay. I mean,
campaign.
it is high school. I don't know.
Campaign. That's also something I tried to run in high school. That one was unsuccessful. No one took me up on it. No votes.
So what happened for prom? I assumed you wanted to run back the successful campaign for prom. What happened there?
I had made my point.
Okay, all right, good enough.
I had made my point.
Hey, listen, if you want to run a mock campaign that gets us first overall, I got no problems with it.
You got to understand, I worked for 4 different PDs in Charlotte in 4 years. I've had 2 PDs
Is that helping
here.
us or hurting us now? I don't know.
It's probably, well, they worked with me, so it's probably not helping.
That's what I'm saying.
But I have at least, and I have a couple more numbers that I could really just spam the crap out of, and I would find it funny. The question is whether it would just completely whether people would get the joke.
They wouldn't get the joke.
That makes me want to do it more.
I know.
Realize that's a very good response by you, but it does make me want to do it more.
They wouldn't get the joke, but I know you and how you operate. You go for the ha-has any chance you get, so like you're going to do it. And that's fine. I won't have a problem if one of the PDs calls me up being like, he's campaigning for this. It's a little weird. And me having to then explain to him, like, it's a joke. It's a bit. How do you not get this? I know this is going to happen. I'm fine with that.
You're filling me with glee.
I'm fine with that.
You're putting it this way?
You know this is how it's going to go down. And I'm going to have I'm going to get multiple phone calls, I would imagine.
Tell Keith.
And I'd just be like, it's a bit, guys.
You're going to need to restrict my email because I know a lot of names, and I got their emails through Odyssey. Mitch Rosen, you're first up, buddy. King of Chicago, the king of bada bing in Chicago. You're up next. You're going to get that nice little message from me.
Yeah, a guy I've known since I was 21 years old.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's going to go great. This is going to go great. Listen, I'm all for it.
Listen,
get people the awareness. Let's get on their radar. You go for it. Why not? And you know what? If we don't get a good ranking, I'm going to say you didn't campaign hard enough.
No, that's what we're going to say.
I'm going to say you didn't do it hard enough.
It backfired. We ran a clean campaign. We ran for principles, but quite frankly, nobody has a sense of humor in this business.
People weren't receptive to the campaign for whatever reason. It's not our fault.
You know what? We didn't hit the Midwest.
Are you going to
like a lot of candidates over the last 20 years? We just didn't hit the Midwest hard enough.
Well, the only show that doesn't take PAC money.
We hit that blue wall, and there was just no coming back from it. All right. So what are we attaching, or what are you attaching to this?
What do you mean?
So again, like the Heisman campaigns are usually like you get like a lunchbox or like a bunch of stickers that have Mendoza's face on it or something incredibly lame. Are you going to attach like YouTube videos of ours?
I think it's maybe a signed one of those from the Greenies sports card convention.
Oh yeah, those are good. That you left all over the stations.
Autographed cards.
Okay, good.
Autographed Nick Wilson memorabilia.
Well, there we go. Now we're cooking.
Yeah.
You put that in like a manila packet or something.
Oh, I'm sending this to everyone. I'm going to have so much fun with it.
You should also do like
Carpet's gonna have a conversation with me, but I'm gonna have fun with this.
You should do like a really antiquated mini disc or something like that, where then you put it on there and you write like afternoon drive best of,
and you load it up.
Obviously, there's not anything on there because who's got a mini disc player? But...
No. You load it up and it's just me with a thumbs up,
or you load it up and it's yesterday's segment on Mike McCarthy being bought in an auction by Colonel Sanders.
I do declare. All right, let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel.
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry.
It's Quick Hits.
John Harbaugh was introduced to the Giants media yesterday, and one of the biggest topics was who gets the final say in the draft room and how it went in Baltimore, which led to Mike Garafolo, known great guy. A lot of people love Mike Garafolo in this business. Of NFL Network sharing this story from Harbaugh's Baltimore days.
I don't think you necessarily want your coach to always have final say. You want checks and balances. I did hear recently, within the last couple of days, he said, when John Harbaugh had guys that he wanted, sometimes he got them, sometimes he didn't. If he got his way, Puka Nacua would be a Raven. That's a guy that John Harbaugh badly wanted the Ravens to draft. They didn't. But there were other players that he wanted that they did draft that didn't necessarily work out in the process as well. So sometimes he's going to hit, sometimes he's going to miss.
Name them.
Puka's a fifth rounder. What are you talking about?
I'm so officially out on Harbaugh winning anything significant ever that he has cheese you-know-what in the media doing stuff like this.
I think it's a brilliant idea, though. Like, just tell him, oh, yeah, I want a Puka Nacua.
You know who else did this?
Of course I did. Everyone did.
No, Hugh Jackson.
Yeah, Hugh Jackson did this a lot, actually. This is some Hugh
Jackson stuff.
Hugh Jackson did that a lot. But I've heard that Harbaugh's already got full control anyway. Shane's basically a puppet. Joe Shane, the GM, is basically just there as a conduit, but like Harbaugh's going to get everything he wants. It's kind of what they were fighting over at the end of it.
Better draft. You better never miss. You better never miss. I just hate stuff like this. And honestly, it is a companion piece to Keon Coleman in Buffalo. Mm-hmm. Guys, nobody makes 100% of the picks unless it's John Dorsey. Nobody makes 100% of the picks. There's a one for you, one for us. It is absolutely teamwork makes the dream work, or in the Browns' case, the nightmare work. I hate this kind of stuff. And the fact that Mike Garafolo did it, it is trout sniffing at its absolute finest.
Yeah, that's how he has that job, though.
It's true. Omaha! I campaigned for it.
Yeah, well. Yeah. I got thoughts. We're going to leave them there. Jason Rockenfora says execs from multiple NFL front offices who are conducting head coaching searches believe the Ravens are now moving close to a final decision and strongly anticipate it to be Jesse Minter getting the job. The industry also expected Minter in Baltimore before Harbaugh was let go. That's a little add-on there. But Rockenfora is saying it's Jesse Minter to Baltimore, and that's going to end up being the result. Are you buying this?
Yeah, this one makes a lot of sense. He's Harbaugh adjacent, but he's not Harbaugh.
It seems like he was one of the front runners out of the gate. It seems like this is the direction they're going. Also, in the exact sense of corresponding news here, Steelers reporters are now saying Minter is just definitely out of the Steelers convo, and so it's kind of everything. The stars are aligning for this to be reality. What Rockenfora is putting out there.
You realize what a kick in the biscuits the last 2 days have been. McDaniel and Minter were my 1 and 2. So, and granted, I did. Well, probably the reason why Jesse was too is I always thought it was a long shot, anyways, that he'd be going to Baltimore because, again, it just connect the dots. It makes sense. They didn't want John Harbaugh, but they didn't want to go too far from John Harbaugh. The fact that your Final Five becomes a Final Four of Jim Schwartz, Todd Monken, Grant Udinski, and Nate Scheelhaase. Not great, Bob.
Yeah, your offensive coordinator, by the way, obviously undetermined. I wonder if Lamar's mad about that.
About what?
About getting a defensive-minded coach.
I don't think he cares. As long as nobody interrupts him in the middle of Fortnite, I think he's
still gets
fine.
to play his video games.
Yeah. Wake me up.
As long as his mom can still be his agent.
I need Cliff Kingsbury to be the OC there.
That's a real possibility, by the way.
Yes,
it's a real possibility.
Yeah, it is. And I can't wait for it. And that's, to me, Cliff Kingsbury, Lamar Jackson. It's along the lines of Jaden Daniels. Don't screw it up kind of thing. But there's a chance they will.
Easily.
The only thing okay, if the Browns
especially as Lamar starts to age here.
If the Browns coaching search didn't appear to be a bit of a disaster with Mike McDaniel piecing out, maybe Jesse Minter going to Buffalo, if I had more faith in it, I'd be giddy because the only team hiring anybody of note is going to end up being Pittsburgh if Mike McCarthy's the guy. And I fear that for about 3 to 5 years, and then the harder they put off a rebuild, the harder it's going to be to rebuild.
Well, but you see, so if we're landing McCarthy in Pittsburgh, and now we're landing Minter in Baltimore, we're not in the catbird seat yet, but we're running out of room for Sean McDermott to come in there and save the day elsewhere.
That's fair. Although, it'd be more humiliating if he took the Raiders job over this. It would be. That's a really
it's a bad job, but
Tom Brady micromanaging.
You get the number 1 overall pick, though, and that would, I would imagine, make McDermott feel good because I don't know that he knows what to do with the quarterback.
McDermott, Mendoza,
Josh
and
Allen
Tom Brady. Oh, my God. So milquetoast.
And Brady would be like, I'll take care of the quarterback. So I'll do that part of the job. You do the other stuff.
So let's follow up on this. So we'll get more on potentially Minter to Baltimore from Jason Lockenfora, and from Cleveland search to Pittsburgh
search. He did
search.
confirm it, so maybe that's a new name for him.
In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
give us the time of day. If you wanted to be an offensive guy, I don't give a damn about play calling. I don't give a damn. Marcus Freeman ain't walking through that door. Kurt Signetti is not walking through that door. Ryan Day ain't walking through that door. We ain't talked about any of them. If there ain't any other wonderkins or great big names, then fine. Might as well go with the guy who has the highest upside, have we not?
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Ashley Bastock coming up in about 20 minutes here, Cleveland.com. She joins us every single Wednesday at 3:20. We've also got Ross Tucker. We'll talk some playoff action with him as he's going to be on one of the conference title games this weekend. For our friends at Westwood One, we'll also get his opinion on the Browns head coaching search. But if you missed a moment in our show, you can use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. I've already started composing this basically chainmail that I'll be sending to PDs everywhere.
Okay, good. Yeah, what do we got?
All right, so it's, hey, insert program director name here.
Yeah.
We are mere days away from PDs everywhere submitting their mid-market top afternoon shows, and we need your help. I was thinking of throwing in there, we can win this vote, but we need your help, but we'll see. We're a program that believes in strong resets, playing the hit topics, and paying off your teases.
Yeah.
Every show is driven.
Those are our foundations.
Listen, I'm well-groomed radio man, except for personally. Every show is driven through the lens of being informative, engaging, and entertaining. I feel like it's a strong start. We've already gotten 3 votes just based off that.
How do we differentiate ourselves, though? Well, I mean, the PDs don't really want you to differentiate yourself too much.
That's true. Yeah,
they really like you to kind of stick to the script.
Exactly. Yeah. So this right here never happened on air. Because if a PD heard this, if Andy Roth heard this, we'd lose the vote.
Yeah, no, because then it'd become a mockery of the vote.
Be like, you need to get to your content. Get to the meat of the burrito. Right, that's what you got to do here.
Yeah, that's exactly what multiple PDs have told me.
I've had 6 PDs. They've all said the same 3 things to me.
And it's like, why? Can we come up with a new way to say this?
Yeah. Meat of the enchilada?
I don't know. Just something different.
Meat of the quesadilla?
Something different. Just give me something different.
Could be meat of the spaghetti. Could be completely different food.
All right, so you feel pretty good about this one. You're not attaching any audio, nothing for them to figure it on their own?
No,
okay.
God, no.
No, not at all.
That could lose votes.
Yeah, okay, good. All right. At least we're on the same page.
No. This is basic pandering to their greatness about us. It's kind of like Grant Udinsky.
You might follow yourself into a new job, by the way, is what's going to happen here.
I don't think that'll happen ever.
Well, I mean, I don't know. You know how these PDs think, like, oh, wow. Wow. That email blew me away.
Let's be real
People
clear
have been
here.
given big-time national jobs for, like, 7 minutes of a clip.
It's oddly specific.
Seems
they have somebody in mind there.
I think an email might be in the same ballpark.
All right, so here's the thing. The number 1 ratings that we have on the show don't matter to other PDs.
Although I think it should.
The quality content, like the funny ha-has, and the opinions,
they don't even like that.
They don't. None of those don't matter.
Yeah.
It's really, whose ass have you been sniffing? I think that's really like how you go elsewhere.
Which makes it really astounding that either one of us have these jobs to begin with.
No, I just
because we're not good bootlickers.
I think we're wrong. I think you're wrong on that.
All right, am I better than I thought?
I think we both are.
Really? That's nice to know.
If we really, and by the way, that's without trying. If we really put mouth to boots here, think of how quickly. By the way, I had a night show in my hometown at 30. I know how lucky I am. Just while we're just inside to the audience, I know how lucky. But the point is,
yeah, but others have that job at like 23.
That's true.
Are they just better at kissing booty?
I think they are. Well, no, or they were born to somebody who also had done sports in that market, and that helps too.
Can I kiss more ass than a toilet seat? I don't think I have it in me.
Oh, you could.
I wish I did. I like you thinking that I do.
I thought you were company man over here, Jonathan Peterlin.
I am company man, big time company man. Make no mistake about that. But there also is there's a spot where that starts and where that stops. I'm company man in the sense that, like, hey, we have an Earth Day thing. I'll be there. I'll be there with bells on. We got an event to go to. Guess who's going to be there? I'll be there. But when it comes to, the actual, like, hey, let me just tell you how great you are at your job, I'm not. I don't hit those notes unless I really believe it. Which is, if you hear that from me and you're one of the bosses,
Congratulations.
Good save.
That's a sincere and honest.
Good save.
That's a sincere and honest thing.
Yeah, that's the only thing they're going to take away from this segment. That's why I thought I'd be miserable
at sales, by the way, is that unless I really believed in the product, I couldn't sell it at all. But if I really believed in the product, I think I'd be a great salesman.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, you've got to really believe in the product.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I think I could sell radio, for instance, because I really believe in radio. But there's all sorts of things that I just don't believe in. And if you told me to go out and sell that, I'd be like, yeah, but you could do better than this. You could definitely, if they just pushed me on it in the slightest bit, I'd be like, you probably could do a little bit better than this.
How many times are we going to mention this before Keith comes in and just subtly goes, please don't do that? And will I listen? We'll find out.
I don't think he'll tell you that. I really don't.
I kind of am like a toddler acting out right now. It wouldn't be the worst thing if someone put me in my place.
You're not slapping anybody in the face here. You're just sending emails.
This is where it starts.
This
is where it starts.
I'm sending emails that prop up the show. Like, why is this a bad thing? It makes you look like a loser, but I don't know why it's a bad thing.
That's funny to me. All right, now, this being said, speaking of making things look like a loser, the Browns not only have lost Mike McDaniel from their coaching search, but Jesse Minter potentially going to be the final man there in Baltimore, which means the Succulent Six would now be pared down to the Final Four. And I would like to read these names unironically for you. Todd Monken, Jim Schwartz, Grant Udinski, and Nate Scheelhaus.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
What an assortment of nothing.
Well, we don't know what's going to happen with Sean McDermott yet.
True,
we got to leave some room for Sean McDermott to enter the equation. Every time you say it, though,
it does seem like the ultimate,
hey, jobs are closing up here.
You're not wrong. It does feel like when you say it, though, that it's like hey, let's say this one thing that might be a distant hope because we don't want to focus on these four things over here that are probably troubling and probably not going to work out.
Yeah, am I holding out hope that Sean McDermott enters the equation? Somebody that, honestly, like a month ago, I'm pretty sure I didn't really know one direction or not. I still don't know whether or not he's a good head coach. I just think there's a lot of dysfunction in Buffalo right now that's showing since he's been gone. I think we can all see that. That's a feather in his cap.
And I just know he's a better coach than Todd Monken or Jim Schwartz.
I know he's a better coach than a lot of the people that we're talking about.
And I think he's a safer, and I hate safe choices, but I do think he's a much safer choice than Udinski or Scheelhaus.
He still might fall in that category for enough people. He's older than 50 and coaches the defensive side of the ball, so it's a non-starter.
How old is he, by the way?
51.
51? Oh, he's a spring chicken.
Well, 51's the new 41, so I would tend to agree with you. But
and he pulls off the bald look, which is really hard to do.
Well, he looks like Bill Burr.
Yeah, but like a better-looking Bill Burr. See, now this is something they should send right to him and be like, they think I'm a better-looking Bill Burr. This is a win for me.
I don't think Bill Burr's a very good-looking guy.
Okay, we didn't need to add that. I think I was just trying to polish one here. But, while we have that going on in Baltimore, Mark Cabali, one of the most clued-in guys in Pittsburgh media, saying Mike McCarthy is now the favorite for the Pittsburgh job. In the intermediate, that's the best head coach who would be hired in the AFC North, which is wild because I have plenty of misgivings about Mike McCarthy, but you don't hire Mike McCarthy to rebuild.
No, and that I kind of think that's where Art Rooney II is at, by the way. I think he's looking around and it's like, everyone wants me to tear this thing down. Everyone wants me to get back to the basics of this and kind of like reset and regroup. And I just don't think he wants to do that. I don't think he looks at the Steelers as a team that even does that. And so what you'd be doing with McCarthy is saying, you step right in and basically you have to do everything that Tomlin just accomplished. And McCarthy would be this type of coach that historically has been able to do that.
You threw out the idea that it might be ambitious on some fronts, but you threw out the idea, bring Aaron Rodgers back for one more year.
Yeah, they'd be linked up together.
And then you draft like a Ty Simpson at the end of the first round, or if Trinidad Chambliss comes out, or somebody else. And I think, so you always have to think, like, how does an NFL team think? And that, when you said it yesterday, I was like, oh, that's how an NFL team thinks. Like, that's how, and by the way, kind of like I got to go find young Sean McVay, it backfires more often than not when we go to the cliche level of this is how a team thinks. When a team is thinking in cliches, it works out a lot less than it does actually like come to fruition. So it turns into a disaster most times. But it is how teams think. Like I think you might be onto something that if they're trying to have their cake and eat it too, of we'll win with Aaron next year. We've got the head coach that kind of brought him along, and then a Ty Simpson can be our guy, can be our version of what Aaron Rodgers was to Brett Favre in Green Bay.
And so the other side of this that I think is interesting is that they also think in the way of, well, you can hire a Nate Scheelhaus as your offensive coordinator, and in a couple years you can tell him he's the one that's primed to go ahead and be the new head coach when McCarthy steps away 3, 4, 5 years from now. But the problem with that thinking is that it's like if you like him that much to begin with now, then just hire him now. But they don't think that way.
Yeah.
They think McCarthy's in there, he's stable, he's somebody the NFL world respects, and then you get this thing until McCarthy 3, 4, 5 years from now steps away.
And if you're Scheelhaus, why would you do that?
I think it'd be the promise of being the Steelers head coach after Tomlin.
Would somebody have to remind him about Ken Wisenhunt and Russ Grimm and how that went?
I was going to say nothing is guaranteed there. Like that's part of that idea, and you could be waiting a very long time. You're waiting on McCarthy to then leave, and you're also then banking on it being successful because people have the right to change their mind if it's not successful.
So it's weird. Like I think McCarthy gives you credibility that a first-time head coach doesn't. I continue to come back to. I just struggle with the idea of him going to Pittsburgh because they've just never done this. Like for 2 generations of Rooneys now, they haven't done this.
Yeah.
And so maybe it is a case of Art Rooney II's getting older and is feeling that pinch. We see that with a lot of coaches in the NFL.
And from what I've heard in Pittsburgh, they think he's really, really close to just this will be the last hire that he makes.
Mm-hmm.
So he makes this hire, then his son comes in, and he's the guy that makes the next hire. That is hey, this is your guy for 15, 20 years or whatever. But I think that's also part of the reason why he doesn't want to be patient with this either. Because if you go with someone like, let's just throw Jesse Minter out there, even though we talked about him going to the Ravens, but if you put someone like that in place, you're giving him 15 years to figure this out. You're tearing this thing down to the studs, and you're giving it 2-3 years on top of it. That's a forever.
I think I'm really torn on the McCarthy thing, just because, by the way, I think Mike McCarthy would be about as good of a hire as you could make here, given where we're at right now. I think in Pittsburgh, though, I think it might be a disaster because I think you're trying to grasp at straws that aren't there. Like you're turning things over, and in turnover, there's always instability, and pieces get let go because they're not part of the puzzle. And then you're trying to win this next year on a team that, quite frankly, I think was elevated a little bit just because they had been together forever. But you're going to have to start making some of those decisions on guys like Cam Hayward and T.J. Watt anyways.
Right.
If you don't win in the first 2 years of Mike McCarthy, it's an epic failure.
Yeah, there's no guarantee that it would all of a sudden work, and he brings a lot of the same flaws that Tomlin brought to the table. A lot of these older coaches, they all, not all, but most have the same problems with clock management. Most have the same penalty issues, stuff like that, because they just don't zero in on the little stuff the way that Sean McVay does, for instance. Mm-hmm. It's just a little bit different. One other thing that they have going for him, though, and this goes in McCarthy's favor, he is a yinzer. And this is stupid. This is not why I think anybody should hire anybody.
That is why people
get in the head of Art Rooney II for a minute, instead of a second, get in there for a second, and put it together. The idea that he's a Pittsburgh guy through and through, speaks Yinzer, is going to be something that appeals to him.
Well, and Omar Khan and Kevin Weidel, who are there.
I forgot about that. The relationship they have.
Yeah, the 1s and 2s in Pittsburgh.
Going back to the Saints.
They go back to the Saints back in 2000 when Mike Ditka was the head coach. I don't know. It's weird because I do think Mike McCarthy could be a good hire for a lot of people, but expectation versus reality is such a huge pivotal thing there. If you listen, to go back to your theory, which is that maybe this entices Aaron Rodgers to come back for one more year, and that allows you the ground fire to draft a quarterback and develop him, which you need to do if it's Ty Simpson. If they're going through it for that prism, if that works out, it's a boondoggle. Even if it's only a 5-6 year hire with Mike McCarthy, he gets to say he was the Steelers head coach, but he gets to kind of see the team through the transition, and then he builds Ty Simpson up, and then eventually the head coach that's going to be there for 20 years gets a baked in, not franchise, but at least starting quarterback in Ty Simpson. That's great if it works. And I think what's interesting is I think Pittsburgh has gotten to the point where they almost think they're infallible to losing, and that's all because of the protection of Tomlin and what he's afforded them. I think it's going to be really interesting to see what happens when the first thing in this plan goes wrong.
Well, I think you'd make the McCarthy hire with the idea that he's the one coach that's been presented where he shouldn't go 6 wins, he shouldn't go 5 wins. That's not really in his DNA, and so you're trying to skip that part of the step.
216-474-0092. Does Mike McCarthy to Baltimore do anything, to Pittsburgh, if that is what happens, as being reported by Mark Cabali and others in Pittsburgh, that he's the favorite for that job? Does that do anything for you? I'm such a believer in fit, meaning, and not who do you know, but when, in fact, you take that job and what the expectations are. I'm torn between it's a smart hire and JP's NFL logic put behind it, and it could be a real disaster for them. Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com helps us make sense of the Browns head coaching search in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
11 to midnight to get all the best segments from all our shows. And you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive. Ross Tucker coming up in about 40 minutes. Mike McDaniel. He's the Chargers OC, won't be the Browns' next head coach. Jesse Minter. Looks like it's a very good chance he's going to be the Ravens' next head coach, which would mean then there were 4 with the Browns head coaching search to talk about, the many names in the Browns search here and so much more, and maybe some quarterback talk just to make us feel better, which I don't know why would make us feel better. We head out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome in Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com. She joins us every single Wednesday here at 3:20. Ashley, welcome back to the whole show here.
Thanks, guys. I will say it's an off season with the Browns, so nothing can ever be normal, right?
Yeah, but I'd like it if it was. Right? Would it be nice if it was just like logical?
Maybe, but it would be boring, right? We're not used to boring.
I'll take that chance. I'll tell you. Would you
want to risk that one?
Yeah. I feel like I'm pretty entertaining no matter whether it's good or bad football here.
Yeah, we can find stories as long as we feel good about the football team.
So with that, Ashley, what do you think? Again, the report here is Jesse Minter very likely to be the new guy in Baltimore. He's one of the succulent 6 that we heard getting second-round interviews from the Browns earlier this week. Then, of course, Mike McDaniel withdrew from his in-person interview today to take the Chargers OC job. And then there were 4. How do we feel about those 4?
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting, right? And first of all, let me say, Jesse Minter to the Ravens, to me, just makes sense. Ironically, he comes from that Harbaugh tree. Obviously, he's been with Jim Harbaugh for a while. But the Ravens ultimately, I think more than anything, they need somebody to vibe with Lamar, right? But they need somebody to fix that defense more than anything. That defense the last couple of years has just not been good. So I was very much I'm not quite sure why the Browns are interested in so many of these younger defensive guys who play 3-4s, because that's just not their scheme, and it's not the scheme they're built for on defense. But I think the really interesting wrinkle over the last 24, 48 hours is Grant Udinski in Jacksonville, who seemed like the Browns had really cornered him. We know they're going to do an in-person interview with him this week. But now Buffalo has come calling and seems interested. So I am really fascinated by that and what this Buffalo job opening does amidst the open jobs that are left and what the ripple effects end up being, if at all. But just because the idea of working with Josh Allen is probably the most appealing job out there right now. So a guy like Grant Udinski wasn't getting much buzz really outside of Cleveland. Now to have interest there, I'm curious what that does, because outside of him then you have Nate Scheelhaase, who, we'll see what happens with the Rams and if they make it to the Super Bowl and if that delays things. How interested the Browns really are in him is another really, I think, pressing question. But, I said yesterday, the interesting thing about this search is these external guys that they were courting. You see so many. There were 3 names, and I'll throw Mike McDaniel in there with those 2, of younger, offensive-minded options. So I'm like, is that what they really want? And are they going to start running out of those options in theory coming up here? But it's certainly interesting. And then, of course, the other 2 guys being left, Jim Schwartz and then Todd Monken, who former Ravens OC, former Browns OC here in 2019 under Freddie Kitchens. So he had his second interview, and Jim Schwartz had his second interview earlier in the week. But we'll see where all this goes.
Will they add Sean McDermott to the list?
I think my colleague Mary Kay Cabot has been reporting that they're potentially interested, and we'll see. But I don't know. I'm really curious to see what he does. I just keep thinking, is he going to be in line for that Steelers job or something at the end of the day and torment the Browns in some capacity? But it's interesting because they also liked him back before they hired Hugh Jackson, when Andrew Berry was here, not in the GM role, but was still in the front office. Like, he and Paul DePodesta really liked Sean McDermott. So that is an interesting potential addition, and I'm curious to see if it kind of transpires anymore or if we're really down to these, 5 or so guys.
Ashley, it's been interesting to see the reaction with McDaniel, withdrawing from the second interview yesterday, because there are really two clear reads. There is, he just wasn't interested in the head coaching job, and he just decided to go take an OC job instead, which in fairness, he would have been doing to the Ravens and Raiders jobs as well, or he got wind that he wasn't going to get any one of these 3 head coaching jobs and took the best OC job he could find. Which way do you lean towards? And if he turned down the Browns, is it maybe because the job just isn't that appealing this go-round?
Yeah, that's the interesting thing, because we don't know. We don't know why he pulled his name out. Was it, the first thing you said there, Nick, which is kind of what I'm wondering, did he just feel like he wasn't going to wind up getting either of those 3 head coaching jobs at this point, and said, look, I just want to take a year at least, go take an OC job and reevaluate. But, there is a world, and we have talked about it like this, is he going to turn out to be the sort of canary in a coal mine? But I think why I'm leaning more towards maybe he just felt like he didn't really have a chance at any of these jobs and would rather be an OC and work with Jim Harbaugh, because there were other options he had. It wasn't like he only pulled out of the Browns head coaching search and then was still trying to compete for that Vegas job or that Baltimore job. He just went and took an OC job. So we don't know is the caveat, but you do wonder, a guy like that, if it really was just I don't know about this opportunity. For me, it would obviously be just the uncertainty at quarterback that would potentially be playing a factor there. Especially when you're an offensive head coach, but I think in general, when you're talking about a head coaching job, at any team, the quarterback situation is going to be really important. Now, the Ravens and the Raiders have different situations than the Browns. So, I don't know. Did he look at all of that and just say, I don't really think I'm going to be in line for any of these. I'm just going to pull my name now and go take this job in L.A. before somebody beats me to it. I would guess that is the most likely, but, that's just guesswork at this point for sure.
All right, what is it you think the fans, that is, what do you think they love about Grant Udinski? Is it anything that Udinski actually does?
I think a big part of it is that 3-minute clip of him talking about zone coverages, right? I think a big part of it on Brown's Twitter is fans seeing that clip and liking him. But, I do think overall it's just more so, I would guess, the idea of having a younger, innovative, offensive mind in the driver's seat. And look, I think Browns fans know the biggest issue with this team is the offense. So I think a lot of them look at it and say, why would you hire a defensive-minded coach at all when the offense is the bigger problem? I could see the thinking, though. I've heard from fans who are like, well, if it's Jim Schwartz, that's fine as long as you get a really good OC. I think there is a world in which that exact scenario is not a disaster and is not punting. I think there would be some benefits to that. But the bottom line is you have to have that innovative offensive mind in some capacity. And I think people look at what he did. I think they look at that little internet clip. I think they hear the stories. They hear how Trevor Lawrence talks about him. They look at Jacksonville's season, and he's the name that sort of stands out. And I think him more than Nathan Shieldhouse right now, just because, Grant Udinski is in that coordinator role. Nathan Shieldhouse has not been a coordinator, but he comes obviously directly from working with Sean McVay. But I think that's why Grant Udinski, of the younger guys, has really captured Browns fans' attention these last 2-ish weeks, I would say.
To me, he's a dreamboat. Well, what hair, what jawline.
He does have nice hair.
Just good for him. Ashley, when it comes to the Stefanski Mayfield melodrama, we have more of it. Stefanski takes the job in Atlanta. D. Orlando Ledbetter then puts out a tweet about the failure in Cleveland with quarterbacks. Then Baker Mayfield quote tweets that and takes a shot at Kevin Stefanski that wasn't even thinly veiled. There's no veil on it. It was pretty much just dead to rights.
Yeah.
Where did you land from this latest interaction? More Stefanski or Mayfield?
Well, I pretty much landed, and I just wrote a column about this. Like, it just kind of goes to show, number one, what I said at the top of this, the Browns can never do anything normally. There can never be a normal offseason. The fact that Baker Mayfield was making Browns headlines amid a coaching search in 2026 is just bonkers. But look, I think looking at the tweets, taking them at face value, I think, number one, it shows that relationship was beyond repair by the end of Baker Mayfield's time here. And number two, as far as if Stefanski didn't text him, obviously it's a wound for Baker Mayfield still if he is feeling the need to tweet about it almost 4 years later when neither of them are with the Browns anymore. But I'm not surprised by it. Like, I don't think that in that situation, the head coach owes you a text. Like, Baker had requested to be traded, and that relationship had very obviously soured, in my opinion, especially going back to that game in Pittsburgh when Baker called Kevin Stefanski out essentially in his post-game press conference, like right before he said he would talk to his people about his shoulder and decide if he should play in the final game of the year. So, like, there was just a lot that happened. Like, I don't know that he needed to send him a text when the relationship had deteriorated. Baker could have texted him if he really wanted to. But look, I think Baker Mayfield hypes himself up in this way. We've seen it time and time again. He's at his best and his worst, I think, when the moxie comes out. So you have to take it all when you're talking about Baker Mayfield and his personality, I think.
Do you think the NFL cares enough to put Stefanski versus the Browns as week one, or even give it a primetime assignment, or do you feel like that's not going to be a story for them?
That's a great question, considering the Browns did not have any primetime games this last season. And I don't know, like, with only 5 wins this past year, 3 wins the year before that, I'm like, are we going to see another year where they don't get any primetime slotting for these games? Maybe they'll care enough to make it an early in the season matchup and like a 4:25 start. That would be like my compromise. I'm not ready to for sure say, yeah, this is primetime matchup worthy for them.
All right, I do want to get your take on the weekend's matchups in the conference title rounds, but we have had a couple Donniebrooks on the show about the first round picks the Browns have at 6 and 24. I'm open to the possibilities at 6. Could it be a plucky safety out of Ohio State?
I'm closed-minded here. I need you to know that, Ashley.
Could we be insane with Reuben Bain? I don't know.
I need offensive linemen. I need wide receiver. There's enough of them out there. Go grab one of them.
And so my partner, as you can tell, is very much stuck in one mode. So are you also wide receiver and O-line exclusively at 6 and 24? Are you open to life's possibilities?
You know, you guys kind of laid out the exact option. I am open to a certain safety out of Ohio State. And here's why, JP, I need you to hang with me on this and hang with my explanation.
I'm hanging.
Because I mostly agree with you, right? Like, this team desperately needs pass catchers and offensive linemen. They do. But if Downs is there and he is the best available player, I would argue the one room on your defense that needs some draft help is your safety room. I really think that's like the one area.
Actually, it's great. We can just have another dominant defense and then just, be dead last in offense again this year. It's great.
I mean, look, that's a fair argument, but I think it's all about value at those positions and who all is going to be there and who else you like. Look, I think we know this team can identify good DBs, though. They actually do have a tendency to identify them identify them later in the drafts. Like, Martin Emerson was a 3rd-round pick, obviously, right? So Grant Delpit was a 2nd-round pick. Ronnie Hickman went undrafted, but I do think they still need some help there. And I think if he's good enough and, like, that's the best available guy, we see time and time again them sort of chasing that path. So it'll be interesting, but, I mean, I think if you ask me hypothetically to pick, yeah, I get the offensive line, receiver focus, but, I mean, Downs is pretty good. So that's like why I think a lot of Ohio State fans are also obviously open to that idea.
All right, let's get to the conference title round. Seahawks at Rams, Broncos, Patriots. How do you see these two games going this weekend?
Oh, that is such a great question. It's hard for me to pick against the Seahawks after watching their defense, obviously, last week. I mean, my goodness, against the 49ers, who were banged up. But I would guess the 49ers, and obviously I would guess the New England Patriots. I've kind of had this inkling they were going to make it to the Super Bowl anyway. But obviously, Bo Nick's out. There's so many questions in Denver. Denver's been in a bunch of one-score games this year that have gone their way. People have been talking about them as a week 1 seed. So I would say we're in for a Patriots-Seahawks Super Bowl would be my guess.
Ashley, phenomenal stuff. We appreciate you, and we will talk to you next week and continue to debate JP on this whole Caleb Downs thing.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Ashley.
Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline.
I was more into the idea that you celebrated your question, getting a great question response, when all you asked was you just laid out the games and said, how do you think it's going to go?
That's a great question.
There's not like a hard hitting, there's no question really attached to that outside of like these are the games played. Who do you think is going to win?
I could have editorialized it. I kept it short and sweet.
Well,
here are the two games. Good. What do you see happening? Bang biscuit right there.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. As our PDs across America are going to love that.
Is that how we're going to get the votes we need?
They're going to be like, I wasn't so sure about Wilson. I heard that last question to Ashley Bastock, and that was it. We'll react to what Ashley had to say and getting into me being sad about Mike McDaniel in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson.
These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
There's Cavs and there's NBA news that happens while you at work. Baskin and Phelps. Weekday mornings starting at 10.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Maybe he just felt like he didn't really have a chance at any of these jobs and would rather be an OC and work with Jim Harbaugh because there were other options he had. It wasn't like he only pulled out of the Browns head coaching search and then was still trying to compete for that Vegas job or that Baltimore job. Like he just went and took an OC job. You do wonder, a guy like that, like if he really was just like, I don't know about this opportunity. Like for me, it would obviously be just the uncertainty at quarterback that would potentially be playing a factor there. I mean, especially when you're an offensive head coach, but I think in general, when you're talking about a head coaching job at any team, the quarterback situation is going to be really important.
That is Ashley Bastock, who joined us in the previous segment. She joins us every single Wednesday at 3:20. Ross Tucker, who joins us every Wednesday during football season, coming up in about 15 minutes. So I do think, since we went off air yesterday, with Mike McDaniel announcing that he was going to the Chargers to be the OC, I do think that the national media, whether it's intentionally or unintentionally, did the Browns really dirty with how they reported this situation. Yeah. Which was Mike McDaniel is withdrawn from the Cleveland job by taking the Chargers OC job. He also withdrew from the Ravens and Raiders jobs, which sure makes it seem like Mike McDaniel just wasn't going to get one of these three jobs, but it's easier to paint it like he didn't want the Browns job, so he chose the OC job over it.
I think the national media looked at it as, well, the Ravens have interviewed everybody. They have, 16, 15 different candidates they've talked to. Just
comprehensive.
An insane amount of people they've talked to. So
just to hire Jesse Minter.
I know, right? But I think so. It wasn't realistic, is what I'm trying to say here, for the Ravens. Meanwhile, for the Raiders, I feel like maybe that falls in that same category as well. But the Browns is a very realistic landing spot for McDaniel, and I think that maybe that's why they led with it. But it definitely made it seem like the Browns were a worse job than the OC job, and I just don't think that's fair.
Yeah, and I think it's funny. The Browns are kind of being cherry-picked as don't go here, and it is the quarterback position. It is ownership. Well, Miami just got Jeff Hafley, who was thought to be one of the better candidates, and they've got Stephen Ross and Tua Tagovailoa.
And they've already basically said Tua's not starting next year.
Like with Arizona, which means Malik Willis, with all of his 155 career passing attempts, might end up being the guy there. In Arizona, it's Kyler Murray, that ridiculous contract, and the Bidwells, who, guys, it is underreported how little people think about the Bidwells around the NFL now.
For a lot of my life, it was the worst ownership in the NFL, not even close.
Now, they do have Arizona weather, which some people prefer to Cleveland, believe it or not. But, there's just a lot of... It's so funny because I do think the Browns have narrowed their search in a way that I'm starting to question whether this is going to end well for them, and I hate not being able to get behind an owner.
Okay, so wouldn't that kind of prove the people right, though, that are telling us this job isn't as good as we believe that it is?
I think it's kind of like saying, I think the Browns are going to be bad next year. At some point, you're just betting on history playing out, right?
Well, in some respects, yes, but also if they told us that the entire stretch of the way that this wasn't an appealing job, and then the end result is Grant Udinski or Jim Schwartz, they'd be proven right here.
Not necessarily, because I think the Browns have geared it towards those guys. I think that's what's killing me about this is...
Do you feel like they could have done better if they had just locked in a little bit more, or made different decisions, let's say?
Like, listen, maybe Clint Kubiak didn't want to come here, or I'm trying to think of the other guys that they might have wanted to interview. Maybe Mike McCarthy didn't want to come here. I would imagine if Mike McDaniel thought he was getting the Browns head coaching job, I imagine yesterday wouldn't have happened.
I don't know. I mean, because now the only thing I'm left to believe is that he thought a year under Justin Herbert was going to be better for him than anything. The Herbert-Harbaugh connection, which is an odd thing in general, he thinks that's a better job than this one is.
I think it was just a job that he was actually going to get. I really think this is going to be as simple as I think he heard Udinski was going to get it and said, well, I don't like the optics of losing a job to Grant Udinski.
Well, and those optics aren't great.
Yeah.
I mean, admittedly, that's not great. And it doesn't help you out in the future either.
Now, can we talk about McDaniel to Harbaugh? Because of all the outcomes that could have happened, it's the most fascinating pairing to me.
Well, because they're both goofballs?
Yes.
I both wild cards?
I compared it to like Lane Kiffin and Nick Saban together, of like never in a million years would I have put these two people together. And I think they can make magic if they don't kill each other first.
Well, the cool thing is that Jim loves to talk.
Yeah.
And he hasn't met a microphone that he doesn't love. And so, like, this will take some of the weirdness and awkwardness away from McDaniel that existed for him in Miami, because he's not going to have to do any of that heavy lifting. He just gets to kind of be himself, be this basically just this football wizard, football genius that he is, and exist only between the lines and the X's and O's.
Now, you know what I really like about it, though? I think
it might make Herbert have a chance to win a playoff game.
Well, no, I think it's good for Herbert, and that's something we can get into.
Which I think is great.
I think it's Mike McDaniel who could have gone and had his choice of any place where he could have just gone and been the head offensive coordinator, and that would have been better optically for his career. This is a risk because it's outside of the Shanahan coaching tree. So he could have also gone with Saleh in Tennessee. It's outside the Shanahan coaching tree, and it's not like, oh, I'm going to go to Philadelphia and deal with what can be an impossible situation. I'm going to take a step out of my comfort zone. I think that's really impressive.
Well, and it's the idea that Herbert is so tantalizing to all these guys.
Yeah.
They love what he is. I mean, listen, you guys hear it with analysts on TV. They can't stop gushing over Herbert. And it's the same thing here with McDaniel.
And I like that Harbaugh,
they love him.
I like that Harbaugh went outside the Harbaugh tree too. I think that's incredibly impressive.
Yeah, that's nice.
And then I think when you put it down, the reason I actually think it's going to work out.
I think it will too.
When I first thought about it, I immediately dismissed it. And the more I thought about it, I'm like, Harbaugh loves to run the ball. Nobody runs the ball.
They need a better offensive line.
Well, that's just going to be health, right?
But also they'll put a priority on it this offseason too. Yeah, because Alt is going to end up being healthy because he won't have that injury.
But all you really need to do is get a new center because Bradley Bozeman is among the lesser centers in the NFL.
They had the second worst offensive line, the last being the Browns last year.
Yeah,
just abysmal what Herbert was able to do with that offensive line.
Slater, there's one or two other guys I think were hurt this year.
Yeah.
So I think that's going to naturally bounce back. And then you've got two guys that love to run the ball. And I think, I don't know anybody, Justin Herbert has Mike McDaniel has never had a player as talented as Justin Herbert to work with. He's had Tua.
At the quarterback spot, yeah.
He's had, obviously. Not obviously, but yes. But like he's had Tua.
Well, it's kind of like this weird.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
It's kind of like this weird if you kind of get to rewrite what would have happened in that draft class where they go 5 and 6 next to each other. It's like if the world had worked out a different way. Now we get to see what would have happened if he would have been able to have Herbert the whole entire time.
216-474-0092. So Mike McDaniel says no to the Browns yesterday. Is McDaniel turning down the job a sign that this Browns job isn't that appealing? I think the fact that he just took an OC job meant he wasn't getting a head coaching cycle, and I think he was really smart to get out ahead of that. I think the one of the two thoughts we had yesterday was right about this, but we'll talk with Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider, Ross Tucker Football Podcast. He's on the NFC Conference title game call this weekend for Westwood One. In 5 minutes about the Browns job, Mike McDaniel saying thanks, no thanks, and more in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
You can now stream The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Have some Senka. The lead coming up in just about 1 hour's time. Nick and JP back with you here on a hump day. Figuring out what the hell is going to happen with the Browns head coaching job. Yes, Jesse Minter looks like he's going to Baltimore, although that has not been officially made official by the Baltimore Ravens. Mike McDaniel said, I'm out. I'm going to take the Chargers OC job last night. And then there were 4. Looking at you, Jim Schwartz, Todd Monken, Grant Yudinski, Nate Scheelhaus, to talk about these 4 succulent names. Actually, I think now they're just the final 4 names. They're not the succulent 6
you're not
anymore.
very impressed with any of them, so you can't call them succulent
but
or anything
I just like
else.
that word. But talk about that, talk about the head coaching carousel. Whatever the hell happened today in Buffalo as well, which we got to get into. Baker versus Stefanski again. We head out to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on, as we do every single Wednesday here, our buddy Ross Tucker, host of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. You can check out on social media at Ross Tucker NFL. And he's joining us courtesy of myfrontpagestory.com. Ross, how we doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good. It's funny because I feel like the only time I ever hear the word succulent is when people are talking about like a pig. Like it was a succulent pig that they ate.
Well, or a
fair?
succulent.
Yeah, like a succulent, like the plant.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
You've never received a succulent?
Oh, yeah. It's very nice. You don't have to water it or anything. It just kind of exists.
Yeah, JP loves to give succulents as presents.
My sister wanted a succulent. I gave her an expensive succulent once.
Wait, there's a flower called a succulent?
There is, sir. Yes, sir.
Wow. I didn't know that. What are you guys, like nerdy horticulturists?
That'd be a really nice turn of events for us, wouldn't it?
I believe JP is. Yeah.
No, she asked for it. I was like, sure, that's fine. I can do this. It's a good idea, right? Like if you're not, and she's pretty good at watering plants and stuff, but if you're not great at it, it just kind of exists and it looks nice and there it is.
Yeah, my wife always likes to have a couple things like that, like a couple plants like that around. It makes her happy. I don't really get it. I don't see the value.
Yeah, my wife has it too, and it's a very expensive habit to have. But hey, whatever makes them happy, right? Right, Ross?
I always thought, like a story from myfrontpagestory.com.
I knew it.
Which would be the greatest Valentine's Day gift she's ever gotten. Way better than Jonathan getting you a succulent. Go to myfrontpagestory.com. Talk to a writer in 10 minutes, or you can fill out an email. Tell them how amazing your wife is or girlfriend or whatever. They will write an incredible story. It looks like it's on the cover of like the newspaper, the Cleveland Plain Dealer, framed, beautiful. Here's the key. 2 things, quick. When you give it to her and she's opening it, she won't really know what it is at first. So you say, hey, babe, I wanted something special for you. So I had a story written about you. Way better than getting you a succulent. And she'll think it's amazing. And then make sure you tell the writer, I just never thank her enough for all the little things she does for us or for me or whatever. I'm telling you, they cry every time. Even if you can't think of one little thing she does, just say that. And she will cry. You will win. myfrontpagestory.com. I don't know who the Browns are going to get as a head coach, but I do know myfrontpagestory.com will be the greatest Valentine's Day gift she has ever gotten. Or your money back, maybe.
Ross, speaking of, let's see if we get the Browns a win here. As of right now, as of what's been reported, they could add more names to this, but the 4 candidates still in the running that will or have received second-round interviews are Jim Schwartz, Todd Monken, Grant Yudinski, Nate Scheelhaus. When I say that cadre of names, how do we feel?
I feel like for Browns fans, it's probably a letdown because they probably would have rather had John Harbaugh or maybe even Jesse Minter, who seems to be the hottest shot, I guess, of the coordinators. Let me throw another name at you. What about Sean McDermott?
We've been discussing it, yeah.
Yes, please.
Well, yeah, why would you not talk to Sean? Like, Sean McDermott, okay, the book on him is he's a good coach, and they had a lot of success, but he got fired because they couldn't get over the hump. I mean, the Browns are just trying to get to the hump, when he took over in Buffalo, they hadn't made the playoffs in 17 years? Something like that? 99 to 2017? Something like that. 18 years maybe? I feel like on some level, he's the perfect guy to bring in. He sure as heck is worth a conversation. And so I would definitely talk with him. I think Schwartz would do a good job. I'm not one of those guys that thinks just because it didn't work out one place that they shouldn't get another chance somewhere else. Obviously, the Titans felt the same way, which is why they hired Robert Saleh. I'll also say this. You guys know I do the Eagles preseason game, so I follow that organization closely. Sirianni, well, first of all, Doug Peterson was like the last ranked hire back in 2016. So when people did all the lists of this team nailed it, this is a great hire, Doug Peterson was last, and in his second year, they won the Super Bowl. And then Sirianni was, I believe, the last guy that even got hired. And then he had a horrific opening press conference, and he's made the playoffs every year, and they've gone to the Super Bowl twice, and they've won it once. So, you know what the truth is? We think we know, but we don't know. And that's all of us. I think Jesse Minter is excellent. I think he does a really nice job for the Chargers. How will he be as a head coach? I don't know. I mean, I think it's a little bit of a different skill set than being a great designer of defensive game plans and a great defensive play caller. I will say this. I do think the Ravens, there's a pretty good chance they'll hire him for a couple of reasons. Number one, familiarity. He was there for a few years. In fact, I had Eric Weddle on today's Raw Sucker Football podcast, and he talked about the fact that two of the low-level assistants when he was there were Mike McDonald and Jesse Minter, and now we see what they're both doing. But I think that's the reason why the Ravens are going to try to get him, because they see what Mike McDonald is doing in Seattle. They know what they had in Mike McDonald, but they couldn't hire Mike McDonald because they had John Harbaugh as their head coach. I think they look at Jesse Minter as a quasi Mike McDonald, and that they can make up for not being able to keep McDonald in the building as the head coach a couple years ago.
Ross, in like a big picture thought, why is it you feel like that with the coaches, we've had 10 coaches now lose their job this offseason, and we only had 2 GMs lose their job. And this even is evident in Buffalo, right? They get rid of the head coach, but then the GM and Brandon Beane stays on. Why is it that the GMs seem like they're more powerful than ever these days?
Well, there's 2 things that are notable there. Number one, which is interesting, is GMs almost never get a second chance. So what a lot of times they do is they get 2 bites at the apple. They get to hire or be a part of 2 head coaches. But then once a GM gets fired, they almost never get a second chance, because once you're a GM, it's clear the moves that you've made. Whereas if you're an assistant GM or a pro personnel director or whatever, and you're getting interviewed, you can say, yeah, that good player was me, that good player was me, that guy was not, that guy was not. Once you're an actual GM, you have a track record, and all of these guys have batting averages. And for the most part, like even you guys in Cleveland, for the most part, like Andrew Barry's approval rating is not good. I know that from talking with you guys, and with Browns fans, because fans don't really remember that much about the positive moves. What really sticks in their brain is the negative moves. Coaches, on the other hand, like Harbaugh, like Stefanski, like Saleh, they are more likely to get a second chance. The reason why the GM doesn't get fired as often as the head coach is because the GM is the guy sitting next to the owner during the games. And so when you're watching the game, a lot of these owners are not football people. So if you're sitting right next to the owner during the game and this play happens or that play happens, it's really easy to say when someone does something well, see, he's got the talent. If we could just get it out of him, if we could just get it out of him, or to point out when, a move is made that during the game that perhaps hurts the team or costs the team. Whereas when someone plays well, you can say, yeah, man, I knew it. I knew it, boss. When we got him in the 5th round, I just had a feeling. And so that frames what the owner is thinking during all of these games. It's like you get to get your first word in with the owner for all these games. And then a lot of times the owner meets with the head coach on Mondays. Not always, but in a lot of organizations. And by then, the owner's already already thought what he heard from the GM and already has that as the guy that he believes in for the most part.
Ross, I'm curious. I'm sure you've seen the D'Orlando Ledbetter tweet that Baker Mayfield quote tweeted and took a shot at Kevin Stefanski. If you haven't, then this question is going to be moot. But let's go for it.
I saw.
Did you come away from that, or what did you come away from that thinking?
A bunch of things. It's funny because on one hand, it's part of what I like about Baker. I like that he has a chip on his shoulder. I like that he takes everything personally and uses it as fuel because that's, what motivates him. And I like that guys have an edge. And I like sometimes when they make it public. It's good for us. We have something to talk about. But then what I also took about it is evidently he's still upset that when they traded him, I guess that he didn't hear from Stefanski with a text or a call or whatever. I don't know. I mean, you're talking to a guy that got cut, whatever it is, 4 times, traded once. I don't remember getting a text or a call. So, I mean, I wasn't the starting quarterback, but it's kind of a business. And I'd also say the fact that Baker would tweet that reminds me of one of the reasons why I highly suspect Stefanski wanted to move on from him in the first place. I distinctly remember, especially early in his tenure, and I can't, I'm not a Browns fan. I wasn't at every press conference. I didn't watch every second of every game. But Baker did a lot of things that I recall that were what I would call unbecoming of the face of the franchise. And you can say whatever you want about Kevin Stefanski. I know he's got a lot of detractors there, a lot of supporters, whatever. One thing you cannot take away from him is I thought Kevin, and if you guys have an example, I'm all ears. I thought Kevin always handled himself with incredible professionalism and classy. He was classy the whole time. People would say, whose play call was that? It's my play call. It's always my play call. He always took it, and I have a lot of respect for Stefanski. And I think, with him having grown up more or less in the business with a dad that was a GM in the NBA, I think the way Baker handled himself at times probably really rubbed Stefanski the wrong way. And so if it was like a tie or close as to whether or not, they should keep working with him or move on, I think Stefanski probably thought that's not who I want to hitch my wagon to. And honestly, he probably would have been better off if he did. But I can understand why he didn't, because you're the face of the organization and you're going to say some of the things that Baker said, do some of the things that he did. I just don't think Stefanski thought that's who he wanted to ride or die with.
Do you think Stefanski is going to be successful in Atlanta?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think they have pretty good personnel. The question there is I still am not convinced that they have a good quarterback. And I really wonder, if you're John Harbaugh and Kevin Stefanski, do you wish you had waited a little bit more? Do you wish now, on the one hand, there's something to be said for going to places where they're not having success. Because if you're John Harbaugh, and this is like the old Bill Parcells philosophy, Bill Parcells would always go to teams that were horrendous the year before. Because he knew if I just clean up the culture, bring some of my own guys in, we will be at least 500. We'll be competitive, and I'll be the hero. We'll go from 2-14 or 3-13 to 8-8 or maybe better, and everybody will say I did a great job. So there's something to be said for John Harbaugh going to the Giants, who've been pretty much terrible for a long time, or Stefanski going to the Falcons, who haven't really won anything in a while and aren't that far away with some of the players they have from winning that division. I mean, it's a very, very winnable division. That said, if you're really trying to win big, I wonder if those guys wish they had a chance to interview and try to get the Bills job. And I'm a little surprised that if this was even a possibility, that the Bills did not somehow reach out to Harbaugh and Stefanski's agents behind the scenes. Maybe they did, and I don't know what I'm talking about, and just say, hey, just wait a couple more days. Just wait a couple more days, because those guys both finally got it done, like, over the weekend. It's like, hey, just wait a couple more days. Let's see what happens in our playoff game, because you're someone we would really be interested in.
Ross, I would love to talk with you about the Pakula Brandon Bean press conference today, but obviously you're going to be on the Westwood One call of Seattle and the Rams this weekend for the NFC title game. What's most interesting to you about this game?
Well, I think they're the two best teams left, and I like the NFC team to win the Super Bowl quite a bit. So that would be one thing. You know, I thought the Rams were the best team most of the season, probably just about until the fourth quarter of the Seattle game, Week 16. Since then, I think it's been Seattle. You know, the Rams are not quite what they were. You know, Devontae Adams is not 100%. You can see that when he's playing. And it feels like their defense is worn down a little bit, whereas Seattle has really taken it to another level. I mean, the last two games the Seahawks have played, they allowed 9 points total to the 49ers. 9 in 2 games. It just feels like they are poised and ready to take the top off that building. You know, in my mind, I think the only way the Rams win that game is if Stafford plays at an MVP level, which I'm not sure he's done, you know, the last couple games, and Sam Darnold plays below average. And honestly, in preparation for the game, I rewatched Week 16 this morning, and that's kind of what happened. I mean, Stafford, the Rams had over 500 yards of offense. Pook had over 200 yards receiving. Darnold had 2 bad picks, and the Seahawks still won that game. Now, they got a punt return for a touchdown and a controversial 2-point play, but they still won. So I think it's going to be Seattle, probably against the Patriots. I think Seattle's the best team, but, you know, they're probably going to have to beat the 2 MVP quarterbacks back-to-back, Stafford and Drake May, to do it, which will increase the degree of difficulty significantly.
Ross, you're the best, buddy. Appreciate you, and we'll talk to you the next week after the results of the conference title rounds.
Sounds great. MyFrontPageStory.com. Way better than a succulent from JP. Later, boys.
Thanks, Ross.
Later, dude. Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider. Of course, Westwood won on the conference title call this weekend in the NFC. The Ross Tucker Football Podcast on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline will react to what he had to say about the Browns' head coaching job and Kevin Baker, the Browns in balance. Might not get there, but we'll strive for it. In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Keep us locked in all day, every day for the latest on the Browns' search for a new head coach. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. Time out! Time out! 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll get to the Ross Tucker reaction here in just a moment, but a little bit of news to pass along as more... I think Atlanta's becoming Cleveland South here. Hopefully Falcons fans enjoy that. Tommy Rees is the new offensive coordinator for the Atlanta Falcons. So Tommy Rees, Kevin Stefanski, Bill Callahan. That's the latest development down in Atlanta.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. I think if you're a Falcons fan, you got to be a little worried about him bringing everybody. But clearly, like everyone thought like Tommy Rees was some serious contender here. It's like he had such a deep appreciation for Stefanski. It's part of the reason why I was like I didn't want him to be the head coach or even be in the running for it. I was like I want to clean myself of all the Stefanski part of Tommy Rees.
So it's interesting. I think it's smart by Tommy Rees to do this.
For sure, it's a great job for him.
And I think it's smart by Kevin Stefanski because Tommy Rees is so well thought of. Tommy Rees is one good season in Atlanta away from being the next Grant Udinski, a name that gets, or Shieldhouse, a lot of attention around the NFL. And one of the things you can knock Kevin on is, as of right now, his head coaching tree really hasn't spawned anyone. Well, Drew Petzing is now the OC with Detroit. And that's obviously Kevin's old quarterback's coach. Mm-hmm. Tommy Rees going to be the OC. Like, these are things that can start helping the way Kevin is viewed, even if Kevin still has to go out and win a bunch of football games as well.
So who calls plays?
Oh, we don't talk about that. Remember,
I want to know who calls plays.
Play calling is vastly overrated.
Well, I didn't go to the Glazer clinic and find out everything I need to know about football, but like I think play calling matters. But what's interesting is that Stefanski's given it up.
All calls matter?
Yeah, I'm saying all calls matter.
Okay. Yeah.
But Stefanski's given it up
Brave
twice,
man.
and the last time he gave it up, it's not as if at the end of the season it's like, all right, well, I guess Tommy Rees, you're done play calling. Like, what's that setup going to be like in Atlanta?
Oh, I mean, at this point, I don't think Tommy had a wealth of opportunities. So I think it's Mr. Stefanski, here's your game plan.
Like, does he just go back? He just goes back to being what he was before Stefanski then gave him the play calling duties?
Yes.
Or at some point, like mid-season, if it's not working with Penix, he can be like, no, we did this in Cleveland. I gave it up before.
And then I went 3-4 with Shador because of it.
Yeah, this isn't anything new. I've done this before. Yeah, he's got it.
So Tommy Rees is the new offensive coordinator in Atlanta. I think it's funny. I think Ross's take is where my take is, which I think Kevin's going to have some success in Atlanta. Ultimately, the thing that I think will be the decisive factor over whether it's supreme success or whether it's like success that Baker's had in Tampa, which is good success but not great success, is going to be, is Michael Penix it? And if not, how quickly can you streamline a different quarterback, a.k.a. a better quarterback?
Yeah, and I'm dying to find out what Stefanski can do. I just don't think he can do it. I've never believed in Stefanski when it comes to that, though.
That's just a good team. I mean, like a good roster is what I probably should say.
Yeah, but you got to get the quarterback spot right, and I just fail to believe that he can do that. Like, I'll be shocked if Penix turns into some sort of like perennial Pro Bowler top 5 quarterback discussion, and it's all because of something Stefanski did. I'd be shocked.
I think it's interesting. Like in the NFC South, I think if you're a top 15 quarterback, you're going to have a chance to win relatively consistently. Like Bryce Young, guys, isn't good. I shouldn't say
9
that.
Did just win the division.
Well, exactly. But, Baker, I think, has been good, not great. And Baker's won the division the last 2 years and it's got a playoff win. Bryce Young was, I don't want to say not good. I would say okay. He was probably the 16th best quarterback in the NFL. Well, you won the NFC South. Like, it's maybe Tyler Shuck can change that division if all of a sudden he's the best quarterback in the division. It's weird. I don't think we're going to change. I don't think it's a bad division. I just think it's a very
It's not a very good division.
Well, no, it's a very equalized division. I think we judge a good division by you've got 2 great teams up top and then 2 bad teams, or one middling team and then the Browns. I mean, the bad team at the bottom. I think they just have all their division. I think was 8-9 or 7-10 this year. I think that's That goes to say there's at least some quality there.
Yeah, but I mean, like the NFC North, what was the lowest there? A 9-win Lions team?
No.
NFC North? What did the Vikings end up with?
Less than that.
Weren't they around 9 wins as well?
Vikings and Lions were in last with 9 and 8.
Yeah,
good job out of you.
Yeah, and then you had multiple, obviously, double-digit win teams at the top. Like you can have these great divisions that still achieve a lot all the way through. I just don't look at them as that. The NFC South is just. I mean, think about it. Like the Falcons went on a 4-game winning streak to close out the season, and that was what almost got him in.
I do think
it's not like some great stretch.
I do think Kevin versus Baker is going to give that.
It's got some life to it.
Good for those radio markets, all 4 of them, because that's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah. I wonder, in a game like that, will they call us up to be like, so preview this one for us?
I would imagine. I'm actually surprised they haven't had somebody from Atlanta call to be like, hey, can you tell us what you think of Kevin? Or quite frankly, somebody from Tampa, although I don't even know they have a sports station there anymore.
I mean, Tampa probably thinks they know Baker better than we do at this point, which I would say is... I don't know if it's accurate or not, but
going in year 5 there, he only had 4 here.
It's been long enough.
I think it's really interesting, the reaction. It's so funny. Like yesterday, we had a good laugh about the Baker tweet to the D'Orlando Ledbetter tweet about Brown's failure with quarterbacks and Baker Mayfield. I just think it's really funny how we are 4 years removed from the Baker divorce, and we still can't just have. And I'm not meaning you and me, but like as a town, we just can't have a Baker, like a balanced Baker, Kevin, Browns conversation. Like the amount of media that wanted to take a victory lap on Baker Mayfield because of this tweet, like, see, the Browns were right about him. It's like, okay, but you don't get to take the one battle they might have gotten right because they lost the war, which was moving on from Baker and continuing to win. He's had more success post-divorce. And that includes in a year where it looked like he was going to be out of the NFL after what happened between Carolina and LA. Like, I think if we really wanted to be fair, Baker's a good, not great quarterback who's a bit of a drama queen. I think that's fair to the situation. He's had more success than the Browns are. I think the Browns have completely botched everything they've done. I don't say everything they've done at the quarterback position since they traded Baker Mayfield. I think Baker needed to grow up. I think the Browns could have helped him grow up. I think Kevin Stefanski has gotten a pass in the Baker Mayfield thing, which I think is wild because if he's the offensive head coach and he wanted Baker here, Baker's ass would have been here. Like, I think all of these warring narratives that we have, it's all a bit of the truth, nobody really should be let off the hook from this. From Baker to Kevin to the Browns.
No, it just nobody. This didn't end on great terms, but there was no way to make it end on great terms. When you're telling Baker we don't want to pay you, he wanted around $40 million at the time, and they're like, no, they scoffed at it. I know, but they scoffed at it, and they're like, you're not worth $40 million a year, and when you go after Deshaun and then you try to make that the inroads, like it was never going to end well because Baker got told he wasn't good enough, and then on Stefanski's side of things, he thought that Baker was basically a child, just not mature enough. And so, like, between the two of it, the recipe was not there to have it end on good terms.
It does show how phony the NFL is, by the way, because for a year, for a couple months after they moved on, in the process of moving on from Baker, they leaked countless reports that made Baker look like an a-hole. Which, in fairness, Baker did a good job of making himself look like an a-hole.
I always defended him in that time because if I basically got told we're going to go after Deshaun, and then in that little week period where Deshaun had told him no, then that's when Baker was like, well, I want to be traded. It's like he was trying to stick it to the Browns because the Browns got cute with things. He wanted the Browns to have attempted to go for Deshaun Watson and then to come groveling back and be like, we're so sorry, we didn't mean it, you're our guy. And they weren't going to do that, and I think that pissed off Baker.
Well, but I think that, to me, is what is so phony about just the NFL media in general, is you will gladly take an NFL source from a team saying, this guy's a jabroni, this guy's a jackwagon. And then when that guy goes on the record, doesn't source anything, and has his own commentary, oh, that's a problem. So when teams or agents leak things, that's the right way to do it. But when a player just says it straight from his lips, that's the problem. That's never sat well with me about how phony that is. That in part, I still think half of the people that want to talk about Baker here and want to insist the Browns were right on Baker are people that were just upset that Baker was a pain in the ass to deal with in the first place.
Which a lot of quarterbacks are.
And that's another myth. Like, guys, Tom Brady's the guy that has avocado toast and goes, whatever you want, Bill.
I mean, they got in so many fights over Alex Guerrero, whether or not he could be on the plane, all this stuff. He was a menace at the end.
But, like, it's a fakeness that people wanted every quarterback to have, let alone Baker Mayfield. And it's just, again, like, no one is blameless in this fight. And I know that so many of these conversations we are having on social media. But it's like, I have no problem with Baker feeling the way Baker feels, even if it's heightened, even if it's a little dramatic. I have no problem with Kevin Stefanski having a problem with Baker Mayfield, still calling him out after all this time.
Well, again, but Stefanski did what Stefanski does, which is he's not going to comment on this.
But when we turn it into Kevin versus Baker or the Browns versus Baker, the Browns continue to get a pass, all because Baker doesn't walk, talk, and act like a franchise quarterback, or because Baker was a good, not great quarterback, which, again, we need to circle back because I don't know there's a single person. It is inarguable that Baker won the divorce, and that if you had kept Baker, if you had done the groveling and gone back to him, and just kept with him over the last 4 years, that you would have had immensely more, an immense amount more of success, even if it still probably wouldn't have been going to an AFC title game or winning a championship.
I mean, I don't know who could argue with that. But again, they took the big swing. It didn't work. Obviously, it's the worst trade in NFL history. With yesterday, I didn't look at this as Baker being anything but what we know Baker is. And that's fine. He should have some hate in his heart for how this whole thing went down. I would if I were him.
Move over Jimmy Haslam's most recent press conference. Someone has surpassed you. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
NFL playoffs and up-to-the-minute college and association hoops coverage. We've got your January weekend covered. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The lead coming up in 15 minutes. Nick and JP back with you. I thought between the Jimmy Haslam press conference after firing Kevin Stefanski, where it's like 10 minutes, Kurt, they cut it off relatively early. Jimmy was a little defensive and a little weird about it. And then Andrew Berry came out, and he was trying to balance being professional and also relate to the emotionalism of firing somebody he was close to.
Yeah.
I remember in the time it was like, well, the Jimmy thing was just weird, and then the Andrew thing, you understood what they were trying to go for, but they didn't land the plane. I would like to officially pardon them for how weird those
No. They don't get a pardon.
They do.
You don't get a pardon because you're awkward doesn't mean someone else, because they overtake your awkwardness and being even more awkward doesn't all of a sudden negate the initial awkwardness.
You move up the list.
No. Once
you
Andrew
are no
Berry,
longer
once
wearing the dunce cap.
No. Once he started telling that story about his 4-year-old kid and trying to explain it to him, no.
Oh, I thought the most, I don't want to say appalling, the weirdest thing was Jimmy getting mad and when somebody suggested, nobody even suggested it. Somebody was just like, I know some of you have suggested that there is, what was the word that he used? It was internal turmoil or something like that.
Something like that,
and
yeah.
he's like, and I take offense to that.
The whole thing was weird.
But it's not as weird.
Well, this was just an all-timer, is all this is.
Yeah.
So there's no pardon. You're not taking off any sort of leash or anything like that. It was weird.
But this is one that Bills fans, and I think NFL fans, are going to remember for generations. So Bills owner Terry Pagula and GM Brandon Beane, who just fired Sean McDermott, who are in the business of currently leaking reports that make Sean McDermott look like a dodo, even though sure seems like a pretty good guy. They had their press conference defending the firing today. And I actually want to start with Brandon Beane. Now, Brandon Beane, if you guys forget, he went on WGR and verbally accosted a host there for suggesting the wide receiver room wasn't good enough.
Right.
And that's been something that's stuck to Brandon Beane. Well, he fires Sean McDermott. He gets a promotion out of this, and he'd like everyone to know he didn't take kindly to some of the things that were said about him.
People can disagree with draft picks that I make or people I sign or I screwed up the wide receivers, whatever it is. Like, those are harmful things that, I walk in the door and my wife's got tears coming down her face for stuff like that. And I'm going to damn try hard to win a Super Bowl here. I am. But for somebody to question my character like that is BS. I've done nothing but have everyone's back. And so for someone to question my character, my integrity, that's where I draw the line.
Well, except Sean McDermott's back. Yeah, and everybody's back until you didn't with Sean McDermott. This will do nothing, and I mean nothing, to assuage thoughts that Brandon Beane's a little bit of a manipulator and of a bit of a weird dude.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly right. Even just listening to him, I'm like, how did this guy end up winning the battle?
Yeah. Because he's playing the victim.
Well, and that's, Pagula went in this whole rant about how he doesn't do power plays. And if he thought it was a power play, he would have sniffed that out. And that's not something that he likes to go down. And it's like the whole thing was just a disaster. From a recap perspective, Pagula put on an even worse show than Brandon Beane did.
Which leads us to playing this Terry Pagula comment about how Keon Coleman, ire of Bills fans, and Keon Coleman has been a total bust.
Who's still on the roster, by the way.
Yeah, still on the roster.
Scored a touchdown last week.
And how the Bills truly drafted Keon Coleman.
Yeah, can I interrupt? I'll address the Keon situation. The coaching staff pushed to draft Keon. I'm not saying Brandon wouldn't have drafted him, but he wasn't his next choice. That was Brandon being a team player and taking advice of his coaching staff who felt strongly about the player. He's taken, for some reason, heat over it and not saying a word about it, but I'm here to tell you the true story.
Now, the problem is you're throwing your old head coach under the bus, so that's not great. And the second problem is people have uncovered a video from the draft process where afterwards you see Brandon Beane on the day of the draft where they're going to take Keon Coleman. We're like, unless somebody does something stupid, we're taking Keon Coleman.
And, like, celebrating it all.
Yes.
And then celebrating the 4.57 he ran for his 40 time. And, like, it's just, the whole thing makes me turned off of Buffalo completely, if I'm being honest.
I don't think it's just going to be you.
I mean, it just
I think
seems
this could have
dysfunctional.
disastrous consequences for this head coaching
It seems like you got two dodos running the whole entire thing.
Well, and remember, Sean McDermott is similar to Kevin Stefanski, is really well respected by other coaches. Like, really well respected. They like him a lot. So, on one hand, you're going to see how they're treating him on the way out. And two, you're going to be like, was Sean McDermott the guy holding that together?
Well, that's kind of my takeaway on it, is that it just feels like Sean McDermott was the one that was keeping the dysfunction at bay. Like, everyone always asks, like, so what exactly do you do when Josh Allen's your quarterback? And he did a lot with the defense that just doesn't get accounted for. But clearly, this was a big part of it, because we never thought of the Bills as some completely disorganized operation. It was never perceived that way. And within a matter of days, both Pagula and Brandon Beane seem unhinged.
Am I the only person also who made me want Sean McDermott more? If he can, he can make it work with these two chuckleheads.
Between this and then just being honest 5 weeks ago, there's two major things that Sean McDermott has done that I look in favor of.
Like, do I think Andrew Berry played the game really well, and that's how he kept his job despite being the guy that really authored the Deshaun Watson trade? Yes. Could you look at that and go, that was some pretty impressive manipulation of the situation to end up king of the mountain? Yes. I still feel 100 million times better about the human being than I do Brandon Beane after just hearing one. Actually, it relates to two clips. The one from WGR several months ago, and now this.
Here's a quick recap that somebody had online about this Pagula press conference. Fired Sean McDermott, did not consult with Josh Allen on McDermott being fired. Said Josh Allen was sobbing in the locker room postgame, promoted Brandon Beane, threw Keon Coleman under the bus, blamed officiating for the loss, claimed Beane is not doing a power play, and said the Bills hit a, quote, playoff wall. That is an impressive run of a whole, 15-minute press conference.
Sign me up for Sean McDermott. Let's do this. Because this situation seems so much more toxic than the one he would be stepping into here. Like, is Jimmy a bit of an interferer? Yes. Is Andrew Berry a bit of an interferer? Yes. Yep, they are. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's kind of...
And clearly Sean McDermott's got a first-class ability to at least be able to navigate through this.
I will say, I think the thing that we don't get... I know everybody talks about Jimmy comes down and interferes with decisions, which I think has been fair. Andrew Berry does seem to listen to his coaching staff on players. Like, if you look at some of the guys, as bad as they've been on the offensive side of the ball selecting guys, he's really leaned in on Jim Schwartz on drafting guys that are scheme specific to the wide nine.
Yeah.
And I know that because they've all succeeded outside of, like, Siaki Ika.
Well, there are clearly guys that Jim Schwartz is like, I want you to get this guy. Like, I can do something. That's what Devin Bush was.
And by the way, Jim Schwartz also wanted Siaki Ika, just while we're having that conversation.
And that's fine.
Yeah. Well, but he listened to him. Keon Coleman 2.0, 216-474-0092. Is it possible that you could have Josh Allen and your owner and your GM hurt your ability to hire the right head coach, as that's what's happening in Buffalo? The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
I'm Cam Manna.
The only place for Browns news on your way into work. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
The Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code OHIO, OHIO, at 923thefan.com before 6 o'clock for your chance to win a pair of 3-day passes to the Incarceration Music and Tattoo Festival, July 17th through the 19th at the Ohio State Reformatory. Get tickets at incarceration.com. It's all from Incarceration Music and Tattoo Festival 2026 and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Ohio, the Algonquin word for soggy water. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah, that's a fun fact. That's not a fact.
I made that up. Yeah,
that's not a fact.
It's just you said it, and I was like, this feels like something that should be said. Daryl Ryder joining us in 1 hour's time. More on the head coaching search. It's time. There should be some news that breaks right now. I'm just saying. We had the Tommy Rees singer, and that's fine. It's been 24 hours of radio silence. They're gearing up for that big, gigantic, huge. Wait, Jesse Minter's tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I think that's tomorrow. Yeah, Thursday. Yeah.
So they're going to have back-to-back head coaching candidates call off their second interview in successive days? That's going to be the news.
We haven't gotten anything yet. I don't know how Jesse Minter. I don't know how he does that job. If the Watkins 4 report is any bit true, I don't know how he goes through with it.
Oh, it's going to be a day. According to multiple reports, Tommy Rees is expected to join Kevin Stefanski in Atlanta. What was your reaction to the Browns losing, quote unquote, their offensive coordinator?
I mean, I wanted Tommy Rees out of the building anyway. It might be a little bit of a hot take, but the idea is, I want to clean myself of everything Stefanski.
I do think it's interesting. Like, obviously, I made the Atlanta's becoming Cleveland South. Good luck with that. This is how the NFL works.
For sure it is.
Hey, I worked with you, and I'm comfortable with you. Will you come work with me down here? I think having continuity is a good thing for Kevin Stefanski, considering on the defensive side of the ball, seems to be Jeff Ulbricht's going to be your Jim Schwartz. So I think this makes a lot of sense. Now, the problem is they did not come up with like a salient-looking offense this year. Every quarterback in that offense was essentially told, throw to the line of scrimmage as quick as you possibly can.
Yeah, which is probably what they're going to try to do with Penix now, and it's going to drive Falcons fans insane.
But that's going to be funny.
Oh, funny for us.
Yeah,
funny for us. People are like, why isn't Penix developing? Oh, I wonder.
No,
and then Stefanski going to pass because it'll be like, well, he wasn't really that great in the first 2 years, and then everyone will just think that he sucks. Meanwhile, Penix will be like, wait, I can actually play. What happened?
So they already have a good offensive line. It's a little bit older, so Bill Callahan's going to have to draft and develop some guys. This is good for Bijan Robinson because, again, I think it's Callahan and Tommy Rees together, which I think is a winning combo. I still think Kevin's going to have some success, but unless Penix is the key to the kingdom... I actually do have something to add to this because Albert Breer just put out his mailbag, and he seems to think that there's increased chance now that Kirk Cousins could be back in Atlanta, and that's
something that really interests Kevin, I would imagine.
I would imagine as well, and I think that's the kind of thing that could be really.
You see that weird video of him going into the Falcons building today?
Which one? Kevin?
Yeah, Kevin. Yeah.
Aren't all those weird? The Harbaugh one where he had people clapping and then his wife wasn't sure what to do.
That's become a weird staple of a lot of these. Like Ben Johnson had this last year as well. You show up to the facility and then it's like everyone that works for the team is all there and they give you this massive round of applause as if you've accomplished something already. No. This was just Stefanski with Matt Ryan, and Matt Ryan's in back of him, and then Stefanski's trying to do like an encouraging thing, like I'm all right. The camera's there. Let me be performative. And he goes, can I swear? And then Matt kind of gives like a look of like, I don't know. I mean, do whatever you want to do, basically. And then Stefanski goes, right, let's effing go. But he doesn't say effing. It gets bleeped. It gets bleeped in and it's just kind of like, there was nothing encouraging there.
He's got such a personality.
It was like
he's
the fakest
unchained
thing.
now. It was Barry that was holding him back. Now he's saying the F word.
And now he's swearing. Now he's getting permission to swear, by the way, on camera, and then is swearing.
Because he knows they're not going to break down that audio.
Such a goober.
On the game or the fan in Atlanta, wall to wall.
No, that's not what they do.
He just let his hair down and say curse words because it's just such a bad sports town.
Why'd you say a question mark in back of that?
But was that my question mark voice?
It sounded like it, yeah.
I think it was like, I'm Ron Burgundy?
A little bit. Ross Tucker joined us last hour. Here was his reaction after we listed the candidates who are getting second interviews with the Browns.
I feel like for Browns fans, it's probably a letdown because they probably would have rather had John Harbaugh or maybe even Jesse Minter, who seems to be, the hottest shot, I guess, of the coordinators. Let me throw another name at you. What about Sean McDermott? The book on him is he's a good coach, and they had a lot of success, but he got fired because they couldn't get over the hump. I mean, the Browns are just trying to get to the hump. I feel like on some level, he's the perfect guy to bring in. He sure as heck is worth a conversation.
Take me to the hump, Sean McDermott. Take me.
Yeah.
I want to go there.
Yeah.
I want to go to there. Please.
It is hump day.
It is. Take me to the hump on hump day.
Stars are aligning.
Oh, my. We've got Bills fans in our mentions saying, back up the Brinks truck, hire this guy. Our ownership group and our GM's a clown. I think we're going to have to do this with great apologies to the Udinsky families, the Shieldhouse families, Jim Schwartz, Todd Monken. I'm all aboard the McDermott trade. I want to go there.
I'm also all aboard. I like it. And it's always good to look at a fan base and what they say after a coach is fired. Like, for instance, in Cleveland, you'll find some people that support Stefanski, but there's a lot of people that are like, no, we're glad that he's gone. When the resounding calls out of Buffalo is, we kept the wrong guy. Brandon Beane doesn't deserve his job, and really Sean McDermott does. That's how you know you're set up at least decently.
He is a good leader. His players love playing for him, which I think is going to be really great. His defense, guys, even if you lose Jim Schwartz, and there's a connection between the two that I brought up earlier this week, but even if you lose Jim Schwartz, Sean McDermott, when he's taken over as defensive coordinator, his defenses have shot to the top of the league. So I think Miles might be happy to play in this defense.
His run defense wasn't good this year, obviously, but since 2021, a scoring defense, it goes 1, 2, 4, 11, 12.
And here's the thing, to the Browns, I've said a lot about Grant Udinsky, a little baby face over there. I've said a lot about Nate Shieldhouse and how they're not ready to be head coaches, and there's a lot of projecting here, and this is dangerous. I don't care if you trip and stumble into a good head coach. You hire Sean McDermott.
I said, let this be your Matt Campbell.
You realize
Penn State had botched everything, and then all of a sudden in the last second, Matt Campbell came in and saved their whole entire coaching search. Let this be that.
You realize if they hire Sean McDermott, Daryl's going to try and squelch on our burger bet for next year?
No, he won't. No, he's locked in. That's part of the deal of the burger bet.
He's not a lock-in kind of guy. He's a flip-flopper, and you know it, JP.
You don't get to do that. There's no squelching, which, by the way, year one of McDermott in Buffalo was the first time they'd been to the postseason in 18 years. They lost a wild card game, but they went 9-7. They actually took a step back the following year and went 6-10.
That's how they got Josh Allen.
Yeah. But you can do things with McDermott right away, even without Josh Allen in the picture.
Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com joined us today at 3:20, and she talked about why Browns fans like the idea of hiring Jags offensive coordinator Grant Udinsky.
Overall, it's just more so, I would guess, the idea of having a younger, innovative, offensive mind in the driver's seat. And look, I think Browns fans know the biggest issue with this team is the offense. So I think a lot of them look at it and say, why would you hire a defensive-minded coach at all when the offense is the bigger problem? The bottom line is you have to have that innovative offensive mind in some capacity. And I think people look at what he did. I think they look at that little internet clip. I think they hear the stories. They hear how Trevor Lawrence talks about him. They look at Jacksonville's season. And I think that's why Grant Udinsky, of the younger guys, has really captured Browns fans' attention these last 2-ish weeks, I would say.
Is Trevor Lawrence saying a lot of really positive things? I've not searched Trevor Lawrence Grant Udinsky yet to see exactly what he's been saying.
I would be more surprised if Trevor Lawrence was talking bad about anyone, given his background.
We're not talking bad. I just don't know that he's going out on a limb to be like, this guy's great, because Trevor Lawrence is the same quarterback last year he's always been.
Yeah, but he comes from the Dabo Swinney school of thought, which is say nice things all the time in front of cameras.
He is a very nice guy that way, at least in front of cameras.
Yeah. I think he always is.
I know. I never give anyone the benefit of the doubt, though.
That's fair.
I never do, because we just don't really know these people. But what is interesting to me, so Ashley's obviously got some personal investment in Jim Schwartz being the head coach.
Yeah.
She's got a very strong relationship with him. Dare I say, it'd be a great thing for her career if the guy that she has interviewed one-on-one a million times, has a personal relationship with, got the head coaching job. But I don't think she was like campaigning for Schwartz in some sort of aggressive way. No. I think she understands where people are, which is older, defensive-minded coach, not an easy sell.
So we did put up a poll in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat. Who do you want the Browns to hire? This is pretty even. 29% saying Grant Udinski, 27% saying Sean McDermott, 28% saying Jim Schwartz, and 16% saying other.
Why are our polls different than Ken's polls?
Because Ken's poll was on Twitter, and this poll was on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat.
Because those are like starkly different. Well, also, if it's the chat that, like, it's our show is the chat, smarter football fans.
That's a lot of people say this is the real football show with the real football fans.
That is.
Not you and me. We would never disrespect.
I mean, then
another show.
What Ken's Twitter account is.
Yeah,
that's all.
Yeah,
I'm sure their YouTube chat is filled with smart fans as well.
Yeah,
I don't know though. I don't know. I just know our fans are the smartest.
I just know many people say that ours are the smartest.
Many people.
Many good people.
A lot of good people. All right, Dane Brugler of The Athletic joined the Fan Offseason Special. That's Jake Volnick, it's Daryl, it's Coach Riz. That happened last night. He broke down how the Browns can fill multiple needs in this year's draft.
I wouldn't say this is a very tackle-rich draft necessarily. There are some good players at this position, I think, throughout the draft, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily a strength, just in terms of the overall depth at offensive tackle. But wide receiver is pretty deep. I was a little skeptical coming into the year how deep wide receiver would be, but I should know better. I mean, it's just every year, wide receiver, it shows up, and it's a position that there ends up being more players than I think we expect. There's so much talent at that position, and so if the Browns want to double dip and go receiver first round and then another one, say the third round, I think that would make perfect sense for the needs, what they need to do to get better on offense, regardless of who's at quarterback. And especially at receiver, this would be a good draft to do that.
There's not a Jamar Chase in this draft. There is going to be somebody who ends up being a top 10 wide receiver out of this. The problem is, as bad as the NFL can be at assessing who's QB1, who's QB2, who's QB3 in a loaded draft, they're similarly bad when it comes to, hey, there's 6 guys who could be wide receivers in the first round here. More often than not, 6, 3, 2, somebody other than the best wide receiver in the class ends up being the best wide receiver in the class.
Yeah, one of Dane's takeaways from last night for myself was the idea that there's going to be more than enough good offensive linemen and wide receivers, that if that's the direction you want to go, you just have to identify which one you want. But he did say that, just even figuring out how this top 10 shakes out at this point is still a little muddied up. But hey, Church of Dane Brugler, I beefed with them last year. I like that he's on my side on this one. I like that he's come around to the idea that offensive line, wide receiver, the gospel according to Dane is very pro that idea, and we like that.
How did you do that entire bit without doing the obvious Great Dane?
Because he his thing is called the every year it's called the Bible. So we were playing off the idea that Dane Brugler's big draft guide is called the Bible. That was the play.
Little inside football.
That was the play.
I mean, our listeners get it. We have the smartest football fans.
Ours know what Dane Brugler puts out every year.
And I think it is. I think it's we're very humble about our own football knowledge. I think if we were around telling everyone that we were football guys and we knew more football than them,
loved football more than anybody,
it would almost infantilize and maybe make our audience, I'd say, less football smart.
Yeah, that could be something that one person would infer from that.
I think a lot of people would, many people would infer that as well. We will get to...
Good thing we're humble about it.
We are very humble and good-looking and knowledgeable. I would say attractive to different communities.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not like everyone thinks we're an attractive thing, but there are certain people...
I've got my lane, you've got your lane.
I don't even know what my lane is, but it's occupied somewhere.
Guy's named Jonathan.
Do you want to fill in what my lane is for people? You got the obvious chubby chaser thing. I really don't know what my lane is, but it's fine. I'm married. It worked somewhere.
Fans of milk toast fellas. That's you, buddy.
Milk toast fellows? Well, that's just insulting.
Nebulous whites? Is that better?
None of it is great.
Why?
What do you mean? Why?
You're
sound that out for yourself.
You're
sound that out for yourself.
You're
see
very
how that one,
Irish looking.
See how that one, but I'm not even really
You're
that Irish.
fair skin.
Yeah.
You're 5.3% Italian.
If someone that really seems like he might have an okay 401k going on. Yeah, that's really my appeal to people.
Listen, you are going to sit out on your lawn and say this is just a disaster. And when it really isn't, that's what you look like you're going to do.
When it really isn't.
Yeah, this is a real problem. And then
I also seem like I stand on my lawn and be like, man, we haven't gotten rain in a few days.
Oh yeah, well that's why.
Do we need it?
It's too dry out here.
Boy, do we need it.
Don't you burn that garbage over there, Phil. I'll call the council. That's kind of your lane.
A lot of HOA arguments.
A lot of them. Oh, you are a stickler for details.
Boy, do I complain to soundboards.
Can't get one past you.
Boy, do I get mad at those.
Browns fans' great fear. That appears to be true. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
control of your financial life, and the Jill on Money podcast is here to help. It's your questions that make it possible for me to provide unconventional and, I hope, entertaining insights on your money and, more importantly, on your life. Follow and listen to Jill on Money wherever you get your podcasts.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland.
This penalty's declined.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Daryl Ryder coming up in just about 40 minutes here. Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. So obviously we have had the conversation about where do the Browns go at the quarterback position. I thought it was interesting. Dane Brugler was on with Daryl, Jake, and Lance last night, and he had an interesting take about this draft class that I think is every Browns fear about this draft class confirmed.
Kind of similar to last year, actually, where it's a one quarterback at the top type of deal. We can put in Sharpie Mendoza. He's going to be that number 1 overall pick. The only question is, did the Raiders love him, or would they be open to trade and doing business? And I highly doubt it. I think there is some debate about who's that next quarterback. I think most would say Ty Simpson from Alabama. Garrett Nussmeier from LSU, I think, is kind of the forgotten guy because the season went just completely sideways for LSU this year. Trinidad Chambliss from Ole Miss, we're kind of waiting and seeing what his future holds. But if for whatever reason, if he is pushed into this draft class, that becomes pretty interesting. It would also help him in this class that it's just not a deep quarterback group. And so Chambliss would definitely have a shot at quarterback 2, quarterback 3.
All right, so there's a lot here. One, the name Ty Simpson is conspicuously absent.
Yeah, you didn't bring him up at all.
So
I was listening, and I'm like, did he just forget about Ty Simpson? Is he ever going to bring up Ty Simpson? What happened here?
I now need to get to the bottom of this because as we remember last year with Shador, Dane's not afraid. He will not shy away from the quarterback takes.
Yeah, and so what I thought was really interesting, though, is the idea that is there a chance that the Raiders just aren't impressed with Mendoza? We saw everyone in their contingent was all on the sideline for the national title game. Brady was there. The guy that owns 10% of the Raiders, as Brady owns 5% of the Raiders, was there. Mark Davis was there. Like, everyone was there, and it was not a great Mendoza game.
It's going to be interesting because I think a lot of this is going to ride on who's the head coach. Because I think one thing we learned about Brian Flores is Brian Flores didn't want Tua Tagovailoa in Miami. And that's something that he told people in Miami in real time. It's not like the Puka Nacua thing with John Harbaugh, where it's
made it up after the fact.
Like a week after he gets fired, he really wanted Puka in the 5th round. They took a cornerback. Okay, Mike Garafolo. However, if that's the head coach, none of us can put it past Brian Flores to go in there and go, no, this isn't the guy that I want. Go get me a veteran quarterback, a la a Mac Jones, a la, I don't know if Malik Willis is going to be his guy, but somebody like that.
I mean, I just think for the people that thought we were completely out on Mendoza because it's not going to be reality to be able to take him, it's not, there's too many people and too many people talking over the previous 24 hours. And obviously we'll get to a clip from Danny Parkins in just a moment, but like even with the Lamar stuff that's thrown in there now, it's like there's all sorts of, one of the executives on that ESPN article that we've referenced now in the past couple days put out there a Lamar Jackson for the number 1 overall pick and Max Crosby deal. And this is not just us playing Madden at 2 a.m. This is like real conversations that are being had. I think Mendoza's available for the right price.
Yeah, and he probably should be. We're in a weird spot where I think there's a school of thought that tends to be right more often than not, which is, hey, you went through the pain of being so bad that you got the number 1 pick. There is one quarterback in this draft. Shut up and take him. I think that's a completely respectable line of thinking. Unless you really look at Fernando Mendoza and saying, why am I taking another Jared Goff with the number 1 pick, which is one of the guys he's been compared to, even if Fernando's more athletic and kind of more of a mover.
Even if he turns out to be Jared Goff, that's a win. That's not a bad thing if he turns out to be Jared Goff. But like if you look at him that way and you think that you just have the wrong number 1 overall pick to have it this year, and he's not that guy. He's nothing impressive to you. Why would you put yourself in that misery?
Yeah,
because you're locked in. See what's happening with Cam Ward. Cam Ward's going to be the starter there for a decent amount of time, just being number 1 overall, even if he stinks.
I also wonder maybe where the Browns are on this, and meaning I know for a fact if you got McDermott tomorrow, and then you traded a bevy of picks to move up to take Fernando Mendoza, Browns fans would be so back on board with this thing so quickly that it would just be. It would be insane how quickly people would turn around on where they think the Browns are.
And it would probably take close to what it took with Deshaun Watson as far as the trade picks in order to secure it.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Deshaun was at 6 total picks, 3 first-rounders. It might be in that area.
I think it would probably be closer to it's got to be all about the first-rounders. Or maybe the 6th pick this year, another first-rounder next year, your second-rounder this year, and a second round. Like, it would take a fair amount, and maybe a young player that might have to be thrown in there as well. If we think back to like the Russell Wilson deal where Noah Fant went to Seattle, I think there was another player too. But it's weird because I don't think Fernando Mendoza is going to be a franchise quarterback. But is he 6'5"? Is he athletic? Does he have a nice enough arm? He doesn't have a howitzer, but he's got a nice enough arm to survive in this kind of weather. Do I think that would instantly give you a window over the next 4 years to try and compete every single year? Yes, I do.
Well, and the other side of this, though, is that immediately I think the response would be, well, wait a second. Why are the Raiders balking at this? Mm-hmm. What's going on here? Why are the Raiders iffy on this? Where at least if like the Ravens scenario that we talked about for a second, at least everyone's like, all right, I get it. You're done with Lamar. You want a fresh, brand new start. This is your way of securing it. You go about it. But if all of a sudden the Raiders and Tom Brady looked at Mendoza and said, not our guy, I think a lot of red flags would pop up.
I would just also be surprised. Again, it's almost like if there's a better veteran out there that they like, I think that's the second part of this that would have to happen. I really do. Like, they would have to love a Kyler Murray. I don't think they'd love a Tua if Brian Flores is the guy there.
No.
But they would have to love the quarterback that they take to then trade down.
Unless they just love next year's class, too, though. That'd be a dangerous play. Be a long play.
But instead, I mean, here's the math you're doing. Okay, well, we wouldn't get the best guy from this class, but we might be able to get the third best guy from the next class.
This is if you think, and this isn't how Dane was thinking, but how some people have thought about this class, where that if Mendoza any other year he wouldn't be number 1 overall, and any other year he's not in the conversation, as if he's almost not worthy of being a 1 of 1.
I really struggle with this because I don't think Fernando is the guy. I think he'll be a really nice quarterback, and I almost similar to like Baker. Like, if you've got a good team around him, he can win some playoff games. I don't know if he'll win a championship, but I think he can do this. The Trevor Lawrence thing, that's another comparison in terms of length and kind of like the size of the quarterback and athleticism, but maybe there isn't like something dominant that you look at and go, oh, this guy's going to be a 15-year, first in the division kind of quarterback. So it is the greatest need. Like, it's so funny when we've talked about, is it wide receiver or O-line at 6 and 24? I mean, if we're in the business of we just got to lock in on a position, that probably should throw quarterback in there as well.
Well, yeah. I mean, it is the most important position in sports. Like, and if they get a hint of it, and again, multiple people now in the previous 24 hours hinting at the idea that the Raiders are at least open to seeing how this whole thing goes. If they get a hint of it, like, you got to start doing all your research.
216-474-0092. If Vegas were to make the number 1 pick available, is now the right time for the Browns to try and make a play for Fernando Mendoza? Here's I'll get to the problem in just a second with all of this, because much like their head coach situation, the quarterback situation is going to be a little bit more of the same. But Danny Parkins of FS1 made the case on why the Raiders might look to trade out of the number 1 pick.
As someone who is a fan of the team that most recently pulled off the trade for the number 1 pick, I do think trading the number 1 pick for a haul is almost always the right move if you have any doubt about the quarterback. And most of the draft people seem to think Mendoza is going to be the number 1 pick, a lot because of Mendoza, but partly because of the quarterback class. That he is not a Drake May level athlete, that he is not a natural talent like Caleb, that there are some questions about Mendoza's ceiling in the pros, that he's more of like a Jared Goff-like prospect.
Now here's the problem. If let's say the Baltimore thing, you can't match Lamar Jackson. Just can't.
No, that's why it'd be Lamar for the 1, and you'd have to throw in Max Crosby as well.
So that's a trade you can't top.
Yeah.
Even the Jets at 2. The Jets, just to move up 1 spot, could give, they've got 4 first-rounders in the next 2 years. They've got another, I want to say, 3 second-rounders in the next 2 years, and an extra third in one of the next 2 years as well. So it feels like in either which way, if the Raiders covet picks, Well, they can move down less far and give the pick to the Jets and still have an absolute, just smashing amount of picks over the next 2 years. Or they can go take Lamar, and all of a sudden they have somebody that can put asses in seats in Vegas.
But for the people that are saying this doesn't seem practical right now, like, why are you even discussing this? Danny laid out the perfect example right there. Honestly, it's exactly what the Bears did. They didn't believe in Bryce Young. They didn't think Bryce Young was a franchise quarterback. They didn't think his skill set was great. And as evidenced by what you're seeing in Carolina, he's obviously doing some things right, but he's not turning that franchise around in a way where all of a sudden they're Super Bowl bound. And so they looked at it, and what was that trade? 2 1s, 2 2s, and DJ Moore? And then out of that draft, they still got the number 9 pick overall, and then they had the first for the following year, and then they obviously were then able to take Caleb Williams and completely transform their entire franchise. They're not the team they are right now, if not for the idea that they basically didn't like Bryce Young and they wanted a way out.
I think the catch-22 is half of what makes, actually no, the only thing that makes that job attractive today is the number 1 pick. Tom Brady does not make that job. After a year of what happened with Chip Kelly and Pete Carroll, Tom Brady doesn't make that job more attractive. John Spytek is Tom Brady's boy, so you're not moving on from that guy. Mark Davis is a weird-ass owner.
Yeah.
They're not a team that they're not afraid to spend some money, but that's more on firing coaches. They're not a team that manipulates the cap the way the Browns or Eagles do.
Right. They got some promising high-end talent. But it's just that's all that is.
It's just gonna be really
tough. It's Scott Bowers. It's Max Crosby.
If you take
maybe Ashton Genty.
If they had the number 3 pick in this draft, I'd be the worst job in the NFL by far this year. It would surpass so much what the Browns do.
I just wonder if there would be a coach out there that would say, all right, we have to. Imagine when they hire this coach, you're still going to go through the evaluation of Mendoza. What if all together they go through this big evaluation of Mendoza and come to the conclusion he's not worth them taking him.
I still think teams take quarterbacks that they know might end up being a problem.
No, they always do. And I don't think people believe this is going to happen, but the idea that it's now being talked about in this way, obviously there's a door open to it happening. And I find honestly the Bears side that Danny makes there that's dead on. Bears did it. It changed their franchise forever in a positive.
Ever since you've said, though, the Bryce Young thing, I can't shake. Yeah, Fernando Mendoza and Sean McDermott, if that was your quarterback and your head coach coming out of this offseason, the people's thoughts on the Browns' ability to compete in this division, not just next year, but long term, would change wholesale. And I do think Fernando would be the perfect quarterback to step in, be a sweet young man who says nary a damn thing.
Yeah.
And it would be the most quintessential Andrew Berry personality pick at quarterback. I also think, all right, are we going to be a little gun shy after the Deshaun Watson thing?
This is a big stakes move. This is a franchise altering decision. And if I was Andrew Berry, I would keep making as many big moves as you possibly can. But a lot of people would be shy on that, as the biggest move he's made is going down as the worst in NFL history.
So Mark in Aurora says he's a Raiders fan. Mark, welcome to the show. What would your reaction?
How are you?
You're doing well, buddy. What would your reaction be if the Raiders traded out of the number 1 pick with Fernando Mendoza?
Well, if you want to get more draft picks, I can deal with that. I'd rather take Mendoza, but I don't want to have anything to do with Lamar Jackson. I'm not trading the pick and Max Crosby for Lamar Jackson. He wants an extension. He's injured a lot. He's not the same player he was. Not that he isn't good, but he can't run like he used to. He's basically, that part of his game is going away. And personally, I'd rather keep the pick. But if someone wants to offer me a bunch of picks for the first pick, I might consider it. But as of now, I'll just keep the pick and take the quarterback, who I think is real smart. And you need a character guy in Vegas. You can't have some clown in Vegas. You can get a lot of trouble over there.
That's true, Mark. We appreciate you, buddy. Thank you very much. I do think rumors of Lamar's demise are just a little heavy-handed, right?
Well, we just don't know how he's going to age.
He had 4,100 passing yards, 41 touchdowns. What was it, another couple touchdowns on the ground?
He was fantastic. I just don't know. He's 29 now. I don't know when he gets to over 30 how it's all going to go. Nobody knows. But I heard people today wondering that about Josh Allen even. Because at 30, Cam Newton absolutely broke down, and Josh Allen uses his legs a ton.
Yeah, the thing with Cam was, and I can say this having seen it up close.
Yeah.
It was the hits that he took that banged up his shoulder. His shoulder was
Josh Allen dealt with shoulder injuries the past 2 years.
His shoulder was compromised from that first injury. The second one, he just stopped being able to locate where the ball is. So maybe that is a fair comparison there. 216-474-0092. If the Raiders auctioned off the number 1 pick, are the Browns in a spot 4 years after the Deshaun trade to make that kind of trade again? And I think we have to have the difficult conversation about another option at quarterback with a number 6 pick. I don't know JP or I are going to like it. Still got to do it in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Known hothead Daryl Ryder joining us in about 15 minutes here. We got some, if only we had a breaking news bed, we could just play it right now. And this is significant news here.
I got news for you. That's a bet.
I'm almost a little ashamed.
Maybe.
A little ashamed that no one in Cleveland had previously mentioned this angle. This succulent, juicy angle involving the Browns head coaching search here.
Yeah.
But finally, some reporter, some media member had the courage and guts to do it, and that man is Mike Florio. Mike Florio throwing out there that in a piece about Jim Schwartz's candidacy in Cleveland, the quote is, the Browns are weighing promoting Jim Schwartz versus the risk of losing him.
Yeah, well,
whoa! What? No one in Cleveland
reaction?
said this.
Yeah, I mean, really, just took Florio by surprise, I guess.
I mean, why? Why, Lord? Why not me? Why could I have not had this thought previously? Or literally everybody else in Cleveland media?
I like that in the article. He goes, beyond the obvious message sent by Schwartz getting a second interview, there's a sense in some circles that Schwartz could indeed be the guy.
Oof,
you should have stopped it beyond the obvious message. That would have satisfied all we needed.
I'm just glad Florio said this. He had the courage, he had the conviction.
Source put it, the Browns ultimately have to weigh promoting him against potentially losing him.
Man,
I'm glad he got a source for that.
That guy's a lawyer.
I'm glad he got a source for that.
That guy's a real lawyer right there.
Man,
I
like Florio. I've always liked Florio.
I find his presence pretty annoying.
Well, in the past couple years or so, he just always goes to the same thing with the Browns.
Yeah.
It's always the same thing. He just always blames Haslam. It's almost like I don't understand. He used to really go in depth with some of this stuff, and it just feels like he's got one thought on the Browns and he continues to say it.
In fairness, he's not wrong. But you can have multiple thoughts on the Browns.
Multiple thoughts.
Which is what you're pointing out.
Even that Baker tussle from last night that everyone was getting in on. At the end of it, he basically, trying to decide who was at fault between Baker and Stefanski, he decided it was the Browns' fault.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate the contributions.
It really only works, by the way, if that's not your solution for everything. If your solution is like, the NFL owners are trying to get to 18 games, I think it's the Browns' fault. Hey, harsh winter this year, right? I mean, really
is this his way
out there.
Is this his way of just saying he's got no idea? Because I, in a roundabout way, this is him, I think, just telling everybody what it feels like this should be the entire time, is that Andrew Berry has everything plugged up. There's nothing's getting outside. Things were getting outside previously with Stefanski around. Nothing's getting outside. And that's why the people that think they know what direction this is going really don't know. Nobody has a clue right now.
That's why I need it to not be Udinski. Because if no one really knows and it ends up being Udinski, what wagged what here? Like, what's the tail and what's the head of the donkey here? I don't know.
Yeah, how did everyone suss this out?
Like, did the Browns just look and go, it seems like 50% of people on Ken Carman's Twitter poll wants Grant Udinski. Why the hell not?
Well, and then in the afternoon, they checked our poll on YouTube and was like, maybe it's not a slam dunk.
Maybe we should go with Jim Schwartz.
Maybe we're back in a different direction.
Who's winning by 1%. And it's McDermott. Let's just do this. Come on now.
Oh, we haven't gotten any reports on it yet. I don't know why we haven't, but we haven't.
Would be great if we got one of those.
I'd like one.
Especially right around the time where Jesse Minter cancels his in-person tomorrow, which he probably should if it's fait accompli he's taking the Baltimore gig.
Yeah, you'd think so.
Like if I do think there's two schools of thought here. If Jesse Minter, if Mike McDaniel's like, I don't really want to get burnt by looking like I got passed over for the Cleveland job, so I'm going to bow out. And I'm going to bow out of the Raiders and the Ravens job, and I'm just going to go take the Chargers OC job. And then Jesse Minter's like, well, I know I'm getting the Ravens head coaching job, but it would be nice to humiliate the Browns just a little bit here by taking their second interview and then immediately being named Baltimore's head coach.
Wouldn't you not want to give away any of your secrets in the second interview?
Actually, I think it's who's really the spy here.
Well,
it's a little Spider-Man versus Spider-Man.
Could you just be giving them completely false information?
Yeah, while trying.
This is how you should fix your team.
While trying to siphon some of that sweet, succulent information
and then
from
just say something completely ridiculous, like how I would do it.
Yeah.
I'd hire Monken as my OC immediately, and then lay out all the reasons why you think Monken is great, while knowing that that's just not going to end well for us.
And in fairness, if you really, I'm going to need you to fire Jim Schwartz before we agree to anything, because I can't have him as my OC.
And then point out all his flaws.
Yeah, but you'd say OC, and they'd be like, he's the defensive coordinator. Don't question me.
Yeah, don't even let details don't bog you down in this.
I'm just glad somebody said it. I'm just glad. If Flory had said this a week ago, it would still be the most basic B thought that everyone had already had for a week. 2 weeks in, you know what it is setting up for? It's setting up for a narrative of the Browns couldn't lose Jim Schwartz, so they had to make him the head coach. And that narrative is going to be peddled by people like Mike Florio, and it will infuriate me.
Why would it infuriate you?
Because you could.
Because you could.
Because
okay,
you
good.
could.
All right, we're on the same.
That's not a reason to make somebody the head coach.
I'm with you. But you know that's going to be the angle.
Oh, no, 100%.
And it's also going to be like, we had to do this because then this way we also get our offensive-minded coach and everything that's great. And then Miles is happy. Denzel Ward is happy. All the players that spoke at the end of the season, they can't go up and complain about losing their guy because their guy's still here.
Well, and, hey, Miles is happy. Denzel's happy. The vets are happy, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It's just, listen, at this point, I'm starting to think Grant Udinski is it's just such groupthink. And I'm not talking fans. Fans are allowed, you're getting information from the media. But the Udinski thing is really starting to trouble me on this is really paper thin on why you should hire him. This doesn't feel like the kind of hire you make to follow up Kevin Stefanski. I'm first time hire. Okay, I understand. Offensive minded head coach. I understand.
Yeah.
He's a glorified quarterback coach in Jacksonville for 1 year. We need to call this like it really is. This is such a outside the box hire that it's not even in geometry anymore. Now it's algebra.
Maybe they're slow playing their love for Shieldhouse and using Udinski to do it.
But Shieldhouse isn't much better.
Well, so Shieldhouse...
He's fourth in command in the Rams, and he's 2 years in the NFL.
The report out of Pittsburgh is that basically they loved Shieldhouse in the interview, and again, this was all today from Pony, that the idea that they love Shieldhouse, and he's got shades of Tomlin in him.
The thing that kills me is Mike Tomlin was in the NFL 5 years before 5 or 6 years before he became the head coach in Pittsburgh, and had at least 1 year legitimately running a defense in Minnesota. So that was pretty thin on experience. Shieldhouse, NFL experience. Shieldhouse and Udinski have even less.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's great, but I am saying from an organization that likes to kind of keep people on their toes and kind of swerve and have them think one thing to then do another, it wouldn't surprise me if all of a sudden Shieldhouse becomes the belle of the ball and gets the gig. Meanwhile, the whole Udinski thing was all just one big, hey, we're trying to make it seem like we're interested.
Let me do something for you, Andrew. Jimmy, all the Haslam family members.
Yeah, all of them. JW is very involved in this.
J-Dubs, buddy. We've never met. I don't know if we have met.
You have met him. I've been with you when we've met him.
Oh, that's not great. That's my memory, JW. That's not on you, buddy.
We were there together.
Yeah, you're quite memorable. It's my brain does not work anymore, as evidenced by me trying to land this plane here. But guys, let's come together here. Hire Sean McVay, Brian Dable as his OC, keep Jim Schwartz as defensive coordinator, and let's go win some damn games.
I should have told you to do your Haslam voice for him.
Well,
that would have made it memorable.
That would have gone contrary.
That would have made it memorable.
Should I have done my Southern Dandy voice and brought Mike McCarthy back?
That would have been fun, too.
I do declare Sean McDermott is the only coach for the Cleveland Browns.
JW, I do a lot of impressions.
That's the guy that I'm calling Cletus.
Let's just see how he feels about that. That would have made it memorable for me, I'll tell you that.
I do declare this is the end of this segment. Daryl Ryder in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
segments from all our shows. You can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
Catch the latest Browns news all off-season long. Stream us on the Odyssey app and on your smart speaker by telling Alexa to play 92.3 The Fan.
Check out the Fan
It's the
off-season
6 o'clock
special.
hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
I was already talking. All right, we figured it out. Daryl Ryder, it's Coach Riz, it's Jake Volnick. They do all the latest Browns news and the moves ahead of this offseason and free agency and the draft. You can listen right here on The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app. Watch every episode live on YouTube. That's The Fan off-season special each and every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, right here on The Fan.
That's a real Mexican standoff. I didn't know. I wasn't going to talk. That's between you and Mac. I was just encouraging one of you. Double tap your chest. That's all you got to do.
Oh, we weren't tapping there, buddy.
And you were not tapping.
We were not going to tap
so
there.
then Mac was tapping.
I was like halfway through the first sentence, and then he played it. It's like I'm talking.
Wow. It's just that Mac wasn't paying attention.
I think that's what it was.
Mac,
I'm also trying to make sure that Daryl was all connected and everything like that. We're good there. And also making sure that we're going back from the break. So
strong rebuttal,
just trying
JP.
to juggle a couple of things here.
That is a lot of work that he's got to do.
So now are you more willing?
No.
What about if each of
I was
you
still talking.
single tap your chest? So instead of the double tap, if
I'm
you
not
both just go...
I'm not a buyer into the just tap your chest and everything's okay thing either.
I think
we've gone
we all
over
know.
this. Yeah, we've gone over this.
A lot of people in the industry are saying it.
Did you email
Mitch
them?
Rosen?
Did you email them?
That's part of the pitch.
As part of the pitch, we just throw in there. Guy also will not tap his chest because he doesn't think it absolves him of anything.
Maybe he will, Mitch Rosen, if you just go ahead and vote for us in the Barrett Sports Media mid-market afternoon drive top shows.
I'll turn into Mike Tomlin after the Steelers win if that happens. You know. Why are you acting like you don't know the reference now? Why are you?
No, I do. I was just looking at you.
Stonewalling me
I
like
wasn't
you wouldn't
stonewalling you. I was just
believe.
looking at you.
Stonewalling
was waiting for you to do the
like you wouldn't believe.
In case you missed it, coming up in about 40 minutes here.
That's why we're getting no votes.
It's time to. Now you're saying hateful things.
Pew, pew, pew,
now you're saying things you can't take back.
Yeah.
I'm not putting this in the email. I'm going to send a second email to Mitch Rosen,
follow up to the email,
to Nahagian, to all the many power players.
He'll say their name like that too.
Chris Olivero.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And then he's going to fire another person at FAN and give Chris Carton another job just because of this.
we can only hope.
Okay, that's very personal. Let's go ahead and get to Daryl Ryder, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
You gonna tap your chest on that one?
Daryl, how you doing, bud?
Hi, Daryl.
Clearly not as well as you are, Nick.
Well, hey, it's been a banner show today. Let's start
Always
with this. So there have been people suggesting that because Fernando Mendoza is maybe not on the line of like a Joe Burrow, a Andrew Luck, like an elite level prospect, he might be more of a Jared Goff, that the Raiders might be willing to move out of the number one pick. Is that something you think the Browns should be interested in if, in fact, the Raiders make that pick available?
Sure. But good luck outbidding the New York Jets if the Jets want him. So the Jets have more draft capital available to them than the Browns do. But, yeah, I mean, if the opportunity presents itself, I think Andrew Berry has to make that move if he determines that Mendoza is going to be a franchise quarterback in this league.
All right, Daryl. Let's get into it. First off, I want your thoughts on Mike Florio's report with the Browns.
This one's a tough one, Daryl. Get ready for it.
Yeah, sense in league circles, the Browns will end up promoting DC Jim Schwartz to head coach. But as one source put it, the Browns ultimately have to weigh promoting him against potentially losing him. That seems like a pretty obvious statement, no, Daryl?
Well, I mean, it's true. They do have to weigh a promotion versus keeping him in his current role. My suggestion would be to make him the assistant head coach, give him a pay bump while also keeping him the defensive coordinator. Obviously, he has to be willing to do that, and that might be tough for him to do. Remember, he interviewed with the Browns, I think it was during the 2020 coaching cycle, and ultimately they the second time around decided to go ahead and hire Kevin Stefanski, and then a couple years later he replaced Joe Woods as defensive coordinator here. So obviously you put the ball in Jim Schwartz's court there, but when you look at the current list of candidates, and it will expand here, it really does kind of feel like this is it's a coin flip between Grant Udinski and Nate Shieldhouse. I don't know that Todd Monken fits into at least Andrew Berry's description of what they're looking for. And then Jesse Minter, if they go ahead and hire him, then yeah, I think it's pretty obvious that Jim Schwartz is going to want to move on because you're hiring a younger defensive head coach in front of him.
All right, Daryl. So we've gone from the succulent six candidates for second-round interviews to the final four, as you just broke down there. How do we feel about the final four candidates here and the idea that, as you have said, this whole thing's going to come down to Udinski versus Shieldhouse?
Well, honestly, it's not a final four yet, Nick. They're going to have to add another candidate to this pool. With
But
Mike
that's pretty much
McDaniel.
perfunctory, right?
Well, but we can't treat it as such.
No, they can't.
Yeah, we can do whatever we want.
Yeah, we actually can be honest about this.
Yeah.
That person's going to have no chance of getting this job.
The only reason why it would potentially not be a Final Four when we're talking serious candidates is if you add Sean McDermott.
Well, or if they might have already interviewed someone that we don't even know about. And you bring up McDermott as well. I wouldn't mind the hire, but I kind of feel like he's a better fit for Pittsburgh or Baltimore than he is here right now with where this team is. Because there's no quarterback here, at least one that we're all in agreement that we're sold on. So they do have to figure out another candidate to interview in person that is a minority. Because Shieldhouse would then next week, his interview would complete the obligations of the Rooney Rule. I have other thoughts about this Rooney Rule. I think it's well-intentioned, but to your point about it, being a bit of a sham around the league, just look at Atlanta, right? I think Kevin Stefanski knew all along he was bringing Tommy Rees with him to Atlanta. Does that really give an opportunity to somebody? The Falcons, it was reported before the NFL season ended that Matt Ryan was going to become their top football executive, but they had to go through the motions of, and I put it in air quotes, interviewing other folks for it to comply with the Rooney Rule before, shocking, Matt Ryan ultimately got that job. Again, I think it's a well-intentioned rule. I understand them expanding it to have 2 in-person interviews, but I just still feel like there are teams making a mockery of it, and the Browns are not one of them. I want to make that clear. There are a couple of fans that thought I was taking shots at the Browns. I'm not taking shots at the Browns. They have had, to their credit, one of the more diverse organizations in the National Football League, to the point of I kind of feel like they should get a little bit of a dispensation here. There is no, there is no hint of them discriminating against qualified candidates at all. But yeah, it is a rule they have to comply with, so they're going to have to add another candidate to this mix, assuming, again, there maybe isn't one at the college level that they've talked to that would allow them to be in compliance.
All right, Daryl, I want to go back to the McDermott conversation, though, because you said the Steelers, you said the Ravens. Mark Cabali in Pittsburgh has Mike McCarthy as the front runner for the Steelers job, and then Jason Lockenfora today had a whole thing about Jesse Minter basically having the Ravens job locked up. So if we take those two teams out of the equation, would it put Sean McDermott in the driver's seat to maybe not end up with the Browns, but at least an interview's got to be on the table?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think that it would serve them well to speak to him. If anything, again, to get a little intel, get a little evaluation of how the current state of the organization is perceived from his perspective, what he would do to try and fix everything that needs to be fixed here. I think that that's all important information, even if they ultimately decide to go in a different direction. But I am curious to see if McDermott does get an interview, and I'm curious to see who else they're going to interview before they wrap this thing up, which I think that's going to happen sometime next week.
Daryl, I'm curious because I hear from a lot of very intelligent media folk like yourself about how the Browns quarterback room is holding them back in a head coaching search.
I'm not saying it's holding them back, but it is a question, and it is a question in the interview process, Nick, that they have to have answers for, right? Does Shedeur have a future? Does Dylan Gabriel have a future? Pluses and minuses with their games. What would you do to elevate their games or turn them in to that player? Do we have to make a move in the draft to go get Mendoza, assuming that opportunity's there? What would you do temporarily to bridge that position if you don't feel it's there? So there's like 20 questions about the quarterback room in the course of the interview, Nick, that I feel like have to be asked.
How's that different from Pittsburgh?
It's not. But let's be honest about it. Maybe not so much recently, but the Steelers have a little better track record than the Browns do when it comes to personnel at that particular position.
Yeah, it's just weird to me. I can't listen. I do think it's a conversation. I think you're right to say it's a conversation. And so maybe I'm speaking more to the perception that that's holding the Browns back when
I think it held them back when in the John Harbaugh thing. Now, granted, I always thought he was going to New York or Atlanta, but I'm sure that was amongst many things that Harbaugh weighed in deciding to tell the Browns thanks but no thanks. So, it's not going to hold them back, in my view, to get Udinski or to get Shieldhouse or one of these younger guys, or even promoting Schwartz. I don't think it'll hold them back there. But if you do want a marquee coach, I do feel like that is a serious consideration.
Oh, what did you make of Tommy Rees ending up with Stefanski in Atlanta?
No, I'm not surprised. I thought
you rarely are.
No, I mean, I thought it was good that the Browns gave him an opportunity to interview for the head coaching job here. And, look, this is the way it goes in the National Football League, right? Kevin's getting the band back together. Bill Callahan's back with him with the Falcons to coach his offensive line for him. I'm sure he's not done. Surrounding himself with some familiar faces. That's kind of the way it goes. John Harbaugh is, bringing some folks from the Baltimore Ravens that he worked with up to New York with him. This is just the life cycle of coaching changes in the merry-go-round that tends to happen this time of year on an annual basis, where these coaches in their new spots want to surround themselves with people that they've worked with before and are familiar with.
So what do you think of Baker Mayfield's tweet basically about Kevin Stefanski?
No, I think I made that clear on X, didn't I? Here's the issue I have. You don't get to play the disrespect card or I was treated like garbage card when you yourself treated people like that on a regular basis. Now, I realize, hey, it's not that big of a deal. If you're good, you can treat people the way you want to treat them. But I just am of the mindset, I don't care who you are, you should treat folks with respect. And there were way too many instances with my own 4 eyes and my 2 ears in which I witnessed Baker Mayfield's immaturity. And I used a lot of coded language over the years talking about immaturity. And this is the type of stuff that I was referring to, okay?
But why should this be the difference between him being here and not? Because I think real quick. I've been interrupted by you 5 times in this interview. It's my turn. Real quick. I'm curious because I saw a lot of people in Cleveland media, yourself, Jason Lloyd, taking these victory laps. Oh, well, this is why he isn't here, as if in any way that excuses the Browns from basically bleeping the bed regardless of what they thought or what anybody thinks of Baker Mayfield. They won a battle that Baker's still immature and that Baker's a good, not great quarterback, and then proceeded to fumble the rest of the war. Of course. Like the Browns deserve blame. Baker deserves some blame. I think Kevin deserves a hell of a lot more blame than he got. Yeah. And so I just think it was a weird victory lap day for the Browns media today over a tweet that is part of the reason why the Browns took Baker Mayfield in the first place.
Well, you got to consider who took him, too. Like, that's John Dorsey's personality. And guess what got John Dorsey fired? That personality and also hiring Freddie Kitchens because, again, Freddie Kitchens fit that personality, and you didn't deliver. And so also go back to Baker quitting on his team. That's part of it, too.
You mean, was that after or before he played like 10 games with a bum shoulder? I can't remember how that was.
I'm talking about at the end of the season.
But what about the 10 games or 13 games before that where he's playing through an injury because he felt that was best for the team?
Nobody forced him to do that.
No, as a matter of fact, nobody forced him to sit either, which other organizations might do.
Well, I can't speak to the intricacies of what went on behind the scenes as far as fighting over whether or not he should play with that shoulder or not. The fact of the matter is he played through it. He did not play well the last couple of years that he was here. And they made a decision not to invest the dollars that he was going to be looking for in that contract extension. And it was well within their right to move on. But I do agree with you. They messed it up. If they thought Baker Mayfield was a headache, they certainly wrapped their arms around the headache that was Deshaun Watson. And they were willing to tolerate everything he came with, assuming, though, that he was going to go out there and he was going to play significantly better than Baker Mayfield did. So nobody's right in this. Everybody shares in the blame in this whole situation. But hindsight being 2020, the Panthers moved on from him. The Rams moved on from him. And kudos to him for making a home for himself and finding a spot in Tampa Bay. And I kind of feel like he needed to go through that adversity to kind of wake him up. But again, my point is, you don't get to bellyache on social media about a coach treating you disrespectfully when you walked around that building on a regular basis treating other people disrespectfully. It goes both ways here. The respect goes both ways. And I'm not saying Baker's right and wrong. I'm not saying Kevin Stefanski's right and wrong or Andrew Berry right and wrong. Everybody's wrong. Okay? The Browns were wrong for enabling him from the jump. They should have reeled him in from the get-go and said, hey, we're not putting up with this type of behavior. We're behind you. You're our franchise quarterback. That's why we drafted you 1 overall. But there's a way in which we expect you to comport yourself when you're in this building. There's a standard you have to uphold. And I don't get the sense that the Browns ever did that, which created this monster that became too much for them to handle. And whether you like it or not, influenced their decision to move on from him.
I just think there's a lot of people that have maybe, because of personal experiences with Baker, have maybe, I don't want to say given, they've given the Browns a pass because Baker was curt and rude, which I don't know if anybody's ever met other NFL quarterbacks. It's not the Good Time Charlie boys. I know. Like very few guys are Josh McCown, who are a gentleman who would come out when he was a backup after a loss.
Or Jameis Winston.
Jameis Winston,
yeah.
Although
Jameis came with a lot of problems.
Yeah, I was going to say there was some problematic stuff in his past. And I thought it was a weird victory lap today. Because in reality, if we had said Baker had been here the last 4 years, you and I aren't having the same conversations about the Browns the last 4 years we've had.
Well, listen, I personally did not care. That's why I never brought it up. The only reason I brought it up now is because, again, he took the shot that he did. But
isn't it fair to feel that way when they leaked the report, when they were trying to trade for Deshaun? Well, again, 20-plus sexual assault allegations, hadn't played football in 700 days or whatever it was, that they wanted an adult in the room. I think that's something. I think they crossed a major line, and maybe that's the point. And I promise you, I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just trying to have.
I think both sides are at fault. Well, I think Baker's at fault. I think the Browns are at fault.
Real quick though, when a team leaks a report that says this guy's immature and we don't like him and we want an adult in the room and we're chasing a guy with 20-plus sexual assaults, that's good business. When a guy says something out of his own mouth, that's dirty pool. If his agent had leaked a report like this and it couldn't have been traced back to Baker, I don't know anyone would have had a problem with it. Because somebody actually says it, then so teams can hide behind reporters and leak innocuous crap or even hateful crap about players. The second a player speaks back to it, all of a sudden that guy's, a jerk. I think that's interesting.
Well, there's a lot of water that gets carried by some folks, and I'm going to leave it at that because I don't want to get myself in trouble. But including this offseason, I've seen some water carried by folks.
Name them.
Name all of them.
Yeah. Give us their let's dox them right
don't
now,
leave
Daryl.
Anybody out, Daryl.
Dox these fools.
Now's your chance.
And, it just, I don't disagree with you, Nick. We locally knew what Baker was, okay? We heard all the stories, and we knew what he was, but the national media did not. And I think that's why that ended up in the national sphere.
I think that's also why Baker's upset the way that he is. I feel like in a roundabout way, he was like, am I taking crazy pills? Why does Stefanski keep getting looked at and raved about as one thing when I think of him very differently?
Yeah, no, I mean that's a fair point of view. Like I said, though, I don't like when people are themselves very disrespectful to everybody they're around, including the decision makers with the team. But then they want respect in return, and it's like maybe if you handled yourself a little better here, maybe you would have been here. If you were an adult and said, you know what, shoulder's messed up, I shouldn't play, I can't play, maybe you'd still be here. I'm just saying, like, Baker's not completely innocent in his departure here.
I don't think anyone said he was. Daryl, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Mac's going to have a heart attack over that.
We might have killed Mac.
He
So
might
I'm
be
sorry
dead. He might be
about
dead,
that.
right? Don't even say bye to him. He might be dead.
Wasn't your fault, by the way, Daryl. It was our fault. We appreciate you, buddy.
You bet. Take care, guys.
Daryl Ryder brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We'll react to all that in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
NFL postseason is on Westwood One.
Caught! Touchdown! Touchdown! If you hadn't seen it, you would not believe it.
This is Scott Graham. Join us Sunday for complete coverage of the conference championship games. Our broadcast kicks off at 2 p.m. Eastern Time and goes until the Super Bowl matchup is set. If it's the NFL playoffs, it's on Westwood One.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
In case we missed it, coming up in about 15 minutes here.
Yeah, we don't know when we started the YouTube.
That's true.
It could just be me.
That would be funny. That'd be a day.
Yeah. Me
As it was,
basically just mocking what you said back in return. And that's not great for me.
As it was.
That's not great.
Jake did come in the break and let us know that the YouTube was some fun watching as Daryl and I had a back and forth there. Meeting of the minds, really. Just
is that what we call that one? It was. It got feisty. I'll tell you that. Oh, it just missed it. It cut it off right. Yeah, cut it off right before it.
Oh, thank God.
Or at least, yeah, I think we're fine. I think we're in the clear.
Now, to be clear, folks, he's not talking about me and Daryl. He is talking about what would have gotten you and Dutch.
I think actually it would have been fine.
Oh, it would have been fine.
I can say the word on the radio. We're okay.
Yeah, we are.
It was just the mockery that I attached to it.
Yeah.
Was all. That's all that is.
Mac used a euphemism. So not a euphemism. He used a synonym for a body part, and he's just not that guy that can say that word.
No.
It's just not. Mac needs to lean into being wholesome, and he's trying this, I'm going to curse and be a bad boy.
Yeah.
It's like, you're young Baskin and Phelps. That's okay.
No, you would have been casted on like Seventh Heaven or something. You know what I mean? Like that would have been.
But not like the father.
No, well, he turned
Like
out
one
to be
of those
very
kids.
problematic.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways.
Yeah, but like one of those really nice,
Unfortunately.
children.
But at least when he was on TV, he was a straight shooter.
That's true. It was just behind the scenes that he was a horrible monster.
Yeah, really did not go well.
Yeah.
That was our childhoods in
But
many
you have been
respects.
one of the good Seventh Heaven. Like, you understand that's a compliment, right?
Yeah, no, I get that. I get what you're going. I get what you're going for here.
I'm a hillbilly. I'm a little bit of a, I got some white trash in my jeans, right? Like I can say problematic things and words because look at me. Of course I do. You're not going to get anywhere with that face, that hair, just whipping out that word.
His eyebrows got really arched there.
Yeah.
What part of that bothered you, Mac?
There's just a lot there. There's just a lot there. That's all I say.
It just doesn't sound right coming out of your mouth. It just doesn't. It's what is it? Constructive criticism.
I appreciate the constructive criticism. It's also you just learning more about me. That's the thing, though, is that you're saying
and then
this
trying
isn't
to
me.
change
No,
you.
I'm aware. I can tell here.
Yeah, but he doesn't like to be caged.
Yeah.
You're caging him.
Maybe
some birds need to fly.
Maybe that's the opposite happening here, is that Mac is now trying doubly hard to prove he's the bad boy of 92.3 The Fan.
Well, I mean, you keep going after. Maybe you got a chance one day.
It's true.
It's not like we got like the most hardened roster right now.
That's true.
You got a real opportunity ahead of you.
You're just battling Jeff and Andy for bad boy.
your big guy you're going up against right now is Cam Manna. I think we're okay. Matt Corrali back in the picture, by the way.
Who is the bad boy of 92.3 The Fan?
No, we don't have one. Well, we have a sounder that Ken claims he is, but outside of that, we don't really have one.
Okay, but who is it really?
And what context? Like when we're talking bad boy, what do we actually mean? Somebody like do I think anybody that is really anybody that works at the station will just one day be gone because they end up in jail or something like that?
That has.
Yeah. In the past, it has. Those guys are gone. The people we all would have bet on are either A, had that happen to them, or B, just no longer at the station anymore. Like, we have no one that I feel like you could. I pull into the station one day and you're like, whoa, did you hear about this person? Now they're locked up for 30 years. There's nobody on this staff that I think that could even enter the equation.
I can think of one. And it's for the reason we all think.
I don't think you're actually thinking of somebody. I think you can't say it on the air right now. And so I think you're like, I got somebody. I don't know that you have somebody.
I'll write it down on a piece of paper and show you.
Okay.
But the second that you see this, you know what you're going to do?
Am I going to say you're right?
You're going to think of the exact.
I'm trying to think of somebody.
You're going to think of the exact crime that I'm thinking of.
The exact crime. Oh, stop it. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, stop
See?
it, though. No, that person's not ending up in prison.
What?
Or jail.
Not like a hardcore prison.
Probably the one person, though, that I would say, if anybody were to end up in a problematic situation, they would be the least shocking. But it would still be shocking if anybody on the station staff ended up in any sort of hot water.
Country club version of...
Oh, yeah, he'd be fine.
Yeah.
He'd be wheeling and dealing. He would turn into a boss in that spot.
Yeah.
But neither
he'd go
under
wherever Jordan Belfort went. That's where he'd go.
Yeah, it's not bad.
But hard time? I just don't know. We're talking violence. We're talking drugs.
Oh, yeah, no one's got anything beyond a white-collar crime in them.
I'm trying to think of the whole roster here.
Yeah, everybody. Throw everybody in the mix that currently works here.
Also, sorry, I got to do this to you, Mac. Keith just said, you guys just don't know the real Mac.
That's right. We don't know. Apparently, we're just left in the dark.
Da-na-na-na-na-na.
I actually want to meet new Mac. Hi, I'm new Mac. Nice to meet me. Is that when you say like really raunchy things? Is that what's this other identity? Are you bipolar and we're just not aware? What's this new Mac?
Yeah.
I'm just comfortable with you guys now. I don't know what you're talking about.
But I curse a lot and I say body parts. Ooh. Like, what else you got? What else you got?
I'm new Mac. How do you like your eggs in the morning?
Ha, kidding. I don't make breakfast. Get out.
That's right. Once we're done we're done.
You pour them on the floor.
I kick you right out.
He actually makes the eggs.
just has to empty them.
Oh, you like scrambled? Tough. Hit the bricks, doll.
So calling him doll.
By the way,
send me over.
Lose my number, baby cakes. I've had what I wanted.
The door's over there. Just leave it unlocked.
But so maybe that guy's just hiding. We just don't know it. That guy's just hiding. That's all that is.
That's true. You're hiding it under the sexlessness, under the cherubic face. Great hair, by the way. Great hair.
Yeah.
But the innocence that you have, that's the ruse.
I mean, current you's got to be pissed that guy's just hiding somewhere.
It's like me, myself, and Irene.
Like, come on out, man. Come on out.
We're gonna walk in one day, and Mac just has like a heart tattoo on his bicep, and he's like, "Real Mac is here."
He pulls up in a Harley. He's got a leather jacket that he just comes out of the closet.
Like a 300-pound woman on the back of his. I like them big, guys, because this is the real
Mac. I do declare this is the end of the segment.
See, but now I just feel bad for how mean he was to the person in the morning. I'm like, not the 300-pound woman.
She needs her protein. Just got her break. There's no salvaging.
in online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Want to talk Browns while you're at work? Baskin and Phelps, weekdays starting at 10 on 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's afternoon drive. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. Want to say a big thanks to our guys today. Ashley Bastock, 320, great stuff on the Browns head coaching search. Ross Tucker, strong stuff on Stefanski and Baker, strong stuff on the Browns coaching search. And then Daryl Ryder, who we had some awkward moments with, and maybe I had a Donnybrook with. But in case you don't know, that's my guy. I do love him. Disagree with him. Yeah, he frustrates me from time to time, and I'm pretty sure I frustrate him.
I mean, who needs enemies when you have friends like that? Am I right?
Oh, we can just air it out. Because the truth is,
you did.
He can call me on the way home, and we'll have a completely civilized conversation.
He even got civilized by the end of it. He did.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he realized he didn't want the smoke.
I like this because it kind of it appeals to my vanity.
Well, I feel like this. I feel like he wanted to go down that road, and then all of a sudden just made a business decision not to.
Although it's not the worst decision in history.
You know, why did he sit on the Baker story for 4 years, though? Like that was a little odd.
I would agree.
Yeah.
See, now I'm you know what? In response to him taking the high road at the end of the year, I'll take the high road now.
There we go.
Let's go and get to, in case you missed it.
I was waiting for the music. Is that different music? Do we use that? We don't use that every day.
Yeah, we use that every day.
With that start?
If somebody doesn't make a GIF out of that, I don't know what.
Not with that start.
No, not with that start. I have that.
Yeah, what was that start?
I have that playing whenever you guys are ready for it. So I pot it up, but just at that point, it was kind of going towards the end of the
New Mac. I got to tell you,
New Mac owns it at least.
Yeah,
he did own it.
He did.
I was like, there's nothing playing right now. There's like a little thing in the background, and that was it.
Just really bad timing.
It was really bad timing. Okay,
talking about
New Mac.
There we go.
Little
New
thing
Mac
in the background.
Nice to meet me. All right, the Eagles will have to broaden their search for a new offensive coordinator after Mike McDaniel and Brian Daboll didn't want the job. Diana Rossini talking all about this. Jeff McClain saying Philly was even willing to give McDaniel and Daboll full autonomy over the offense, and now they're in a weird spot where it feels like no one wants his job.
That's a damn shame. It really is.
Shouldn't this be an attractive job?
No. Okay, if you believe that Jalen Hurts can be the guy he was 4 years ago, yes.
Well, so is this about Jalen Hurts, or is this about the idea that Sirianni, they don't trust that he's actually going to let them do their job with full autonomy?
I would be surprised if you didn't have that in your contract. I just think
because he did last year. He kept doing that thing where he was taking back play calls, and then he wasn't taking play calls, and then it was always nebulous as to how much of the play calling in any given game he was doing.
I mean, listen, A.J. Brown probably is done in Philly. That offensive line probably does need refreshed, even if health is going to be a big part for them next year. Saquon's getting older. Jalen Hurts seems to be a little Russell Wilson for people, a little fake for people. And again, he's not a franchise quarterback. Oh, and by the way, if you have one bad year, you're fired. So it doesn't matter how good you are.
That is part of it. No
I think that might be the worst part about it.
Is that what? If you get one bad year, you're gone?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not great. I mean, you could end up in a spot if you're Daboll, if you just have a bad year with the Eagles offense and you're fired and you're off searching for another job. That is a reality to it.
Like in Tennessee, it's if Cam Ward looks good next year, even if the offense isn't quite ready, you're going to be okay. With the Chargers, the offense was the problem this year. Fix Justin Herbert, you'll be fine.
I just wonder if people just don't have belief that Sirianni's going to be there long term. The Sirianni thing is weird. The Big Dom thing is weird. Maybe that's just a lack of belief in the setup in general. Because the team's good. And Howie Roseman's one of the best GMs in the entire sport. Like, even if you talk about like certain areas where they need to get better, they're going to get better. They'll be fine. Because they're always fine with Howie Roseman.
All right. Meanwhile, Evan Drellick of The Athletic putting out that the Kyle Tucker signing in L.A. has incensed all of the owners in baseball in that it's 100% certain owners will push for a salary cap in the next CBA. Negotiations can begin halfway through this year. Obviously, many people forecasting a work stoppage Do you think this all but guarantees a work stoppage at the very least?
I don't know how we stop it, mainly because the players aren't going to go for what in a weird way, I think we're going to be on the owner's side with this one, which is not a spot I like to live in, but it's going to be the reality. We're going to want the salary cap, the high and the floor, whatever way you want to put it. Both things. I always kind of look at them interchangeably because I think it's hard to put in one without the other. Mm-hmm. But we're going to want that, and the players have done so much to fight against that I feel like the players are going to take this as long as they need to, which could end up not only being a bunch of games, could be a whole season.
I think this might end up being the saving grace if players understand. And listen, the point here is between baseball and the owners, or between the owners and the players, it's the worst sport in terms of this relationship. It has never recovered since '94. There's no trust. Manfred is seen as an extension of C-League, who's thought to be a bit of a dictator. Players' leadership has not been great either. So there's a lot here that are going to make this even tougher to do. But I think if you told players, hey, we're going to give you a salary cap floor where there's a 20% gap in the ceiling and the floor, that's going to mean a lot more money for a lot more players than if you just gave away a salary cap. And I think that might end up being the saving grace of, hey, there's virtually no difference between what you must spend and what you can't spend, and I think that could end up bridge the gap.
I think that's still going to be hard to put in. I don't know how you can do one without the other. I feel like they just go hand in hand at this point. But I think the NBA and NFL models are what's probably best. Between 49% goes in the NBA, 51% goes in the NFL. It's going to be around there as the starting point.
I would also say they need to cap long-term contracts. That which probably means, by the way, that you have to give players free agency earlier. I'm actually in favor of that because player movement is what spurred a huge jump for the NBA alongside some of the offensive improvements they've made. Certainly player movement is what every NFL team thinks they can sign a free agent on any given offseason. That's huge.
Yeah, max contracts, it's not bad.
Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes, we're talking new Mac, not old Mac, baby.
Welcome to the party.
Also, Jake Murrin, 92.3 The Fans YouTube channel, and producing today. Make sure to like our videos. We like to be liked around here, and of course, subscribe to 92.3 The Fans YouTube channel. Cam Manna, a very, very nice young man, did a very nice job today.
Yes, he did.
He is. He's one of the few people I'm not going to mess with. That's a real...
I mean, for now.
Yeah, well, of course, yeah.
I mean, he'll get there.
Yeah, he strikes me as somebody who could be like the programmer of this station in 5 years. He seems very well connected, very well to do.
I had $1 for every person you said that about. I'd have like $6.
I was going to say, I thought you would have $1.
Maybe like $6.
Good stuff, buddy.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
See you guys tomorrow, too. Right here. Bye.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.